Temperature slightly lower here to kick things off this morning. We're flying around a little bit right now at 8 o'clock as we get going. We are expecting some comments right out of the gate here this morning from Fed's Paulson on the calendar. We have a couple other Fed speakers coming up later this morning, but overall, a bit of a muted start to what has been a pretty eventful week on the back of the Fed, on the back of more earnings to talk about this morning. Broadcom leading the way. Huge reversal for this one, initially higher out of the gate after the close yesterday. We give all that back and more, all the way back to 380 right now. Interesting numbers on the sales side of things for Tesla. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit. Eli Lilly on watch, FDA note on that one. Lululemon reports everything weed on a Friday to the upside in a pretty big way, including MSOS, the ETF, after these comments from, I guess it was the White House, really. It wasn't necessarily President Trump, but basically saying that it sounds like, anyways, it's going to be a done deal here, and reclassification is all but certain.
Yeah, this started, as you recall, under the Biden administration. Brendo, President Trump continuing with that, hopefully reclassification. I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to have fentanyl and marijuana in the same category. They also open up some doors for the producers there as well as the distributors. Banking, Brendo, seems to be a bit of an issue there with respect to the reclassification. You can't write off business expenses, banking as well. So should be interesting to see today. I was telling Sean they're in play.
Yeah, that's been the argument for the state licensed companies already. That's always been the challenge, the banking side of things. So if they can figure that out, then that might give them at least a little bit more of incentive. And
a presidential EO came yesterday, Brandon, with respect to AI. That's going to be huge. You and I have talked about this on the desk. The multi-state approach to AI regulation is not going to work out. It puts way too much pressure on these AI companies.
Yeah, so we make it, President Trump makes it a federal issue going forward. So I think it's the only way it was ever going to work. Like having 50 plus different regulations to get these companies to try and follow would just be crazy. But here it is. Here's MSOS, huge move after the close yesterday. If you're looking for just the ETF, again, MSOS, the one to look at, $5 holding as resistance right now. We were above it briefly this morning. It has come back below it. But I mean, pick one individually. They're all higher here this morning, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Sir, everybody. Happy Friday, for sure. Although, if you're a Lululemon shareholder, you're happy today. Broadcom did everything, or almost everything right, and it didn't seem to matter. What are you going to do?
I mean, these tech names they can't get out of their own way right now.
You're top. And yeah, they can. They really can. I mean, Oracle yesterday was down, but at least they were able to bounce a little bit. The other thing is if you had the misfortune of a matchup against Kyle Pitts in fantasy.
Oh, I saw. Or your guy, Bijan Robinson. Yeah.
Bijan Robinson is supposed to be good.
But not that many points.
Kyle Pitts.
Both outperformed.
You see the stat?
No, I didn't even
Someone
look.
posted this. This dude scored 7% of his career fantasy points in a single night in the first round of the playoffs. And no good teams have that dude. I almost said something else. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Can you tell that in the playoffs? Well, in our playoffs, we actually, instead of having like individual matchups, it's like the semifinals or the quarterfinals are like the four teams in the quarterfinals all play each other, and the top two advance instead of individual matchups. So it's like myself and Sean, and then a couple of other guys, and the other dude has Kyle Pitts. Yeah, fun times, right?
Our broadcast, I think, is working right now. Jade Doctor says our broadcast is not working, but I think it is.
Refresh.
YouTube was having problems. Okay. Look, having problems is not Nvidia. Nvidia just gets a story right now that may be increasing some production there in China based on China demand. So a little bit of a bump up there in the NASDAQ and a pull back in right now. But yeah, man, LU. I mean, here we go, man. New management now. What a great name. What a great stock. We've been pumping this stock's tires, unfortunately, since right here, where we bought. I thought this was going to happen last quarter. So we bought a little bit before last quarter right there at like probably around $200, right before the day, thinking that we were going to get some kind of an announcement. And then we're lucky enough to do our 3-day rule, and we stuck with it. And that actually held that bottom. and now Lululemon rewarding us today a little bit. We still got to hold above this $200 right now on Lululemon, but up 9% with a short float of around 9%. So yeah, I think Lululemon can continue to work. Might sell out of it. I don't know. It's a nice move higher there right now. Then as the boys talked about and Neil hinted a little bit, yeah, Broadcom downside. You know, good EPS, good look forward, but then they didn't give a full year guide. And that sort of shook this stock just a little bit. But yeah, they beat on the top and the bottom line and still heading southbound right now. And then obviously, as we hinted at as well, you know, MSOS. I mean, these stocks have been disaster for a long time. So even the fact that it's up a little bit here today, 35%, nothing that, you know, to bat an eye at, but we are coming right into a level that we've already been, like we were here October already. You know, it would have been great to have dip bought that. That's pretty much the only way to, you know, be too happy with this. You had to have bought this name in the last month, you know, otherwise, or just been holding it through all of this. Like down to $2, up to $5 again. I mean, maybe we run on this. I think Sharif, like that's a good point. Like, shouldn't be classified as some of these other major drugs. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening. But the Nasdaq's down again, so. Will we hold red today? I think maybe we will. I mean, there's been some, you know, turnaround in different stocks, right? As people sell their tech bags now and get into other names. You're seeing a little bit of a bump up there in Eli Lilly. We saw crazy moves in financials yesterday. A good name like a FedEx or something maybe could be bought here as the transports look to get going back to the upside again as well. We used to have that one guy that loved the transports. Oh, I forget his name. Chris. Oh, what was his name? And he was with us for a long time. He used to be on the recap show with us. I forget his name.
Brecher?
Brecher. That's what it is, Chris Brecher, yeah.
For a second there, I was like, what is Chris's last name?
Yeah, yeah, I forgot about that.
I remember it's like the first time I thought it was, I mistakenly said Blecher.
Oh. Yeah, he talked about the transport. So we'll see FedEx with a big day here, big couple days off of the Fed. So we'll see if that's starting to break out a little bit as well, FedEx. So, yeah, man, different names. Gold still going around there. Bitcoin's nicely pumping, which is really nice to see. Well, pumping. I mean, it's 92,000. So that's nice. We, you know, off that 90, so we don't want to hang around too much there. And then, yeah, did he have Ren and Stimpy on his shelf? What's up, Jay Bronson? But yeah, he had some snakes too. That guy, Chris Brecher, as well, or his son did or something. But I hope he's doing well. A 394 break there, all the way. Look at $400 right now for GLD, and we are very, very close to all-time highs again on gold. This was actually a really smart one that I dip bought. I wanted to diversify, and we just went over to something completely different than equity, and we went into stock, GLD. I know it's not completely different, but the way this has been moving, pretty happy with that one. Wow, that's real small. Like
this headline came just as we were going on air there.
Yeah, well, a couple minutes earlier.
Increasing production to the H200 chips, and you got a decent bounce in Nvidia as well. And oddly enough, like this wasn't even gonna. All the chip names were weak this morning. Whoops, what happened there? All the chip names were weak this morning, at least early on, and now all of a sudden, looking distinctly different. It was a great recovery for Nvidia yesterday, and now you are above finally. Like we finally got above the peaks. It was a V-shaped recovery that didn't break out that 182. So yeah, I'm oddly enough going to be bullish on Nvidia today. I don't know about AMD because AMD still there's a level on AMD that just feels like it can be short. But yeah, the demand for those H200 chips obviously is a big deal, and if they're going to increase production, then we know their margins may not stay high forever, but it's like whatever. Right now they're high, so that means more money for the biggest and the baddest here.
More money
with Nvidia. More money, more problems.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is. And speak about that, I'm checking the old account here because got to figure out what I'm going to do with this Lulu. Okay, well, we'll see what's going on.
Technical setup. The funny thing is, to me, Lulu was just a technical setup on the monthly, and it almost like it's good that they had a good report. But this seems to me like if we're really bouncing off this, you can't see that because the news story. Can we take that off the board for a quick second? There we go. Look how clean this went off the 200 period on the monthly for Lululemon. Like there's your little triple bottom. This is the candle that went green. So to me, like you got the buy here, and there's room to this area, 225, 250, and then 300 to the 50 period, 325. Like those are the two targets End of story, like pure technical break on Lulu. And if they're going in a new direction, it doesn't necessarily hurt. Obviously, who knows how long the CEO search will end up lasting, but yeah, we'll see. It looks like they found a nice little bottom here for sure.
Yeah, really, really happy about that, and I hope that you guys got yourselves in it as well. Lululemon cooking right there, and then again, the other retail play that I'm in is Target. Wow, okay, that's $97 now. So this continues to work. What a rebound for Target, man. Maybe I have to check out this one. I think Lulu's more in my TFSA, my tax-free savings, so I might take some out. I think I have Target in the other place. But, look at Target, man, just touching the 200 period moving average right now. This is a nice story for them as well, coming back to the upside here as retail continues to bounce around. Remember, we're heading into the holiday season if we're in it right now. So that should be good for retail, and we'll just see. We had some good bump ups in the credit card space as well recently. Should help that we got some nice lifts on MasterCard. We were just talking about these yesterday. MasterCard's a New York stock, okay. That's been working out. There's that bump there from yesterday, so we'll see if that continues to move forward as well. Visa, MasterCard, AXP, and then all the banks, man. JP Morgan, what a battle back yesterday. Citigroup, Wells Fargo, and again, net interest loans, obviously getting a little bit better here with the lowering of the rates. They'll see if they can switch that around and offer some more products to people at a cheaper rate, get them cooking over there. But yeah, 318 right now for JP Morgan. It's going to be a good one here. We really like all these names today. I have written on here, short on the NASDAQ, long on Nvidia. Those are the two things that I have written down so far. Short NASDAQ, long Nvidia. So all this could change. It's only 8:11 right now. No Randy today because it's a Friday. So, hopefully he's doing well and watching from home. And I'll get this coffee going. I got it as well in the old Yeti here. So
that's hot.
Cheers on that one. It'll stay hot for a while. All right, boys. Good news there for Nvidia. I mean, thanks for putting up that story. Yeah, that seems like that will start to rally the market a little bit. Good to see some positive news in the chip space. It's been a while since that one, and these just have to get off the edge right now, and I think they're doing that. I don't know. What do you guys think about the whole move into China there? You like the H200 availability over there, Sharif and Brendan?
I was just reading through this a little bit further. It kind of sounds like they're just kicking the tires a little bit. So like what they're saying is they're reaching out to potential customers who want the H200 and gauging interest on whether or not they should actually increase production for the H200, which I'm sure the answer will be yes. They want as many as they could probably get their hands on, but it sounds like it's more just conversation.
It makes sense to gauge interest. What the wild card for me is, Brendo, whether or not the regulator there is going to give them the nod, right? We already saw the Chinese regulator meet with their tech companies, the Babas, the Tencents, the ByteDances, and they want to get a feel for what they're going to use it for. Now, we've seen this before where, military-linked, state-backed institutions were completely banned from using the H20, whereas other tech companies were persuasively dissuaded from using it. So I'd like to see how the Chinese regulator is going to deal with this, because I feel like that's really where the buck stops. If the Chinese regulator says no, then there's no. But in addition to that, we know that the H200 is a 2023 chip. So do they even have the capacity to make this on scale if they have the demand in China for it? Because the Americans are not going to be buying the H200, right?
No, and will it require maybe restarting some sort of production line or increasing capacity on some sort of production line? So again, if you missed it, Nvidia coming out saying that they're speaking with potential customers in China regarding the H200 and the potential for increasing the manufacturing side of things. Just be aware, we were supposed to get Fed's Paulson making some comments. I did see those come through. Looks like a prepared remarks type of situation. There was nothing regarding policy in it. I am also seeing comments here from Fed's Goolsbee coming through right now as well. That was scheduled for 10:35. Maybe there's another one coming up. So a couple of Fed speakers speaking so far early on this morning here in the pre-market. Wanted to show this real quick. Interesting chart here for Tesla. We got some US-based sales numbers for Tesla specifically, but these are the top, 20? Yeah, top 20 selling electric vehicles in the US for November 2025. 22,800 for the Tesla Model Y. It was down 26%, but still number one on this list. It's worth noting some of the lower priced, smaller vehicles, lower priced because of that. Chevy Equinox, Ford Mustang E, Honda Prologue, which I've seen actually a couple of those rolling around in Toronto now. They're actually an interesting looking car. But all of these, 3, 4, and 5 on this list, moving higher. Tesla's still 1 and 2, but down on the actual monthly sales numbers.
Yeah, it's not a good look, Brendo. Here's what I'm seeing. You know, a close to a 4-year low. That's what this this article from Reuters is saying. In November, that is, of course, for the month of November, total sales fell about 23%, 39,800 vehicles. Compare that to last year, November 2024, it was 51,500 vehicles. It's a tough look, Brendo. I mean, you can blame many different things. You can say Elon Musk and his political affiliations, or you could also say an aging vehicle lineup, right? And quite frankly, even Joseph was talking about this on the midday yesterday. Marquez Brownlee reviewing the SU7, basically making comparisons that, you know, basically his conclusion was, Brando, it's an $80,000 car being sold for $40,000 US dollars. I know those cars aren't available now, but you're basically seeing what's available out there. You're making the comparisons to Tesla, and you're saying maybe this is not the best product.
And it's just not, it doesn't click. The math isn't mathing, as they say. The interesting part of that chart is this just a general economic type of situation where, because you're seeing the lower price, smaller vehicles moving up on that list, you know, some of the higher priced, you know, Teslas and higher models for Tesla moving down as far as individual sales go, maybe it's just one of those situations where, given the economic conditions, lots of layoffs, lots of people losing their jobs, we're seeing people going for the lower price models instead.
Exactly, and that's what we're hoping for. We were hoping for that Model 2 or Model Q. What we got from Elon Musk was just a basic version of the Model Y and Model 3. Yes, the price is lower, but it really doesn't move the needle enough to get that huge cohort of, you know, sub 50,000, sub 40,000 purchase price. To get into the EV market, because that's been one of the things. Obviously, range is one of them, of course, but price has been a prohibitive barrier to entry.
Now, all of that said, as we've been talking about on this show as well for a while now, the market already pricing in the fact that the narrative around this company is no longer about the electric vehicle sales, and the shift to robots and autonomy and AI has, is well underway. Price right now, guys, telling that story and then some. We're back to the upside, almost to session highs here for Tesla right now.
Almost. And it's not just session highs for Tesla, because, you know, you essentially in the afternoon had a double top at 448. At 9:30, you had a flat bottom break at 448. On Fed Day, you had a breakout when Powell was on the podium from $448. And if you kind of throw out the 9th and then just go back to Monday, like Monday failed $448. It's kind of a randomish level, to be honest. But until it breaks, like if we're not breaking that price out, this doesn't mean anything. I think if it's some of these crazy wicks from last night, that's crazy. No, if we're not breaking out the 448 on Tesla, I think the momentum, especially on a Friday, like you could see some resistance even at the 50 level as well. So I'm not terribly bullish unless it's above that price after the open. But the other story is, I mean, come on. Like we all know, look, anybody can say what they want about the valuation, and that's all well and good. But what's happened this week is kind of reestablishing the 50 period on the daily and right back into this chop zone from 420 to 470. So like Tesla is it's firmly reestablished this range for now. And with the 50 period holding, I think that's where your support's going to be at 35. I said that the other day. And then I thought, you know what was weird? It was on Fed Day that I was like, oh, we might get to see that 435. And then we didn't on Fed Day because the market went up. But that's still in play for your near-term support in Tesla, but it's nowhere near it. So you can say whatever you feel about the valuation. I agree. It's if you evaluate it on current metrics, it doesn't make any sense up here. But then so do a lot of stocks. Right now, the buyers have come back into fold above the 50 period. I prefer the support in the 30s than necessarily all the way up here. But that's not impossible that we see that. The other day I was like, we're probably not going to get there, and we didn't. But certainly, if the market were to drop, that's where I'd want to be picking up today.
Yeah, look, we can all, judge whatever this sales number means. But at the end of the day, the market is telling us everything we need to know, and they don't care about it. They actually think it's a good thing. It's up against the NASDAQ right now. The NASDAQ is down. The stock is flat. So, yeah, I mean, back and forth, it's fun to talk about the numbers and everything, but, this continues to work once they digest everything. If this was down 3 or 4%, then I'd be like, okay, we're still focusing on whatever these car numbers are. I mean, you're still the leader of the pack. They are losing market share. I mean, that's going to happen. Guess what? That's going to happen with Nvidia. That's going to happen with every single product, except for maybe Apple products, where you're going to lose market share. And it's just like, it's not really on my radar today, but this is a really good break area, I think, this 448. Like, we couldn't get above it yesterday. We tried to. Once we did it, man, we really fell down $4 or $5. We made it all the way back up to there, falling back now into this news. Just yesterday, we had Broadcom. That wasn't great for them. And yeah, so I think this 448 is probably going to be a decent area to look today. For dip buys, yesterday it's always pretty wild, in the morning, and we were really, really choppy. Eventually we got going. So it's not like VWAP held or anything yesterday. This 50-period moving average, which was the pink, that sort of gave us the short until it broke back about 444 again. And then we rode it all the way up, and it was pretty choppy as we kept on going. Broke it, finally made the move down. So I think if we're going to use some sort of a support, right now you have VWAP and you have the 50, everything's right here, right now at 446. So maybe this is a decent area to think about a long right now on Tesla. I got to get rid of this wick, but on a longer period time, this is just a 5-minute as well. That's going to give you the 442 area, but there's again, like 446, 444, like into here somewhere, decent dip buy opportunities. Again, like I'm thinking short right now on the NASDAQ today, even though we've just had a couple bump ups. So let's wait to see. There goes Tesla right now, up about $1.50 right now and going a little higher now. I mean, it's just a robotics play. So we know what we're doing with that in full self-drive. And then Rivian yesterday actually hit the skids a little bit there. We were up to 18, 19, well, not up to 18, but that was the levels that we were looking at. We got there a little, and then we whooshed down there on their little AI event. So Rivian, I think if that comes back into the 50-period moving average, could be a buy. So this is in the EV space, maybe something there. And then I saw number 3 on that list, of course, was Chevrolet, which is a GM product. So General Motors, that's getting some love for that, it looks like, up 0.19 today. So this is what I mean, like when we're going to talk about maybe the consumer is strapped and maybe they're not buying, like as Brendan sort of mentioned there, looking at rates. Sharif mentioned new lease rates and financing for Tesla, probably something similar in all these legacy moves, right? Like GM, Ford, Toyota Motors. Like, look at GM stock here. Like, I'm glad to be owning this one right now. Nice upside play in General Motors. So, sometimes we forget about the names that are really working the best and focus on the names with all the volume, but this just continues to go. November 24th, right? This name, so you're talking about 3 weeks ago, was $67, Neil. Now it's 81. Like, what a move right there for GM.
Remember, we didn't say they're better than Ford. Every time people, because Ford was coming up a lot.
Ford is still doing
weird. No, Ford's doing fine, but Ford was for some reason coming up a lot in the chat and in discussion. Maybe sometimes it was Randy was walking by, but
well, it's just Randy's hatred for it, but
well, true. But GM has been outperforming them for a very long time. Like, it's not a recent thing.
And they're both outperforming. They're both outperforming Rivian easily. I don't know if they're both out. I mean, we could see Tesla. I can't do it on this. Let's see Tesla year to date, and then we'll just go back over to the guys. TSLA, of course, and new Nasdaq stock right there. So we'll see Tesla on the year. I think it's probably up like 10% or so, maybe. Or am I way wrong? Here's January right here. Yeah, I think we were looking at this yesterday. It's actually. Or not yesterday, but a while ago. This is January into this area here. So depending on what you're talking about, 400 up to 440. Yeah, so okay, bang, kind of guessed. But that 10% there coming through for Tesla this year. So it looks like, all the autos doing quite well. All right, someone else that's doing quite well is Joe, and he's got right now options. So let's go check out some options activity with our good friend Joe.
All right, guys, good morning. Happy Friday. Let's get right into it. Katina Man, you're asking for some Bitcoin activity. Neil, you were asking me for something as well yesterday, but it slightly slipped my mind. So if you remind me, we'll get that done. But let's get right into this, guys, and see what we got going on from yesterday's options activity. IBIT being at the top of the list here, guys, at that $55 strike price. Yes, slightly out of the money this contract is, sitting with 45,400 contracts still currently open and volume around 9,230, once again expiring next Friday, guys. Now, Microsoft putting in a half-decent session as well, too, breaking up in the latter half. Open interest sitting around 10,200 with volume around 27,000 at that 485 strike price. That is going to be expiring today. Yes, you guessed it, today is the 12th. Now, AMD as well, too, guys. $230 strike price, open interest sitting around 15,100 and volume around 10,800, and that is going to be expiring next Friday. Now, as for some of the activity here, guys, AVGO Broadcom, a lot of individuals looking at this, extremely out of the money now. This is going to be that $420 strike price. But look at the bid and ask. $45 spread is absolutely insane. We have open interest sitting around 5,860 and volume around 11,500. Now, guys, leading into the earnings report, you guessed it, the options market is relatively smart, and they're going to price in the volatility at 156.3%. So you're going to be paying an extended premium on that front, with your delta relatively cool, considering how far out of the money it is, and your gamma, not much exposure on that front either. But let's take a look at the actual contract here, guys. This is the 420 call that is going to be expiring today. I mean, hey, last night it was worth $8. By the end of the day, we're going to keep an eye out on this one throughout the midday to see how much it's going to decrease. At this open, this thing is going to go from $8 to, I bet, roughly pennies on the dollar at the end of it, and it will expire worthless by the end of the day unless Broadcom has the ability to climb all the way back and north of $420. Guys, we will be back momentarily with some upgrades and down.
Yeah, that's 420. I mean, you can't even make it up, because that's pretty much where this thing turned as well on Broadcom. Hopefully not too many people got trapped up there, because it was one of those weird ones where, like, the call, everything was actually cruising until the earnings call. Like, it wasn't one of those, oh, we dropped on good numbers and then we're gonna bounce because the CEO comes out and says something positive. But no, unfortunately, there's non-zero is the best way to put it. It's a non-zero is the best way I could say you have a chance of 420 today. It's not going to happen, but you should never say never. That's about it. And as to where it catches a bid, I didn't have much certainty with this one. Like, I was looking back, it's like, well, there's support literally right here at like 379, 380, like this range. And it's like, if it loses that, like what? Like the wick bottom from last week? So I don't know if I want, like, if this one starts dropping, I don't know if I want to be catching the falling knife on Broadcom. Great company. Like, it's one of those, let it settle down and maybe like you like the 50-period moving average kind of thing. But as far as today goes, I think that's one I'll stay away from.
Yeah, I was just looking myself at IBIT. We talked about this yesterday. Whenever we get involved in it, we seem to do well. So I'm thinking, come on, chart change. Thinking that IBIT, getting a little bit of a bump there yesterday into the close, right? I mean, not a little bit of one, and a very, very nice one. The trend yesterday was pretty much all up once we made it. It started about 11 o'clock where we hit those bottoms twice down there at 51, 50, 70, and then started just going. So looking at where the market is right now, I think, we know it will follow the NASDAQ a little bit. So if this can come back in, that's the 200 period. You see yesterday there, we sort of bounced off of that with VWAP, but right now it's a little sketchy here with IBIT. So I would say like this 52 would be an interesting area, but not super convinced about that one. So I'll wait on it. MSTR and Ethereum, of course, two other names that you can definitely trade if you're looking at crypto. I mean, boom, there's MSTR yesterday. I mean, slept on this one all afternoon. That just kept on going high side as well. So I want to try to play names that have some momentum in it. And I think MSTR, ETHA, you can look at BMNR as well, obviously in the space. And these names all caught a little bit of a bid there midday. So we'll have to see if that can continue, right? BMNR, if you're looking for a lot of volume here, Bitmine will definitely put that through with a very, very good spread as well. But, that didn't move yesterday afternoon. So I don't know, maybe this is a short. Actually, looking at BMNR right here, maybe we should, almost never look at this, but that is...
You're free.
I have room, I don't know, maybe. I have room on the sticky note here. I might add this BMNR right into here. This is a good little level. It's only from yesterday, but yeah, this 39 short, 39.50 maybe for BMNR. That could be something. And then I'm also debating putting on some cannabis plays on here as well. So this looks like it'll go higher for a little bit. And then we didn't even check out Netflix at all this morning. You know, $94, so still hovering in and around this area. We'll see if Netflix can get going. And that's another good little long that I was thinking about down into here. Again, 93 or so dollars, right? Only spent a little bit of time underneath there. I don't think we'll get low today on Netflix. It's up again against a weak market. Lots of trade ideas. It's 8:30. We should have Michael Noss. It's a Friday. Hopefully he'll be able to come through today as well. But yeah, get your ideas going. I put it, you can tweet at me as well. I put it in there. You can go tell me what your trade ideas are today. That should be something fun to do. I'll take a look at that. But TQs, Nvidia, Tesla, and maybe BMNR being added to our board here today. So. Yeah.
It's got a super chat.
Did we get a super chat? Oh,
well, there it is. I just want to find it. Good morning to you, G Talk. Rocket Lab, you like a 57 strike on RKLB, up 50% expiry. Obviously, that'll be next week. Triple witching.
Rocket
looks
Lab.
good.
Rocket Lab.
Profit looks good. Tech looks better. What do you guys think?
Oh, we can look at the chart. RKLB.
I'm gonna pull it up here. I got the Friday chart syndrome going on right now. Oh, that's deep. Ring it. Okay, so obviously, I don't know how much further is it going to go here. Like a lot of what's going on for Rocket Lab is this SpaceX story, right? Like it's like the secondary bounce has really been because Elon said they're going to go public and has been dragging all these names up. Like so I'm with you. Like I prefer them and ASTS to playing in that Destiny thing, DXYZ, the Destiny 100. Which is a quarter SpaceX. Yeah, but you come right into this sell zone, like maybe like a day away from 66. It's down today, but I mean, like there's no story or anything. It was down in the pre-market yesterday before breaking out. So this could be a pretty parabolic day. Maybe it's more of a sideways. On a Friday, it could end up a little sideways and struggle with 65. But I like Rocket Labs, that 65 resistance for sure. And I think, as I said, I like this as a better momentum play versus Destiny on this SpaceX story.
Still getting some comments, guys, from both Feds Paulson and Goolsby. Overall, nothing we haven't heard before regarding economic policy. So market not responding to that very much, but just be aware there are some Fed speakers still making some comments. A couple of things just coming through as well. Coinbase, Barclays has lowered their price target for coin today. Interesting, this one heading higher. On that, it would look like there was a whole note attached to that, but a slight price target decrease on Coinbase specifically. Michael Noss coming up. He wants to talk about crypto this morning as well. Just heard Oracle popped up there, I guess just above the pre-market range, right back down. This thing's still getting hammered after the move down yesterday. We'll talk about that ahead as well. There was one other one I wanted to mention here. I'll go back to my list, but Oracle down huge after that move yesterday. Really hasn't bounced back at all as of this morning.
No, and I don't think it's really going to catch much of a bit today after the Broadcom debacle, obviously, yesterday, with that stock really moving after the earnings report, but really dropping after CEO Huck Tan basically said, look, I'm not going to give full year guide. He guided for Q4. But the concern here, from what I'm reading by some analysts, is the custom silicon space, like the application-specific integrated circuits that we've been talking about, ASICs, is looking to grow, but they're worried that, companies circumvent going through Broadcom, going through Marvell, go at it alone, much like Apple did with their M processors. Obviously, that costs a bit more money, but in the long term, obviously, circumventing the middleman does save money. So we'll keep an eye out on that, Brendo, as the AI play continues to develop. I did want to add, though, because you brought up Coinbase, we saw yesterday Gemini get into the prediction market markets. It's becoming this sort of trend for brokerages to get into that. IB as well, Joseph and I's program has that as well, and they're integrating it in everything we kind of see. And Coinbase throwing their hat into the prediction markets ring, reports Bloomberg. Apparently, they're going to announce next week the launch of the prediction markets and the tokenized equities. Another sort of trend we're seeing right now. A person familiar with the matter said Robinhood, as we know, has already kind of gotten into that as well.
I was just going to mention the simple fact that not only Robinhood in there, as you said, but the way that this market has already just been saturated with options as far as where you want to go to place your actual bet is just crazy how quickly that happened. It's a great opportunity, obviously, but very, very fast.
I mean, Brendo, there's this part of my program, right, where it just shows me like the price, the volume, some just basic stuff on the stock. And then what they've done is they've thrown in the prediction markets right there, so it's right in your face. And all you need to click is yes or no, Brendo. Wow. So they're really kind of luring you in. It looks like it's a growing product and a high margin one at that.
Making it very, very easy for everyone. Mr. Noss has arrived. It's Friday morning. Let's get a look at what Michael Noss is doing this week, or has been doing this week. It's all about crypto talk this morning. Michael, good to see you. Happy Friday.
Good to see you.
The pullback, I guess, has stabilized somewhat. That has a few people, anyways, wondering about timing here for potentially dipping a toe back in the water.
Yeah, and this is very interesting, just timing for crypto as a whole, because as we know, it was really hated for a long time there. I think Michael Saylor went from one of the most loved guys in crypto to one of the most hated pretty quickly. And what I've been looking for is, as I've been building out crypto systems, this is kind of something I really want to get into in the new year, because I still think this is a very inefficient market when it comes to, systematic trading or quantitative trading. I've been looking to kind of look for indicators and look for things that can confirm that, yes, not always, of course, but it might be a good time to take a little bit of a shot. So what we're going to talk about today is the MACD, which I think a lot of people watching this know. But if you don't, it's essentially two moving averages and looking at the crossover of those two moving averages. However, as a nerd as I am, I finished reading this really interesting paper about a volatility normalized MACD. And very, very quickly, but what we're looking at is that a MACD generally can't be compared across instruments or through time. And the reason for that is because it's just using moving averages. And, when your stock doubles, the value of those moving averages is going to change. So in this way, what we're doing is we're normalizing the MACD based off volatility. So that gives us a little bit of a bonus where not only is it telling us trend, it's also good for overbought and oversold indicators. So perfect example here is just on Bitcoin. And what we're trying to do is we're looking for stocks that get under about the negative 50 to 100 area. That is what we're kind of classifying as oversold with this new indicator. And then when a slow moving average crosses above a fast moving average, it tells us that at least for that moment, the trend has shifted to the upside. So first we get oversold, and then we look for a little bit of a trend that shifts higher. So the next chart I have just kind of shows this a little bit more clear. And this is from the creator of the MACDV, which if anyone's looking for it, that's what it's called, the volatility normalized MACD. And we see this kind of flow happen often in markets where you have a downtrend. That downtrend gets a little bit overdone, but it gets very hard to kind of just pick and time a bottom. So waiting for these moving averages to cross back up, it means that we will necessarily and always miss the bottom. However, it means that we're at least waiting for some short-term momentum to return on our sides before dipping our toe back in. So with this, the next chart is actually an equity curve that I've been building. You can see certainly not perfect, right? Each of the dividers, the vertical dividers you see, is a different year. So it doesn't make money all the time. It doesn't even make money in all years. But if you look closely at the equity curve, what it does a great job at is that when there is a change and a new trend, it does a great job at catching that. And when there's no new trend and you have this sideways movement in the market or it continues down, you're taking very small losses. That's why you see small kind of drifts down in the equity curve, and then every now and then it catches a new trend that's great, and then you have this kind of big surge higher. So that's what we're looking for. So there's some criteria around it. This is what, again, I'm building over at Stats Edge, but this is the premise, is that we're looking for stocks that are, or sorry, cryptos that are really, really depressed and really sold off and oversold across a bunch of metrics, in this case, this MACDV. And then we're looking for short-term momentum to take over, where we're not trying to pick the bottom, we're not buying on the way down, we're just waiting for that momentum shift to take place. And I showed that we saw that in Bitcoin just recently. That was the first chart there. And then I have some ideas for things that could potentially be setting up right now. So this next chart is Litecoin. And I don't know when I've heard about Litecoin recently. And it kind of makes sense. If you look at the long-term chart, Litecoin hasn't done a whole lot. However, it's gotten to that oversold area on the chart or on this indicator. And over the last couple days, we have had a cross up. Now, Litecoin, it's one of those, it's like a Bitcoin fork, and there was this whole fight about, so some crypto people really don't like Litecoin in general. However, ever since that really wide down candle you see, that was that big liquidation event that we saw in crypto, it really hasn't challenged that. It's been holding above that, and that's about $70 really well. So the exit rules on this are fairly simple on the equity curve that I just showed you. If we're interested, we're buying after this cross higher in the MACD, and then we hold it until we get a cross lower. And that's why if this thing stays in a range, you can see that the lines are very close together. You'll get that cross back down pretty quickly, and you should be out. Also, for a stop loss, I think just leaning on that prior low around $70 makes sense. But if we're right and we're going to get a trend higher, that's what we're looking for there. This next one is Mana or Decentraland. This one actually crossed, I believe, yesterday. So we actually do have some bullish momentum on our side here. Now that big downtick that's really kind of scrunching up the chart here, that was again that liquidation event where this thing went all the way down to 3 cents for like a microsecond before it bounced back up. However, if you remove that, you see that this is in a downtrend. So very short-term momentum's on our side, but this thing is still beaten up. This is the place where you could buy like a digital house next to Snoop Dogg and things like that. Been out of favor for a long time, maybe a little bit of a pickup here. This one hasn't yet crossed, but it kind of looks the most interesting to me, this last one, where this is a sheep with hat. So take that as you will. I heard a laugh in my ear there, and I'm using these as a proxy for maybe the meme coin revolution is going to come back a little bit. This one, it was down huge. I don't know. Maybe we're going to see sheep with hat be back on top at some point.
Let's go back to the principle or the idea, I guess, Michael, of having a portfolio versus or a system to trade in a portfolio versus just, taking a shot here, taking a shot there based on, what you see on Twitter every day. Is there a method at which we should be filtering out some of these names versus just looking for the best ones that are setting up under a rule set?
Yeah, and there's filtering built in already, and that's kind of where the next stage of building a system like this is I try to go through and explore a lot of the losers and see if they have any similar characteristics. However, where I find the most bang for my buck is taking a system like this that is kind of trend following in nature, at least in the very short term. You need an uptrend to already happen before this crossover occurs. That's why you don't see it in this lovely asset, sheep with hat. But you need that short-term momentum in your favor. So I take this and then I have a mean reverting strategy. And a couple months ago, I brought that particular system to you guys as well using RSI. And as soon as you marry these two ideas together, and you'll see it, you guys on the desk do it all the time. Sometimes you're buying breakouts, sometimes you're trying to pick bottoms, and combining those two strategies, I find really smooths out the equity curve because sometimes there's trends and sometimes there's not. And it's really hard to know when. So taking two strategies usually is better than one.
If anyone's maybe a little bit uncomfortable with trading something called sheep with a hat,
why would you be?
Is there results, or do the results change at all if we look at maybe the top 3 or 4 just based on market cap?
Yeah, and I've looked at that, and it's kind of the results you would expect. And I think it would be the results in the same as looking at the equity world, which is very interesting. The more I study the crypto world, it mirrors equities really, really closely. And essentially what we're looking to do is try to exploit volatility. So if you're doing something like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, maybe those three, it still works the same way. Your win rate is roughly the same, but you don't get these insane explosive trends. Like, we're past the days where Bitcoin is going to turn here and triple, right? Sheep with hat could. So what you're doing is you're trading for volatility. You're trading return for volatility. And some people are fine with that. They want a lower volatility and a lower return. If you're trading meme coins, it's obviously going to be a much higher potential return, but then a much higher volatility as well.
Interesting. Yeah, great concept. Michael Noss, have a great weekend. We'll see you again next week.
And I'll talk to you Monday. Have a good one.
I mean, if it was dog with hat or cat with hat, I mean, I think it'd be, I feel a lot better.
Way more confident.
I mean, there's only one sheep.
Yay!
I mean, it's supposed to be a goat. You know, this is if it was Brendan with hat.
Get it, Brendo.
I mean, you know, then we would
The fact
go.
that that's not actually even a goat it gets me every time.
Look, I mean, we talk about it like, you know, crypto trading. It's available, right? When we have that BTCC sponsor on ours and Coinbase, you could trade all of these names. So, I mean, I don't think there's any problem at all trading them. And I think Brendan asked a great question when he said, like, what if people are uncomfortable, you know, trading those names? Can you look over here at some of the larger names? But I would also say, like, I know the exchanges that I'm involved with, they have a very good order book, and it's easy to see, you know, where the size is and if there is enough liquidity so you can trade these names. And you know, Michael just nailed it, I think, again, by telling us all that there is strong correlation sometimes with these setups in equity as they are with a lot of these coins as well. So I really appreciate when Michael comes on because he does the work and goes in here and finds random names that, like, obviously we've never heard of and talks about them, you know. And it just, when you go through the list, they're all, when you go through the market cap, it's all wrapped this, USDTC, Tether, all this, Tron, things like that. And it's just like, you got to look through them all and then go through all the charts to be able to find out exactly which ones are moving in the way that you expect them to, and are they following any patterns. So, I mean, if you are interested in trading crypto or anything like that, I mean, we've seen volumes come down a little bit on the exchanges for crypto trading lately because of the movement down. It always gets a little excited when it starts to move to the backside here. So, you know, a benefit of more crypto trading and more opportunity would be Coinbase. And then someone here on my tweet here today mentioned that they were trading some Robinhood. So I want to call them out as well, because that was a good little call out by you. Where is it? That's Katina Manuel. I'd say Toby looking to fill, got filled at 124 there on Robinhood. So thanks, Toby, for that one. Wish you best of luck there. Yeah, but this looks like a decent bottom that was potentially made yesterday and for Robinhood. So I'm still looking at that 100. I mean, we were basically $1 away from being double digits again. And that's kind of where I was looking to buy this thing back into this area. But this is what I mean. You know, we came back in, we sort of stopped again at this 120 or so level. I think Robinhood can work from here to the long side. It's up 1.5% today. And again, on better crypto news, right? Like, I mean, the more this market tends to go higher, the more it excites traders and the more volatility that comes in. And these names make money on transaction fees. So, really like Robinhood here. It's very expensive to trade crypto, by the way, from what I'm hearing. You guys tell me if you have Robinhood accounts and IBKR and all that. It's not cheap to trade crypto. And like, a lot of these places have the free equity trading because Citadel and because of the routing and all that kind of stuff. But in crypto, I don't think they've got that.
It hasn't gone to that part yet. Like, you're probably a longer ways away from the point where you get the kind of low-cost trading that we now enjoy. Everybody enjoys, for the most part, in equities. But low-cost stock trading for Adam James in YCBD. So take two super chat. I'm guessing, you must have sent one before. That makes more sense because the reason these guys are in play, they have regained...
that's CBD, right?
Hot little saucy one. Yeah, CBD stock, but they've regained NYSE compliance.
Oh, as well.
Yeah.
It is a cannabis name, right? YCBD.
Yeah, my understanding.
Yeah, so you're getting...
It's double...
Exactly.
Yeah. So the cannabis names are moving. This might be moving more because of they've regained compliance. And on top of that, you've got the cannabis news. And this might... I mean, outside chance. It's done $75 million. It's only $1. So there's a decent chance that it could be, if not one of the top volume names in the market today. I mean, I haven't double-checked to see if there's some other crazy penny stock that's going to do more, but it should be up there. What's our float on YCB? 9 million float. Not even that big, an 8% short float there. So yeah, it's already turned this float over like 8 times. This should be on the radar if you're a small cap trader holding VWAP. And of course, everything in cannabis and cannabis related, you're going to want to watch out. If you see some heavy drops in some of these other names, just pay attention to that for sure.
Does the 12 days of Christmas start on the 12th, or it's 12 days like the 13th, and then you have 12 days as the 25th? I was wondering.
Is the 25th of the 12th day?
No, well, if it starts today, then it would be the 24th. It would be the 12th day, right? Because, anyways, I was just wondering, 12 days of Christmas. I looked down, I was like, it's December 12th, so it's 12/12. Yeah. I'm just writing the sticky note, and I put the date in there, and I was like, 12/12. And that made me think about the 12 days of Christmas, because our daughter, both our kids get advent calendars. My daughter's one is a Sephora one. My son's one is a Dubai chocolate. And then my wife got some sort of a jewelry 12 days of Christmas for my daughter. So I don't know if she's starting it today or tomorrow. I should find it.
Hers is like these, it's like these duck ornaments.
Yeah, the duck things are cool.
But then my wife got me one. She's never gotten me an advent calendar, ever.
Oh, okay.
And she got me a Star Wars advent calendar. Like every one is like little like figurines. It's like there is a bit of a theme to it, but
yeah, that's fun.
So I'm literally like little mini building Lego every single.
I was gonna say it's probably Lego. I was gonna say I really like the Lego
Star Wars Lego advent calendar.
Yep.
Like wow.
Yeah, I saw Bad Santa.
How did I not discover that earlier? Those are always cool.
Yeah, Bad Santa. Not one that we sit around the fireplace and watch, but I like Bad Santa.
Cool. That movie's
Bad Santa too. A little vulgar, of course, but yeah, we'll have to be watching. We put on National Lampoons, and my kids now it's just like a thing to have in the background. My wife really likes, Home Alone is great. My wife likes Elf. I don't know.
Elf is hilarious.
I like Elf. I've seen them all so much.
Die Hard's my.
You know what? I think that's what I'm gonna do. Forget it. I think it's Die Hard time.
It is Die Hard, man.
You know, my kids don't know that movie enough. And my kid plays Call of Duty and all that, so he would appreciate going through the tower there and just sniping people. Shout out to Bruce Willis, man. It's too bad that he had the health issues, but what a great actor he was. Sixth Sense as well. Lots of stuff for that. But all right, guys, over on the desk. So we've got the kids. Sure. These guys without. So is there a Christmas movie that you guys go to? Maybe you sit down, with someone and watch, have a nice glass of wine or something like that. Mulled wine. You like mulled wine?
I love mulled wine. Well, you know what I want to know? What's that? I want to know what Joe's favorite Christmas movie. Because are we going to Joe now? For a dude who doesn't eat pie, for a dude who doesn't even eat cookies, like, do you even I don't know, do you eat treats during Christmas? Because
wow, Joe is just getting Joe catches a lot of shrapnel.
It's a legitimate question. I don't know.
I didn't have my earpiece in.
Never had an apple pie or pumpkin pie or any of that stuff. So
I got to get this guy a peach pie. He's requested a peach pie. He's going to have a piece of peach pie.
The guy has a protein shake at Christmas dinner.
You did request it, Joe. Okay, just leave it at that. All right. You're going to have a peach pie. We're going to have that, and then we're going to find out. So we're going to find out all three. We're going to find Sharif, Brendan's, and Joe's favorite Christmas movies. We're starting with Joe right about now.
Jack Frost. They may not be familiar with it, but I believe that is Michael Keaton, guys. Yes, Michael Keaton, yes, and guess why, Katina, man? There is some hockey action in it, so that is why we love what we got going on with Jack Frost. Yes, that is a face slapper. I still don't understand how Die Hard is a Christmas movie, but anyways, we'll figure that out later. What's more important, guys, is what we have on the upgrades and downgrades. And for my friend Adam James, let's get saucy and let's get right into it here, guys. AVGO, American Airlines, Lululemon, and Costco all on the list today, guys. American Airlines going from a neutral to a buy with that price target raised to $20 by UBS Group. And then we have Broadcom as well, too, guys. AVGO, overweight, negative in the pre-market session. KeyCorp giving that one the nod there, guys. And then Lululemon up a substantial, almost 10% here when this was created. Jefferies giving that a solid underperform to a hold, so you get that upgrade there. And then Costco going to an outperform as well, too, guys. So let's take a look at some of the downgrades at the top of the list. We have Nike going from a positive to a mix, so a downgrade by Citigroup there, slightly positive here in the pre-market session. And then we have Cosmos Energy as well too, guys, getting downgraded. Price target from $2 to, or sorry, $2.50 to $2 there by Mizuho. KOS is going to be that ticker. And then Southern Company, Key Corp, guys, lowering that price target from $87 to $76, and then we have Xcel Energy by Key Corp as well too, guys. Price target going from $85 to $84.
All right, Christmas movie, let's go.
All right, so it's the Home Alone series and then the Santa Claus. Tim Allen's the Santa Claus. I like that one.
Okay, I was gonna say that that old school, I think it's just called Rudolph, or but the one that like they look like they're clay. Like animated, like
yes.
the old. It used to be on CBC here in Canada every single year. I love that.
Good call.
This is for advent calendars. This is a horrible picture, but I wanted to throw this out for advent calendars. Sharif will like this.
I love this.
And this segment not brought to you by Grenade, but Grenade is the company that makes this. But this is a protein bar advent calendar. So every single day you punch the hole and you get a different variety of their protein bars. So I thought you might like that.
I love the number 25, an affinity for that number. But Brendo, I don't think that would last 25 minutes with me, let alone 25 days. I'd inhale that pretty quick. That'd be an after workout.
It was just $96 for a protein bar.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
I mean, $25, they're like $4 each. I don't know, $3 each or something like that. It's crazy. Very, very expensive. I don't even know what we were going to do, but we can talk a little bit about the market here, I guess, and we'll just get going.
Yeah, let's have a look at the market over here, Brendo. We closed a little bit higher yesterday, guys. We're really working into that 60. In fact, we closed above 6,900 for the first time in a while since back in late October. So 69.07, 69.06, that's where we closed out yesterday with the overnight high being 69.15. So look, here's the deal. We're above 6,900 right now by 5 points. So if we hold 6,900 on the open, we'll use that as our first level of support. If we fail 6,900, we're looking to that overnight low. We're going to say 68.75 as support level 2. If we start getting going here, we're looking firstly at 69.25. That's where we rejected yesterday right after the close. 69.25, that's going to be resistance level 1. If we really get going, we're looking to that 50-point level, Brendo, 69.50 as resistance level 2.
One of those Fridays setting up to be potentially maybe one that we get back to the upside. We'll see how things play out. If you haven't done so, top link below in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Absolutely free, this version. You can grab the membership as well. The YouTube membership will get you Sharif's morning note. Very, very, very in-depth detail on each of these stories and more in that. Let's talk about AVGO. Initial move was to the upside on the numbers yesterday, and then we get this reversal all the way back down and then some when they started talking about their quarter.
Exactly that, Brendo. We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, it was a big reversal there. The algos loved the numbers, rocketed up, then Huck Tang got on the call, and it was exactly the opposite. So, guys, it was a clean beat on both earnings and revenue. So beat on the top and bottom line, with adjusted EPS coming in at $1.95, ahead of the $1.86 expected by analysts, on revenue of $18.02 billion, well ahead of the $17.49 expected. Now, this is the only part they're going to guide here. The Q1 guide, fiscal Q1 guide, implying about $19.1 billion in revenue. That would be $1 billion more than they took in this quarter, which implies a 28% year-over-year growth rate. CEO Huck Tan said AI chip sales, Brendo, are expected to double year-over-year to $8.2 billion, driven by both, of course, custom AI accelerators, which are custom silicon, as we've been talking about, but networking as well. Another key thing that Nvidia has been really focusing on, showing you the growing rivalry between the two companies. AI revenue as well surged 74% year-over-year on the quarter, and they added a fifth customer to their custom AI chips. They didn't reveal who it was, but now we know it's Anthropic, and they're behind the $10 billion order for Google's TPUs, another form of custom silicon, Brendo.
So overall, we are lower. I mean, we're giving back, if you zoom out a little bit here, basically the week going into today. We're holding, though, guys. 380 tested a couple times already here this morning.
Yeah, I think we were saying before, you're kind of on the precipice. with that 379 to 380 area. Like if that can hold, maybe we try to fill in this gap. I feel like you made a bit of a topping here, and I'd be a little bit surprised if we got all the way back. Certainly not to the top. I think even getting to 400 would be a pretty strong one today. Like it would be, if you're filling in this gap, like 395, I think you could run into a little bit of trouble. And for Broadcom's part, like I think the CEO tried to assuage some of the concerns with the way the backlog was stated and not giving the full year guidance. Fair enough, but the market decided we're not really cool with, they weren't really happy with that. And I think a lot of it comes to the price to perfection. And this has been following a very, I'd say, orderly path to the upside. So give it a couple of days. I think the 50 period is going to be your friend in here. But if we do lose that bid today, I already know where I wanted to go. In the afternoon yesterday, I was sort of talking about one name in the chip space that didn't do this. Like this is Broadcom, like everything else, V-shaped recovery. Qs, V-shaped recovery. Nvidia, V-shaped recovery. AMD, V-shaped recovery. Broadcom, V-shaped recovery. Just keep going down the line and you'll see V-shaped recovery after V-shaped recovery, with the exception of at least one name I was looking at. I don't know, maybe others. But Intel didn't. And it was just distinctly different. So in the chip space, this is the one that I want to look short today. Into afternoon resistance, look at how it held 39.5 very, very cleanly all afternoon. From about noon. So that's the chip name that I want to fade, just feeling like it stays in its doldrums more so. So even if Broadcom bounces, there's still a place I want to look for short.
You were just saying like raised guidance, lots of demand there, but it was just one of the things here. It says failure to hold the support here of 400. This is a note in Sharif's spot. There might be a problem, and that is exactly what happened. We didn't hold the 400 right there, and now you're just getting to the downside. We saw, Meta come out with a good quarter, worried about the spend, and here comes Broadcom one more time here. Chip sales, CEO Hawktan says chip sales expected to double year over year, to 8.2 billion. So, AI accelerations, talking about the silicon, everything. It seems like it's good. They also named Anthropic as their $10 billion sort of hidden unicorn over there. So we're going to wait to find out, how nasty this is going to get today. I feel like down 5%. I don't know if it's enough to dip by anything. We've seen Nvidia hit the skid about 10% from off of their earnings call. So I could see that happening again. We saw Palantir go to the upside, then flush a little bit and make its way all the way back. So to what Neil was talking about some of these recoveries, like I think that will eventually happen here for Broadcom. I think this is truly a 3-day hold. Like we did the same thing. We're going to talk about Lulu next. I did the same thing with Lululemon. Let it understand that you like the name, let it settle down for a couple days, and then hit it again. So let's just see where this settles. Honestly, it's not good to come down into 350, but it wouldn't also be horrible. Come back into this 360, 350 area, have a look, and then bounce. So whether or not it happens today, I don't think it's really set up for that unless you are really looking for the short, and that would just be a break of 380 again, like we held it here. So if you break the pre-market low, then I think it's a go. That would be my advice, man. Break the pre-market low, then it's a go. But like look at Oracle, right? Oracle had yesterday's same kind of a play where it got hit really bad early. So it was hit 10% down, right? And then this is what the pre-market looked like. Maybe if I can just zoom in a little bit here into that. So the pre-market, we started heading a little lower. Then once the market opened up, you could have sort of, I'm not sure exactly what moment. So this is 29, this is 30 right here. So it started to go down, then the faded, good volume, then eventually got some sort of a wick bottom. This is only on 1 minute chart. And then we took off from there and never saw those bottoms again. So I think that could be the case for Broadcom here. Obviously, Oracle's a little bit of a different beast. It's been hit, it's down 40% from its highs. Broadcom here just ticking down slightly from their highs. But I like the stock, like the space. Don't think there's anything wrong with it. Just, profit taking a little bit. And boom, there it goes. And here it comes back in. So yeah, not the greatest call, I guess. They could have maybe impressed a little bit more on that. But yeah, 380 short there on Broadcom. You guys at the desk buying the dip in Broadcom at all, or what do you think?
Pass.
You and I were talking about this. Like, I'm going to wait to settle. So I think I got too aggressive with Meta, and I had to average in at the lower end. So I had to take on a little bit more than I wanted to. So I'm going to wait till this bottoms and then starts making that higher lows, and then I'm going to get in. But it's a company that I like, Brendo. I feel that they could, at least for, you know, in certain senses, disrupt a little bit NVIDIA's business model.
Yeah, definitely a show me first kind of a thing, though. Lululemon here, essentially right back to the top from after the close last night. I was just reading through some of the numbers. I mean, this all came down to the CEO being shown the door. CEO is going to depart in January. I guess the market likes that. The numbers themselves were fine, but overall, the CEO seems to be the story here.
It was, Brendo. I mean, we were selling off for over a year now, so something had to happen there because it wasn't going in the right direction. Let's talk about their earnings report. First, we'll get to the CEO, though. CEO Calvin McDonald. He's going to step down, as Brendo mentioned, on the 31st. He will remain as a senior advisor with the company until the 31st of March of next year. It's going to be the CFO, Megan Frank, and then the Chief Commercial Officer, Andre Mastrini. I hope I'm not butchering that. They're going to serve as interim co-CEOs. And the board emphasized here when talking about a replacement that they're certainly looking for, you know, somebody who's open to a strategic change. They're not looking for business as usual here from the new CEO. Now, with respect to their earnings, $2.59 a share for EPS, beating the $2.25 on revenue of $2.57 billion, beating the $2.48. Despite the beat, though, net income did decline year over year, reflecting that margin pressure as well as higher costs. With respect to the guide, Brendo, that did come in a little bit below Wall Street expectations. Q4 revenue outlook 3.5 to 3.59. The street wanted 3.6. Q4 EPS outlook $4.66 to 76 cents. The street was looking for much higher, $5.03. And their American revenue continues to decline 3%. Compare that to international revenue, which surged 33%. So a bit of a divergence there between international and North American sales.
I'm sure there's a lot mixed into it. The one thing I found a bit of a question mark was they talked about the margin declining, but they didn't really point to one specific thing as to what the issue was there. But I mean, that's not nothing. Declined from 17% to 20.5% from a year ago. So decent sized move. That being said, though, market likes this guys a lot today.
Yeah, I mean, show me a single name in this earnings cycle that was double digits up a day after their guidance missed on both ends, right? Both revenue and EPS guidance was a miss. And as you said, margin contraction, and you're still up 10%. So a lot of that's going to do with, okay, well, it's been beaten up a lot and it's had some support, and then some of it's going to do with the CEO, you know, being replaced and moving on and looking for a change of direction. Either way, just look at this. So last earnings, let me zoom in, a little easier to see. If you look at that last earnings top, about 208.5. Any closes over that in the 15, and this is, now you're breaking out on the daily chart. I like it off the monthly chart, which is a much higher time frame that I think, you know, might take a while to play out. Like, this is the kind of thing to make this bounce in the monthly. We can talk about mid next year before you hitting some of the better targets on that. But at the end of the day, just today, I think you're looking at that 208.5. Now, there's a couple of problems with Lululemon. It's done about 300,000 shares, so it's not going to be a high volume name. It never really is, and it'll be a more thinly traded. So I think you want to wait until the open. But if I see a 15-minute candle closing above 208.5, it doesn't necessarily matter this high. But if we're finding buyers above that level on the daily, this is actually a breakout trade here on Lulu. As I said, I'm sure you could probably find other stocks that have had those kind of weaknesses and they're reporting on double digits, but probably not in something as big as Lululemon.
Yeah, look, I was just looking here at the chart, and, you know, we've been a supporter of Lululemon for a minute, and this is actually Lululemon, what I'm wearing right here. But this 231 area, I'm thinking that that's going to be potentially the top. I'm just waiting to see what happens today. I am going to sell some of it. I do have a decent-sized position in this stock, and we've been talking about it. I bought it twice. Similarly to Sharif there, it went down a little too low, and we were able to average into it down there, into that 160 area. So, yeah, our average price is about that I think it's a little bit in the 170s or so, and so that's a good little bump up there. What's making me nervous is the guide, right? They guided lower. And I'm just reading, and make sure that you do join us every single day. We talk about what it means to join us, and that means you're going to get this access to Sharif's morning note, which is like right here, and it's absolutely awesome. And here's the whole page about Lululemon, and this is what I'm looking at. Guidance still a headwind, right? So below Wall Street there, and their EPS look is not good moving forward. So they guide lower on revenue, guide lower on EPS. That cannot be good. So you're getting a bump up with the new find of the CEO. Obviously, as Brendan said there, the margins getting lower. That's not a great sign, and that just shows you that there are a lot of their items going to be on discount, and that's good for now. The holiday season will probably be pretty good. I have a decent amount. I don't have a decent amount of their clothing, but I do like it, and it's been good. So I'm trying to think about the retail space right now. I'm not in AEO or any other names like that. Right now, 5,000 of you. So let's go. We got a nice amount of likes right now. We are live every single day at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m. That's true. At 8 a.m. So make sure you join us every day at 8 a.m. And if you hit this join button right here for just $5 a month, so a coffee and a hash brown or a cup at Starbucks or whatever you want, you get that note, and that note is absolutely jammed. I think it's 13 pages today or something. You get that morning note every single day. So we obviously have the free watch list. This is something different, much better, I don't know about better, but much more in detail. Plus you get all these little fun emojis. I never see anybody use these buy and sell ones. But that's fun. Just help support the show if you'd like to. That would be great. So there we go. We just got 100 more likes. Hit the like button. And if anybody is watching, we often do get some gifted memberships as well in here. So if you do go, be part of the subscribe, get into the chat. Sometimes they get dropped in there. And there it is right there. There's another one. So we want to say a big thank you to Leanne right here for the membership. And go check that note out and let us know. There's no better note out there, let alone virtually for free. A Christmas Story, best movie of all time. Best Christmas Story. I don't hate on that one. A great movie that's one of my favorites. I know it's one of my wife's favorites as well. Is the Jim Carrey The Grinch? The Grinch is with Jim Carrey. So we were actually watching
mentioned another one I love, which you can make it. It's a trading movie. Trading Places can be a trading movie. It can be a Christmas movie, but I've always felt it was more of a New Year's movie. New Year's because of just the ending scene in Trading Places. But if you've never seen it, Dan Aykroyd, Eddie Murphy, well, more importantly, Eddie Murphy, Jamie Lee Curtis, that's who it is. I'm like, who's the other person in there? Hilarious movie. I love the offbeat. It's not really about Christmas, but it occurs during Christmas. Like that's why I like Die Hard.
Yeah, exactly. Someone asked about Die Hard. It's like it's during Christmas.
It's just that you have to. Whatever. But thank you guys for mentioning them. And you know what? We just had someone in the chat say, what is the story with the weed stocks? Why are they moving? Well, you're just in time because we're all going to find out right now.
Yeah, a lot to consider here. If you want to look at individual names, they're up actually more than this thing is right now. This is MSOS, but this all comes back to reports. Again, this is just reports from the White House that President Trump is preparing to switch this to a Class 3, which is essentially a pharmaceutical variation, which would be similar to the way it is here in Canada.
It shows that it has some medical uses, Brendo, unlike some others. So yeah, as Brendo mentioned, really, there's no guarantee yet, and no final decision has been made, but here's the report. That President Trump may push to reclassify marijuana and move it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Cannabis, of course, recognizes medical use as well as a lower dependency risk. That's the effect of Schedule 1 from Schedule 3. White House has emphasized, though, no final decision has been made, but the schedule shift would allow regulation that could materially reduce legal and financial barriers. We'll talk about those in a second. Yes, the reclassification could ease, firstly, banking restrictions, reduce the tax burdens on some of these companies, and certainly improve access to institutional capital. It aligns with prior efforts made under the previous Biden administration back in March of 2024 when the Department of Justice did this proposal, but it lingered as the DEA really dragged their feet. Any reclassification would require coordination, though, across multiple agencies and could face legal or political challenges, Brendo. So even though the EO comes in, it's not a done deal as of yet.
So the one thing to consider here, guys, I guess from the trade standpoint, is most of these individual stocks are so low priced at this point. Really, if you're looking for anything that's going to actually, give you a bit of a move today, then maybe MSOS is where to be.
Well, in the percentage basis, they all move. You got to pick your poison, right? Like MSOS. The thing about MSOS, though, that you should consider is it's way more prone to halt. I would find, like, I found like this stock halt, sorry, well, this ETF will halt a lot easier than some of the individual names. The Tilray after their split's going to be a little bit thinner to trade, even though it's a higher price. All of these, well, the ones I'm looking at, they're all under VWAP right now, which is a little bit disappointing. But specific to, it's actually specific to a bunch of them. But you're going to get, you're above the 200 here, you're above the 50. But what I like about CGC in particular, first of all, I don't really like CGC. What I like about the chart of CGC is probably the better way to put it, is every single time this has tried to break the 200 period, it's successfully taken the 50, but the 200, that's been the rejection point. And a very clear rejection, like try to close above, the next day under. But it's usually closed above the first day. And with that, you've got 128, it's about 128, but let's call it 125, like 1.25. So if you get down to there, I think that can be a support level for today on CGC. But then the real test for longer term on this has been, and for all of these, it's not what happens the day ever when we get good news in the cannabis space. It's can it actually sustain it for more than a day? And the answer's generally not been yes. Maybe you get like a 3 or 4 days or a week out of it because limited profitability, there's just not a tremendous amount of upside for these businesses. So I think you ride it for a few days here and kind of leave it at that, in my opinion.
I wrote down here on the sticky note, MSOS long. I mean, that's not a weed plant. Good talk about classification there, looking long, looking at VWAP for guidance. So yeah, just trying to think about what we're gonna do. And you know, it's coming back in right now. And it's just not a profitable business. Like no matter what they classify this thing as, there's just a lot of competition there. I like the multi-state operators. That there could be something there as well, like the ones that are selling it instead of the ones that are making it. You could look at VFF on that Village Farms. This could be a mover today as well. That's up 13%. But yeah, I'm gonna say to wrap it all up, MSOS. There is also is MSOX. That's not gonna be, so that's a 2 times, I believe. Yes, it is. Just not as much volume and not as liquid, but you know, that's up 65%. So this could be a name that gets going a little bit more than the others just because of the percentage. But I would say just wait for this. Like I'd like for it to take the top there, get through $5.20, and then we can start to go long. But I don't want to say it's a short, but it's not. Like that news comes out, it's kind of hovering around here. When you're looking at the daily chart, you're up here right now, and we've just fallen like very aggressively back into the 200 period. So I would say the better thing to do on this one is probably play the roller coaster, you know, and hope that you catch it on the way up, not on the way down. You know, so I was gonna say like you want to wait for it to sort of try to bottom out and then try to catch that move, because buying it right now, like you buy that 520 break, is it going to break through 580? And if it does, that's great. That's 50 cents, which is perfect. That's another 10%, right? But if you miss it and you're wrong and it goes the other way, like so you buy it and you're wrong, I mean, that 50 cents gets evaporated real quick. I mean, it's a pretty huge gap back into the upside there. So I was going to just wait to see if there's any action around VWAP, and hopefully we start trading a little above it, and then we can use that as some support. So I favor the long, but I do understand that it's pretty risky up here, especially when you zoom out and look at that daily chart. So it's a little nerve-wracking here to be caught long, I would say. And where's your out going to be? Are you just going to use $5 as your out? We've already broken through that. So I would say if you're holding a long, maybe back into this level, which is 4. So you kind of got to hold that for $1 back in, which is just a lot of risk. So I would say, yeah, it's a good one. It's good to see that. We do have Weed Batman things. We do have fun little weed smoking animations like that.
It's the eyes.
So yeah, so we can have a lot of fun doing this. But at the end of the day, this is not a very profitable business. So let's just wait to see where it goes from here. I think you want to wait for the medical, sort of advancements. Yeah, there we go.
Adam James.
Best Christmas movie ever.
Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. Best Christmas movie for sure. I threw one in the chat that I actually think is low-key. It's low-key. It's Friday After Next with, if you've never seen...
Is that the third one, or?
It's the third one, but that's the one with Terry Crews and Cat Williams. So Cat Williams plays Money Mike.
Friday After Next. And these movies are so old now.
You know who my favorite character from that movie? It's actually not Cat Williams is brilliant in it, but I forget the actor's name, which is really gonna bug me. I should remember him, but it's the dude that plays Pinky, who owns the music store that Day Day works at. That dude
I have no idea,
kills it, and he's not even in. He does like 2 scenes, and he crushes both of them. Oh, 3 scenes. And it's like. He's a gangster limo driver.
I have to watch next Friday.
No, he has this gangster limo driver. It's the first time you see this dude. He's coming out the limousine, holding some cognac in his hand. He's like, "Hey
he's
man,
a driver.
You gotta take it easy on them corners. Almost spilt this yak on my $200 suit." And it's like this. Okay, immediately I'm.
You know, man, if trading doesn't work out for you, you should get into acting, man.
Hell no. Someone remind me of what that actor's name was. It's Clifton Powell. Thank you very much. Yeah, he's.
Oh, Jerome's brother. Okay, we should have known that.
I love that movie.
Jerome Powell.
We don't love Rivian today, though.
No.
Do you like Rivian today? I don't.
I don't really ever like the stock, but I mean, I do own the stock, so let's see what the action is on Rivian. I have Tesla written down today.
Trying to hold, but I think they did surprise a few people yesterday, to say the least, surprise a few analysts yesterday with the amount of spending that they are talking about with this AI and autonomous presentation that we got yesterday afternoon. It was definitely a sell the news kind of event. That being said, it didn't actually move that much. I mean, 50-cent move, down to a prior support level. Right. We're bouncing off of that again today. The concept is good. Whether or not they can actually execute on it, that's a huge question mark.
Mixed reports, as you and I were talking about off camera. They've chosen to go the LiDAR route, and you know how some people feel about that, especially the Tesla bulls. Let's talk about this. They unveiled their first custom self-driving chip called the Rivian Autonomous Processor. It was a launch at their inaugural Autonomy and AI Day to kind of better, the move here is to kind of make their own chip to better control cost, performance, and autonomy development timelines. So here's what they're doing. So this Rivian autonomous processor is designed to handle high data throughput from the cameras, the LiDAR sensors, and it's going to support the long-term goal of having that level 4 autonomy. Nobody's reached that quite yet. The chip works alongside their new foundational AI system called the Large Driving Model, and the management expects full sensors and compute stack to be live by late next year. So they're announcing it now, but likely about a 12-month runway. They also introduced Autonomy Plus, very similar to FSD. It's a paid driver assistance package. Brendo, it's going to be $2,500 or $50 a month, and it includes a universal hands-free feature covering more than 3.5 million miles of roads in the U.S. and Canada, and the pricing is significantly below, as we know, Tesla's FSD, which costs about $8,000 up front, or if you want to go the monthly route, it's about $100 US, and they confirmed, as I mentioned, they're using LiDAR sensors, and they're going to include those in the next-gen R2 models, hopefully next year.
There was significant volume either direction yesterday, depending on where you look at it, guys, the initial reaction to the downside, but I think a lot of people did step in later in the afternoon to take advantage of the dip.
Yeah, you know what, I'm going to add this to the list, because I feel like it wasn't doing any volume pre-markets. It's like, oh, well, maybe there's not going to be any action to it on Rivian after that event. But you know what? Look at the clean support at 17, like obvious level. And then it turns on a dime at that same price. We're close enough. Like any topping tail candle off 17, I want to fade this thing. Even if it just kind of slowly cruises up or mean reverts or just a short underneath that $17 level, just because it's a significant level there on Rivian. So to say it's weak when it's gapping up is kind of hard to do, but you saw what happened on the sell the news of the event. Right? And they sold it at $17, and that was a prior support level. So if we get there, then I think it's worth making a play.
You know what? I mean, we talk about Tesla moving on autonomy, Tesla moving on self-drive. Rivian should do the same thing. I actually like Rivian here with those notes. I didn't realize that they were actually releasing their version of FSD. I think that that's really something that's going to move the needle, to be honest with you. I like that. I like the fact that it's cheaper, half price than that of Tesla. I don't know if that really matters ultimately at the end of the day. I'm not sure the pricing matters. It's just about getting it right. Adding these LiDAR sensors. I think it's, I like Rivian here. So I'm actually changing, like I'm long this name, and I think I'm going to stay long. I was thinking about getting out when we come up to this $20 mark again. You know, but one good quarter, like if their margins improve somehow or they get just a little bit more demand. We know it's a weak EV market right now, so that's also a problem. We saw Tesla's numbers down 25% or whatever, month over month or year over year on the car sales there. And Rivian's still very expensive. And I know, Marissa, if you're watching, I know you want one, yada, yada. But I think that the newer model, I know Brendan was talking about the R2 and stuff like that, and that's going to be something to look at. Maybe we dip our toe into that. But yeah, interesting move yesterday. We had it on our sticky note yesterday to wait for this to happen. And we actually said 17 short or 1850 long. The 1850 long doesn't come into play, but the 17 short sure as hell did. And that was a monster play yesterday. We should have had it. We were out with Jeff yesterday, but that was a good move there coming back in. So I would say play off this low. I think if we can get into 16 bucks, I should have probably put this one on the watch today as well. So I think I'm going to add it now as well. $16. I know Neil was saying the short there, but I'm going to go long in and around this area, 1580, 1590 or so on Rivian to see if we can hold yesterday's low. I actually like the story there today, and it's up. I'm going to add Rivian to my little note and say Rivian long around that $16 mark. I like the story, and I like the stock, and I love the cars. I think they're pretty beautiful. So let's just wait to see what happens with Rivian today. But if we do fall back into that $16 area, I'm going to go long Rivian.
On to Disney here again. We're right back to essentially the spike highs from yesterday, holding up nicely. There's barely a dip here on this news yesterday. If you missed it or are away throughout the session yesterday, this thing just went straight higher after they announced $1 billion equity investment going into OpenAI. They're also going to get with that, or give with that, the rights for Sora, the video generator for OpenAI, to use Disney characters to create, I guess, whatever you want with Mickey Mouse going forward and friends. The opportunity here is endless. I was having a conversation just from our standpoint, even trying to appeal to a younger audience with content that we're creating with some of that type of themed content. But Disney looks great here after that yesterday.
It does, and it's in a multi-day run too, Brendo, so good look on the chart. You're going to be able to use characters from Star Wars, Pixar, Marvel franchises, all in Sora AI. And I guess the benefit part here for OpenAI is that it's to the exclusion of others, most notably their latest rival, Google, of course, with Gemini 3. And here's what Disney's accusing Google of. They actually sent them a cease and desist letter, and they're accusing them of massive scale copyright infringement using AI to exploit and distribute its content. Here's what they said to them. This is part of the letter. Google is infringing Disney's copyrights on a massive scale by copying a large corpus of Disney's copyrighted works without authorization to train and develop generative artificial intelligence models and services by using AI models and services to commercially exploit and distribute copies. But as Joseph and I were discussing on the midday show, Brendo, if I go on a website right now and that information is free to everybody, I digest that, I comprehend that information, and then I go and use that information to make money in a different way, I wouldn't be able to be sued by that company. It's free information, it's online for everybody. However, it seems to be a little bit different for these AI models. They're learning off free information, but are they free to kind of redistribute it or digest it in a different way to others? This is kind of the tug of war between the left side and the right side here.
And you have to say then at that point, are they actually monetizing specifically off that information? And I don't know if you can actually answer that yet.
It's hard,
from a direct standpoint, you're not actually going to ChatGPT or whatever to pull up a specific, Bloomberg article.
Exactly.
To talk about their content specifically. You're just looking in general. So, yeah, no, it's a valid point. I think they still have to come to some sort of conclusion when it comes to that. But as we're speaking here so highly of Disney, we're getting a bit of a downtick, but still holding up nicely, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think Disney, I talked about, I think there's going to be like one large language model to rule them all at one point, and it's nice to see that Disney takes that investment now into OpenAI. They also put that $1 billion in there yesterday, as well as making that deal with all their IP. So I think that that's a great sign for Sora. I think it's a great sign for OpenAI. I think it's a great sign for Disney as well, because now they know where their products are, right? I mean, it's if you're going to have to use something official, it's going to have to be Disney related. We talked about Star Wars and fun things like that coming through. Mr. Roberts with the reloaded coffee right there. Randy not in the building today, so thanks, Neil, for that. But there's the move back up on Disney. I think part of this also is the excitement surrounding the Netflix bid with Warner Brothers and Paramount, and sort of how, we talk now and we look at how important exactly content is. I'm not like, I wouldn't buy Disney because of, you know, the deal with OpenAI. I actually think OpenAI, and we've already talked about this, is that house of cards, and I'm going to be interested to see when that comes through. So I don't know if they should have put $1 billion into it. I know that's not a huge amount of money, but look what Netflix is doing, man. We've bought this name as well over the last couple of days, and just once, just at $96, and it's starting to get back up there. So I think as better talk about content, and as this deal settles down, we get to see a true value for Warner Brothers, which hopefully gives us a better idea of maybe how to value what Disney owns. So, you know, they bought Fox a couple years ago. They put that in. Now you can watch Simpsons and some other things. I don't know what else, but other things that are on Disney right now. I think Home Alone might be a Fox product or something as well. But
it's definitely on.
Yeah, I always see that on Disney there. So I don't know. I like it. I just think that Disney, I'd rather be in Netflix on that depreciated value rather than where Disney is right now. So I'm a buyer of Netflix, and I actually already have. So yeah, I don't know. I like Disney, but it's not exciting enough for me. I'd want to wait for that $104, $105 mark again.
I'd wait on Disney. The irony of them suing over content issues. Disney's Visions, which is a Star Wars thing, they literally ripped off a YouTube fan film shot for shot in an action sequence. They just took the guy's YouTube fan film and transposed it into like a fight scene. Hood is going to go up today, says Joe Stu. I hope it does for you. I'm hoping silver goes up with only about 15 seconds to go. I'm just going to throw this one in here. Yesterday, it was not as easy as VWAP. It was wait for it to make its bottom and then break it out. So I'm going to be patient with this because the open has been pretty, like, I guess what's the word I want to look for? Choppy for silver. Yeah. So patience is going to play there. We didn't really get too much about the Nvidia story, but the Nvidia looking to increase H20 supply, and it's actually fading back on that news. So the 180 level is the key level to watch early on for them. And instantly, oh, well, that didn't waste any time, Intel. Well, you can't short the pop if there isn't a pop. No. And once again, immediately heading to the downside is Intel. I guess we're working off of VWAP again.
I've been really good this week about not getting in early, but I wanted to get the short in the NASDAQ. It might not be right. I don't know, but it does break that $55 area. And we had sort of looked at 55 here. I know it was underneath it yesterday. I thought we could maybe get a little bit of a push. Now, it does go down into the 90s. I'm sitting now at 90 just to see if that comes in. But I'm going to try this short. And I'm going to get out on a break of VWAP, man. A break of this 30, we're going to get out. So 55.30. And again, it's a decent-sized position, but it's only 30 cents worth of risk. So, you know, could definitely go the other way right there. The other name I wanted to see if we ever went to the downside was Nvidia, and that's not really there yet. I wanted to wait at 180 there for Nvidia, so that's not coming through yet. Tesla long at 44444. We didn't got right there. Tesla 447 up to 452. There goes Tesla right now. So the market catching a little bit of a bid again right now. So we're not gonna average in at all to this. Broadcom is dropping right now apparently as well. Yeah, there goes Broadcom into 375. So we said watch out for that. That's something like what Oracle did, right? Oracle made that bottom and then broke higher. So you could watch out for some Broadcom there. Wow, what a good move there for Tesla. And then one last look at some of the names we were talking about. MSOS in the marijuana space, not really doing a whole heck of a lot there either. So yeah, looking at Netflix, looking at Disney, looking at all that, there goes Netflix to the upside. I'm now short the market, but it might not be for a long time right here as we're going upside now. But let's just see. We're still short here at 55 flat.
Oh, Tesla.
Yeah, I know. Wow.
That was real fast.
Should be going
Tesla to the upside. I am in Intel. There's a halted small capper that we didn't get to. Catapult.
What is Lulu doing?
Quickly get this one to you guys. So VWAP short Intel right now, but Catapult is it KPLT? That's KPLT, which is just broken out going into the open. Now halted to the downside at 826. So that's a small capper worth watching. As you said, the weed names. They're moving, but it's not anything crazy yet. So I liked 125 in the daily chart for CGC. I don't even know if you get down there. If you can hold VWAP and maybe break out the top, that could give us a little something. And I liked long in silver, but yesterday was a bit of a chop fest for the first 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And right now, it's almost doing the same thing, like the initial move to the downside. So I'm not going to really pile into this or even just sit there on the bid. That's not going to be the play for me. So I'll stay away from that, at least until the first 15 minutes are in. So there's VWAP on Intel. VWAP's not a big deal early, but it just also happens to be pre-market resistance as well for that name. Tesla's definitely the strong one today. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. Nvidia is going to the upside, but barely.
Damn it, Nvidia.
Kind of a little bit above VWAP there. And Broadcom, well, and I don't know. I don't think anybody here wanted to buy it on day one.
No.
But you know what? If you liked it at 380, you're gonna love it at 370.
Yeah, Zach, it sounds like a sales guy. Yeah, so look, I stamped Rivian, man. I was like, I like the long in Rivian. Bang. Rivian up 6% right there. Wow, what a move there for Rivian, going higher right now. So good little look there. I said, you know, the autonomy talk, I think is a good one there. So there it goes, man. Rivian. I wish I would have focused a little bit more on that right off the jump there, because both Rivian and Tesla starting to kick right now pretty aggressively, and we've sort of covered those a little bit there. We are very, very happy as we say what a good idea that was for Lulu Longs, but it's pulling back a little bit. We did get that move up into 213 right now. Lululemon still up 10%, but again, the guide's not great. And this could fall back just a little bit. So I think I'll let this settle down, have a look at this maybe in the afternoon, and start to, I've already said, piece out of some of my position right there. So on Broadcom maybe, because the market's going. So I'm almost stopped out of this.
VWAP just broke. No, I wasn't talking about Broadcom, although I'll double check Broadcom and jumped about a couple of bucks. No, I was talking about Intel, but at the same moment Nvidia as well. So at the same moment VWAP went on Intel. I think I best feel I got 20s in there, and we're short 30s, but we'll be down on it now, of course. If it gets up to 40, or more like 39.8, I would take another shot. This was relatively weak all day yesterday, so I'm not terribly concerned it's going to be the strongest stock here. But okay, never mind. Nvidia had just broken above VWAP and holding pretty nicely, and then just a little pullback there for Nvidia. But only 0.5% up. The real story is every time I look over, I just see Tesla gone more. 454 and still churning higher and higher and higher. So yeah, gonna have to be a little bit patient. I do not want to be, it's enticing to just sit on the bid and want to sit on the bid of silver. But I remember like the first long, it rinsed you on the first long and it had to wait for it to establish a bit of an upward trend here. So let it do the same thing as yesterday. You know, the early trade was useless, and I think I didn't even get long silver until like after 10 o'clock, to be honest with you. And that's when it really started that upward trend.
Yeah, we took a little bit of pressure off of that TQQ trade, man, as it came back into the teens there. So we got some 15s there. And then we just put that right back on. But if it breaks too much higher than where we are right now, we're going to be out of this futures short. It's not a short, man. I mean, I didn't think Tesla was going to do that. Not that that's what's rallying this market, but a little off. I had talked about, I thought the market was going to be weak there today. And I think we were pretty right off that first tick, but not right late. So we're going to stop out there right now. Oh, breaking through 33, and we're stopping out. So that'll be me hands off, right? We already put that order in the minute it breaks, and there it goes. So we'll have to slap a fail on our first trade there with Intel. With the Qs. I wanted to also look at Nvidia now, because although it's not moving that much, I do think that there is that bid coming. And I wrote down 180. As the long, but it doesn't look like we're even thinking about getting to that right now. So maybe a 181. Let's go put a bid down there on Nvidia at 181 and see if there is a chance for that to come in. And if it does, then let's take it and see where we hold out on that one. I could get back into the Qs at some point here, but let's just let it settle down just a bit. You know, that 50 period moving average is right here matching the 200 at 55.50 or so. So if we do get up there, which it looks like we're trying to do, maybe that's where we decide to go short, or it's not a short at all. And the market battles all the way back, and we end the week on a positive note. I'm in Marvell, and Marvell and Broadcom kind of can move together. So, you know, another hit today for Marvell on the downside there. Washed out with Broadcom a little bit there. I still really like Marvell. Obviously, we raised some funds yesterday, or was it yesterday? Yeah, on Alibaba at 160. We're going to wait to put it in. We put a little bit in yesterday at $88 on Marvell, so we're going to, or $88.50. This is still going to be a good swap out, but we got to wait for Marvell to do something right now. So, you know, waiting to get a little bit more capital into that name. There goes Broadcom as well, but there goes MSOS.
There goes Costco.
Yeah. Oh, Costco. Damn.
Costco's green.
That was a name we wanted to look at. Oh, I forgot about that in the pre-market. Okay.
Doesn't always move a lot on earnings, but Costco was down. obviously, they've been getting hit a little bit here, as you can see on the daily chart. No questions asked. So is this the bottom on Costco? 888s, everybody.
Yeah.
That's an obvious, easy level to look at. I don't know how many people trade the stock, given how expensive it is, but we'll throw it out there because it is moving. You're catching a bid here in Bitcoin as well. I'm going to throw up IBIT. But Bitcoin bouncing pretty nicely, and it's also attempting to break out. So the market looking pretty good. Tesla looking like it's going to be, wow. Okay, it's Tesla 458. Well, this cannot. That feels like a trap. Like breaking out the high from last Friday feels a little bit like a trap. 9 minutes into the day. Yeah, that's way too early to be taking a breakout in Tesla. I think maybe play like the dip if it dips off that 58 level because it's too far gone. Silver's still trending down. I'm glad I'm being patient there. I thought maybe we'd see more action in these weed stocks, to be honest with you. Like there's CGC, can't even hold VWAP, won't break the high. Tilray, well under VWAP and still falling. MSOS, under VWAP and still falling. So the weed names are I mean, it's only 9 minutes in, but they're a colossal disappointment right now. I guess we shouldn't be too surprised about it. I don't know why I thought maybe there could be something there.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find you in the chat here, but this thing just goes way too fast. I can't. But here it is right here. I wanted to say, someone said they made a couple grand off that MSO. There it is right here. What's up, Saturday Monk? Thanks, guys. Made a few hundreds, if that's fine. Doesn't matter, hundreds, grands, whatever, on that MSOS short. So I had talked about that. I don't like the short. I don't like the long, sorry, in MSOS. I said it's too risky to take the long. So I think the short is a little safer for you. But if you're still in that position, 475, like that's the 200 period moving average. I know it's going to be skewed a little bit here, but that's something that I look at just with my current settings. Look at that bouncing off. So we'll wait to see. Normally you want to let it settle down a little bit to have 200 data points, but this starts at 8 o'clock. So right now you're at like 90 plus minutes or so. I'm just hearing in our ear Tesla continuing higher. So I did put on a bid now. I'll take something out here at 42s if it does come back in, but that's the 50 period moving average, and then maybe again at 32, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But we just got another fill there on the TQs, just short at like I said, at that 200 period moving average right there. So we were short early, it was wrong. Let's just see if we can make it back a little bit. I'll tell you when I'm flat or when I'm green on the stock, if this does continue to go down. You know, VWAP would be a good out. We just put an order there at 32 with the 21 period moving average. Then we have VWAP, and then we'll see about that break lower into 55. But it still needs work to do on that one. Let's check out.
Rivian just hit last week's high. So it's simultaneous with Tesla. Tesla and Rivian just both hit those tops at the same moment. Just going into last Friday. Last Friday, it was 1850 for them. It was 458 for Tesla. They're both at the same spot at the same time here as they're both going absolutely ham. It is, I mean, obviously, they are the big movers this morning, no question about it, in the EV space. Ooh, Intel just got to 40. I just threw the order trying to get it. All right, so Intel just got all the way to 40, so I liked it under VWAP, and we waited for it to go all the way to the morning highs of yesterday, and now looking to try the fade at the next level. So you know what? You go one, go the other, and someone wants you to get that.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, thank you, Paul. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking about getting that,
and
so
then
maybe
then he's going to show it off.
Exactly, of course. Yeah, we'll do it.
Well, not live.
I remember when Sharif went and did his test drive, I think it was a Model Y, though, but he was doing this, whenever he's back, we can ask him. He did the FSD, and it kept on turning off because he was trying to record it, so I don't know if that works, but we'll see if that can happen. Thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate that, and I'll let you guys know what the decision is on that one. My kids want me to do it as well, so thank you for that $20 to help it. It's $100 a month. So I need 80 more. No, just playing around. All right, so here we go, man. We're making it right now on TQQ. So let's see if we can get some, yes. See if we can get some money back right now on this name as we're getting all them fills, man. And we just talked about this. So profit or not, man, we just put it in. So there it goes, TQs. We're now back to flat on the stock. I told you when I would say that. So we lost early, made back late. So now flat on that name. And what a discussion we had on Rivian. I was like, I like the stock. I'm going long. We're going to try to hold this now. Good talk there that it broke through the highs. there goes Rivian, man. Love that stock now. And let's just see if it goes, man. Rivian Randy must be liking this today, up 12%. I know he didn't really get the shares he wanted, but still a great call by Randy there. We just bounced off of 10s. Let's put a bid at 10 right now. Hey, man, this could be the banger, Ozan, that we're looking for. So I know you're trying to figure out what your plan of action is there on the futures, but right into there, take some more bids, see if we can get something now at 13, break lower, break through 55, and then get going here on the futures. So it took a minute to get this, but with Tesla heating up, not much we could do. Nvidia also got going a little bit, and just to check back on Broadcom and then maybe some of the weed stocks, but Broadcom's...
They're not weed stocks.
Unfortunately, weed stocks probably not doing much. But there goes AVGO. So yeah, Broadcom not holding. And we saw yesterday by about this time, I think it was, Oracle started to get going. Let me just double check that and then we'll go back over, but we're not in any rushes here, I don't think. That started at 9:35. So yeah, well past that right now. Oracle's bounce started a little earlier than this. But again, Oracle's was already down 40% heading into yesterday's print. So, that's probably why this is happening right now to Oracle as well. So down yesterday, down today, day 2 of earnings, downside. And there it is. So now we are now gross and net positive now on the TQQs. So let's see if, again, position pending, see how low we can get. I'm going to take another bid right here, right now, and just get lighter and lighter on this trade, man. It's going to be a good one. We'll see if we can really light the candle up here on the downside push for the futures. So I've just been in only this one trade so far, and just a lot of outs there to get us back to green. Now let's see if the initial move that we were hoping for can happen. What about 54.60 now, guys, on the TQs?
Yeah, the market's right back at the lows. Thankfully, waited until 4 on this. Still not going to pull the trigger on silver. It's really tempting to do so, but I'm not going to. Intel got to 40, which was the next level. I shorted 95s. I want to be getting out in front of this afternoon high. Just go from one level to the other. Remember, it's trending up, right? So if it's upward trending, then I don't want to be sitting here thinking it's going to be, an all-day short. That's not the road I want to be on necessarily. But the market is coming. That's the thing. The other thing I have to consider as well is, I was able to catch a top here, but the market's at the low. And so I got the pullback on a strong stock relative to the market. So you do usually want to dump it there. Silver's still holding consolidation. So I think I've gotten away from the potential early loss on silver. And watch out for Tesla, everybody. It got to that high from last week. And it's already starting to give you a little bit of a topping tail and pull back. God, that candle's going to annoy me. I'll do that so you can see a bit better. So there's your, it's a close yesterday. Just a dark pool wick. So there was a topping tail candle, but now it's looking a little bit stronger and heading upside again. That must mean that, Rivian, these are lockstep. Basically the same chart right now. So if you're trading Rivian, watch out for if any heavy sellers come into Tesla, I think that could be a little bit problematic. That's what I'd be keying on right now if I was trading Rivian. Look at Tesla. It's essentially just following it.
All right, just looking around to see if there's anything else that we may want to talk about. Remember,
probably Lululemon.
Yeah, Lululemon's at the day's high again.
But this is it's above the breakout on the daily and consolidating above. It's very thin, decent sized spread, but it's holding the top end of the range, which is a big breakout on the daily. Shout out to Lululemon, 12% to the upside. New CEO Mike McDonald.
It was a CFO. They're looking for.
Okay, my bad. No, it's right.
Yeah, they're looking for a new one.
Interim McDonald out, and then they're looking for a new.
Yeah. Check out this, man. Fabian, I don't think that it's actually lighting up when there's a lot of action in it, but if you do hit a whole bunch at one time, watch that. Oopsies. Watch this. If I can figure it out, it's H. You just hold it like this, and then it lights up. So you can see Robinhood. I keep clicking on it. You just have to hover over it and push H. So there it is. Nvidia lighting up. There's Netflix lighting up. This is just... Some of this stuff is so easy to do. I get it, but Fabian is the one creating all of this, and it's just so cool to me to be able to do things like this. So let's talk about Meta. The stock what?
Hype train.
Hype train, yeah. So we're not going to hype up too many of these stocks because it's you guys that are the ones doing it. But look at this, Broadcom right there. All you got to hit is type $. Let's go TQQs right now. We've got a chicken dinner winner, baby, on this one, man, as we continue to go. So we like you a lot. But yeah, BTCC yesterday was a good name to look at there. So iRobot now up another $5 right there over here. Starting to go SMX, another $200, $224 right there. Pets was moving around yesterday as well. But yeah, buddy, so far so good as these markets, look, fine. It took us 5 minutes for this one to put this one back on. So there it goes, man. I'll take a bid now in the low 9. Bang. Right there. Good trade there. Ozan, man, I hope you got this one with me. So there it goes, man. Monster move there for the TQQs. Congratulations on that one if you got it. I mean, who knows how low we're going to go. We said 60s. I do have a bid here at 81. See if that gets a little lower. So we're going to go over to Neil, and then we're going to start talking a little bit more about some names.
Well, we have exciting news for all traders out there who find themselves to be sophisticated or located in Canada, because if you like leveraged ETFs, and Beta Pro by Global X is the largest provider of leveraged inverse ETFs, and they've launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. We're talking about the S&P, TSX 60, you got semis, we're talking about the treasuries. They also have currency hedging, everybody, which allows you to better focus your trade for performance and exposure. They're dropping their fee to 65 basis points. That's good till the end of the year. So make sure you check them out, because if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you want to amplify your performance,
yeah, why not? Scan
that QR code in front of you or check out betapro.ca/3x daily, and you can learn. Always want to learn more. Bye-bye, Nvidia. Also, I forgot to mention, Open Door, remember $7 in Open Door, it's about to flat bottom break. You will see short when it breaks 7. Nvidia, there goes the bid, unfortunately. So there was a positive headline for Nvidia, but it's giving it all back here. And it was just speculation. They're kicking the tires at increasing some supply of the H200. Unfortunately, not doing a heck of a lot to buoy the stock as it stands. So here comes finally the run on silver. Either it closed above VWAP and shows me what it did yesterday. There's your drop. There's your close above VWAP. I still have the trend line that I was using before, but that's what I want to work with. See if we can get it 2 days in a row. Doesn't mean it's going to go up, but if it follows the same pattern, I got to have it.
All right. There it is, Ozan. Again, thank you everybody in the chat, man. We are a very, very strong community here, and I saw in the chat there earlier, Ozan, that you said that you were just a couple dollars away or whatever it was, and that you were following me on the short of the market there today. You mentioned that in the pre-market. So I did add, I was a little nervous, to be honest with you, because I know how much it means to you, and I'm just proud that you were able to do that. So congratulations again to another member in our chat, man. We basically, it's hard to get funded, and you just did. So I'm going to say thank you and congratulations to you on that, Ozan. So a big awesome right there. It's like like I said, I was more nervous for your trade than mine. So there it goes, man. Great to see that, and I'm really glad that you're able to do it. And that's why I talk like that, and why I get excited when those kind of moves happen. I was told I need to give some more energy, so we're doing that. And then I know, can you believe that, Joe? And then also, trying to give you guys trades that you can actually trade off of. You may not have as many outs as I do. You may not have, the exact same ideas, but I think that I've been really nailing some of the momentum plays lately. So it does matter. So thanks, guys, for all of that, and it does mean a lot. So, all right, 92.5 right now, and I just want to celebrate Ozan. It's not saying congratulations to you. All right, so crypto today, I was looking at it. I was thinking it was going to be a bid. We talked about BMNR maybe being a sell. This just came right into there, 52.30. So this could be a buy. Like, I was thinking about these levels. We're not quite at the 200 period yet. So that's down here at 51.90 for IBIT. Would like to see Bitcoin do something a little more than maybe what it is doing. But for right now, I like this talk here on IBIT for the long. BMNR, I thought was setting up maybe for a short. Okay. well, we'll just not fail on me, but boom, there goes BMNR to the downside. So yeah, that was another one. You know, we were just looking at it from this side of it, right into here, up here. So it's not like it didn't come into the short. I don't have the short, but you know, there it goes to the downside. So sad if you guys own that stock, but again, good little look there for BMNR. Maybe pick something up on weakness. There's a lot of people that believe in Ethereum, and some of these trusts are good ways of getting access to them. But it's just a good way. I think it's better to buy ETHA and you know, buy the IBIT instead of MSTR. But you know, here, let me just see what IBIT's doing quickly on the percentage on the day. So up 0.75, and we'll see what MSTR is doing. Strategy, formerly Micro Strategy. See, so it's like this is down on the day, or it's going back and forth. But you know, that's what we're saying. Like, if you want a pure play, take the pure play.
Yes.
And I think that you'll be happier with that, and then you won't have to battle like what Saylor's decisions are, or
you know what I've
whole lever discussion.
And there was somebody, I forget who even said this. What do you say on the floor? It doesn't, like, if being in MicroStrategy because you like the long in Bitcoin causes so much volatility that you end up keep getting out of it or shaking out of it, or you're just constantly fretting about something you want to be holding, then it's no good.
Yeah.
Be in the vehicle that you are comfortable with from a risk standpoint and from a time frame standpoint and all that stuff. And if there's a bigger move in MSTR, what difference does it make if you're never really involved in it because it gets too crazy for you? I forget the trader that used to say that. It's like, okay, well then sometimes the safer play is better because it's the one that you have more of and you hold longer. I would just go with that. But Tesla, anyways, let's go back to Tesla for a second because this stock is gone now. 462.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing more exciting than Tesla potentially breaking these tops is AEO breaking over 25 and now within $1 of $26, Joe. So that is absolutely happening, Joey Options. I know you've looked at the chart myself. So yeah, we're closed above on silver, on VWAP. So I'm going to try and join this. This is pretty much exactly what happened yesterday. That's not a guarantee that it's going to do the same thing it did the day before, but I'm trying to buy it in this consolidation above the volume weighted average price. If it loses VWAP, it gives me an easy out on silver. And the best part about it is no matter what, at least I was more patient than I was yesterday, because yesterday I tried going long early on this. Intel just went right back up to 40 and did another turn, but you know what? It's still strong. Like 40's been a good level. But, you know, wait for the next big level. It's now holding a decent-sized bull flag here above some resistance. So the range doesn't break soon, and this market continues higher, then we're probably going to have to duck out of this one for sure. The cannabis names, we talked about the rescheduling. It only took about 25 minutes, but finally CGC's at least threatening the top and trying to break out. So now that it's looking strong, once you take the high, I'm looking for the first available dip on CGC, but I wanted the opening range to settle itself out. I think these are good for a couple of days. And then after that, all bets are off, as far as I'm concerned. Never really want to get too involved in those outside of a short-term trade. So CGC, I can look at MSOS for you guys too. It's just CGC. I like the fact that it goes like quarter to 50 every single time, and it's not going to go crazy halting on you, whereas MSOS, that's going to halt a little more frequently. Yeah, V-shaped recovery on MSOS as well, so at least the other names are going with it. But maybe you can stay on the weed.
Yeah, I think the weed names are fine here. I mean, it's a good story about it. You're running into that top again on the cannabis play with MSOS, so that's all. But yeah, CGC, Tilray, all those kind of things as well. We did not reload that at VWAP, our futures trade. We were thinking about it, but I just went higher again. I was just like, you know, maybe we have the run that gets us a little higher there, and we can try to short again near this 200 period moving average, but we did not do anything there on that reload, and maybe we should have, but we'll take an out on this dip down in right now back at the 55 flat, so we do get that at least 55 flat there one more time on TQs, so that's going to be one to look at there. And then Lululemon, thank you Marissa, love you, she's asking how my day is, so always the best. All right, so 212, 210 right now, 214. I don't know, Lululemon just holding VWAP really strong, I would say right now, right? I mean, a whole bunch of dips into this. Liquidity's fine. Spread 30 cents, I think that's reasonable for a stock like a Lululemon. So remember, if you're going to stop out of this, I don't really trade names day one of earnings. Like I didn't do Oracle yesterday. I probably won't trade Broadcom today, but you know, Lululemon here looks to be pretty strong. The only thing is, remember, if you're going to play off this 209 bottom, you're going to get slippage. Like, so there is, if it breaks 209, you're probably going to get like 208.50. So just understand that, that there's a little bit of a risk there on the amount of shares to use, potentially getting a little bit of a worse price than you may think. So watch out for Lululemon, still like the stock, but a little bit of a downside push would get you through VWAP, so be careful with it. I still think it works. Uber, okay, good little recovery there early, but not late as they make that move down. And we heard, yes, Joe?
What's up, Joe?
No, he, okay. Sometimes when he hits that, it means we're going over to him.
Oh, MSOS.
MSOS,
Nice.
yeah,
Nice,
from
nice.
$4.90. We'll pull that up. We'll pull this bad boy up right here. I mean, we catch the bottom wick right there at 490, get that move up into 518, so not too bad of a look so far, boys.
Okay, good, man, good. I like that, Joe. Thanks for that little talk there on MSOS. But yeah, Uber off that bottom of $84, $85, so right into there. I like that little level coming in for Uber. This is where I bought it. I bought it on this crazy move down day, and we had another one yesterday. We've got some bad coverage of Uber. I forget who it was. Said some negative things about Uber and Lyft there the other day. So I don't know. Yeah, some sort of an investment bank or analyst or something came through there. So we'll, you know, I'll take it with a grain of salt until it actually means something.
It was much worse for Lyft. Lyft got really...
Oh, man. Yeah, Lyft was bad, too. I mean, I don't like Lyft nearly as much as Uber. I was telling you that Uber, I just got in my app yesterday, welcome to Uber Ski. So I don't even know what that is. But okay, so we wrote down 180 on Nvidia. That came into 180.30s. Didn't take it because we're favoring the short in the market, but that also a possible trade. And let's check out Tesla right now, 460. So I know I stuck my neck out and said that we could get to 480 by the time this week ends. That was last Monday. We said that when we were down here. We got that robotics news. I believe that was last Monday or Tuesday. And I was thinking that that's going to rifle this thing back into highs. Not mission accomplished on the 480, but definitely mission accomplished on breaking out right now through the December highs right now and going higher, I think, is Tesla. New update on the car last night. Pretty cool. You can now use Grok for navigation. So you can now talk, and this is what I'm talking about, the guts of the car. You can now talk to Grok. It will, you tell it like, oh, send me to the hottest burger joint around, and it will just find it for you and direct you to it. It's fun stuff. You could do all that stuff on your phone, but now with hands-free.
So where does it direct you then?
Wherever, I didn't ask it, but if you just tell it like.
So I thought maybe you would actually ask that.
No, but that's like some of the examples it says. Like if you could say, navigate me to the nearest Starbucks and it will do that. I mean, it's just stuff, it's just fun stuff like that. And talking to it about it. So my kids.
Questions. Oh, there's a dump.
Yeah, they have all that stuff. And then they have different modes. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's more about full self-drive. So here it comes. Pulling back now is Tesla right now into 460. So that might have been enough today. We don't really have. Remember what we said? Brendan and Sharif started there with, oh my God, Tesla's numbers are way down, this and that. I was like, I don't know if that even matters. The market didn't care about that report, obviously, as Tesla continues to go higher right there. So I'm not worried about any of the car releases there on Tesla. I'm just worried about the ebbs and flows of the stock. And here we go, man. We should have reloaded it, but we'll put that money right back in our damn pocket here again, man. And there it goes. The future is downside. It's the only trade your boys got on, and it's definitely a good one here to start. Let's see how long we can hold it for. My next bid is in the 60s. I'm just going to wait for that level right here. 65 is my next bid there. But I look at the P&L, and I'm like, basically a slave to that. Like I see it and I'm like, I should take it because in case that goes back up there again. But let's see if we can hold, and if we do get a drop down here on the day. Oh yeah, Noah Dare. I looked over at Brendan's desk. I'm like, where's Brendan? But he's back over there. Okay, so news with Brendo. What's going on at the big desk, Brendan? It's happening.
Yeah, market back downside right now, guys, but we are starting to see some buyers stepping in a little bit so far this morning, about 0.4 for the NASDAQ right now. A little bit more for the S&P if you missed it or just joining a little bit late this morning. A couple of different things as far as catalysts for the overall market this morning. The AIEO that was signed yesterday late in the day, giving a boost to some AI names, but specifically as a group in general, kind of clearing the way for federal regulation versus state level regulation on AI in general, viewed as a positive right across the board. Nvidia shares We're higher initially. We are coming back in. This pre-market move up to 183 is what I was mentioning. We are coming back in right now for Nvidia. Just real quick, wanted to drag this over. This is gold on a daily chart. We've been talking about silver for most of the week, but we are right here right now. The futures, anyways, 43.98 is all-time highs for gold on the futures. On watch currently, as you guys were mentioning, Tesla. Absolute monster today, 448 up to above 460, coming back in a little bit right now. We're getting Waymo, so that's kind of exciting. Approved for Toronto for the first time. Any autonomous ride sharing coming north of the border, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, we were talking a little bit about the U.S. delivery numbers and the U.S. sales numbers, downside again, but comparatively, the other manufacturers starting to creep higher on that list. Chevrolet, GM, even Ford mentioned on that list as well. We talked about this one. Also, Disney to the upside, guys, extending this rally that we've seen over the past 3 days. If you missed it yesterday, $1 billion with a B going into OpenAI. They're also going to do a licensing deal so that Sora can use some of the characters from the Disney library, guys, going forward. So big deal for Disney. Great week for Disney. Back over to you guys.
Qs near the low. We're getting some more out here on those triple Qs. Big Bear AI also, before I do this, Big Bear AI, so we just got out more on the Qs. This is going to be great way to end the week, as well as looking at what's going on with Big Bear AI. Nice little move to the upside right now. But we do want to thank OGen. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Orogenics, symbol OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. There's over $9 billion market on the horizon with Orogenics, and it is positioned to drive through it. This is a big block for them. Go check it out. Book a meeting immediately with OGen. Check their QR code that comes on our screen and the link in description as well. There it is. Yes, with OGen. There we go, man. Boom. We get exactly where we wanted out there, down there at 65. Man, a banger position, banger trade right there for the TQQs, man. Just a good move to the downside. Micron, I'm hearing maybe also moving lower.
Nvidia 180.
Nvidia's at my level 180.
Tesla's at VWAP.
Yeah. So banger trade there on the Qs. So just waiting for that. I wrote down Nvidia 180, but I don't know, man. This market is really, yes, sir. This market's really falling down. There goes the TQQ.
Yeah, great one. I just got to my target on Intel. I'm gonna respect the fact that this is obviously a stronger market. It went from 40. I said I'd play it back into this 39.7 level. It bounced. Wick bottom. There was another wick bottom, which got me out of it, and want to look for the next opportunity. CGC still not. Look, the wheat stocks, little bit of a pullback, but I said I'd wait for VWAP here, so I'm basically sitting in front of VWAP. I'm literally like 1 cent away from getting the fill. There's no point moving it here. I'm just going to wait for it to come back in. Do have to double check on MSOS, and I wanted to go over a couple of halts for you. One, Beasley. You might remember them as BBGI, not BBAI, BBGI from a couple of days ago. Up halt after successive down halts. This one's filling in the entirety of the gap so far, but halted to the upside is this name, and there was one other one, RYM. Rhythm, which someone just asked me, why is it halted for so long? Well, there's no liquidity. Sometimes they don't reopen it after 5 minutes and do a 10-minute halt because there's no liquidity. If it's more than that, they really can't find any on the other side. This is traded 37,000 shares only. Clearly, they want to be able to make a market here before they reopen it. There's literally no volume on this whatsoever. I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole. You just cannot manage risk on a name like this, so I would stay away, far, far away. Silver did not hold VWAP for myself, so I got out, but it's going to try to hold again. So just like yesterday, the initial move failed, waited for it to hold VWAP again, didn't quite do it, but I'm still willing to be in it. I think we took it 3 or 4 times yesterday, and every time after 10 o'clock was good. So I'm going to look for it to reestablish VWAP, see if I can't get into it again, or it can start to do this, just to make it real simple. There's your low, there's the second low. If it can now start following a trend line, like it did earlier, then I just start buying on the trend line. But if it doesn't, I don't have to be in the trade. If this ends up breaking trend and going down, then I'm not going to be in a silver long just because. Like, that wouldn't make any sense.
All right, let's have a quick little check on Rivian. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like I finally got into, I bought gold GLD around that 260 mark. We talked about that or so when it broke the first time. And then we just bought dip at 375 on GLD just to find something other than tech names to be involved with. So we did pick up some gold there in the old PA there. So really happy, obviously, with that trade so far. So we'll see if it can continue to work out for us. That is the GLD trade. But yeah, Rivian is definitely working out up to that 19. This is at that mark that we've talked about a few times. So let's see what winds up happening here through $19 for Rivian. Potential top, that is for sure. Wow. Okay, man, we are in one now, guys, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be just a real satisfying Friday. There it goes, man, to that downside. Couldn't really be that much happier with this trade right now. Really happy for my guy Ozan in the chat there, and happy for anybody that's sort of been copy trading or following around with some of these trades. We've been talking about how the market sort of, you know, I use the TQQs, but the market has been a real good sort of, I don't know, proxy for my trading. And I'm not even looking anywhere else. Like I was looking at that Nvidia 180 level, but again, like just with what's been happening, there's really no point in getting over there right now. We're just going to hold on to this short. And, you know, for those of you that are looking for more long-term, I mean, I thought right here was it. So right now, I still have a third on. So that's why I'm like more excited about this. So now we'll look at 54 flat right there to see if we can hold from yesterday's levels. And then after that, man, we got to sort of extend out a little bit further. And I'll just call it up on E-signal so I don't wreck the charts that I currently have on right now. And this is it. This is the break that we're waiting for. So if 54 can break, then we can get into a little bit lower, maybe 53.60s, 53.50s. But nice downside play so far there on the NASDAQ. And yeah, it's going to be, you know, naturally a green day over here. We weren't green yesterday. We talked about that, but we are definitely there today. So yeah. Okay, now we're getting even more excited as there goes at futures. Now $1.30 in the money. So good one there. And yeah, Broadcom, Oracle probably getting killed right now as well to the downside. Yeah, wow.
About to tick SSR.
Broadcom's about to tick SSR right there. I see you've got the weed names over there. You got weed on the mind.
Well, it's
and
then VWAP on CGC. The weed names actually have been quiet, I'd say. Like inside range for MSOS, top to bottom, 480. It's like whatever. 10% move is not nothing, but it's up 30%. But just going inside range. I like CGC because it's relatively strong right now. MSOS, if it bounces off the prior low, then I'm able to take CGC off of the volume weighted average price, and it's doing a higher low. So higher low versus a support level. I'll take that 10 times out of 10. Someone in the chat was like they missed the reload on Intel at 40. I'm not even sure the reload was. There was no reload off 40. I think maybe you're talking about 39.8. Like the lower high that just came in to take us all the way to VWAP for sure. But it's making a big time reversal candle there, so just be careful. Intel is up on the day into a red market. So yeah, it was a short off of 40, but it's also a relatively strong stock at the moment, and can't really ignore that. So I'm picking CGC just because it's holding trend to the upside, while MSOS as a group is not. And that's what I care about. Like I want to be in, if you're going to go long in the weed stocks, at least try to pick the one that looks like it's trending the best, right? Like it's the same thing in any sector. Like why be in the one that's the weakest? You don't want to be fighting the trend if you don't have to. Sometimes, you know, you get to a price and you like it, like Intel at 40, but you don't want to fight the trend overall. It's going to get you into some trouble.
All right. Thank you so much to Joy Tinder Singh. What's up, Joy Tinder Singh? Sean, you're the best in perfecting momentum. Thank you so much. I don't know about the best. I need to learn how to manage my profits. Same as me, man. You sold all your puts, should have held on longer. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, right? I mean, we all have our things. And for me, it is trying to hold on for a little bit longer is what I've been working on. So, you know, we'll all have something that we need to work on. And, you know, finding winning trades and all that doesn't seem to be a problem, but maximizing them always does. And that's the thing about trading, especially when you're, you know, trading momentum. like clearly I do here, you need to judge. There's also momentum that can go wrong. You know, we saw yesterday with Apple where the momentum early was to the long and then it just tanked real hard. And you're seeing that with Rivian right now. Like if you were long Rivian, I mean, how do you basically hold it still? I mean, it comes right up to that 19. That might have been a level that you were thinking about. So you take out the profit there at 19 and then you let it go a little bit higher. So my suggestion to you and to everybody out there, you know, try to hold on to a little bit more. And I started with 5% and then 10%, and I just told you I still have a third left. So we're able to get out more down here when we have that. So yeah, it's just one of those things where if you're going to trade momentum names, it is something to watch out for and be careful about, because sometimes the momentum can bite you in the butt, and something that all of a sudden looked great turns around on a dime, which is why, and I know Dara's not here today, but watching the news, you know, watching what we're doing, talking a little bit about like this, and I mean, just watch every day, and that's why we talk about it. Like, I've only traded one name. I know Neil's traded a couple, but you know, just watch the style, watch the strategies. Every stock can be different. You know, you're not going to get huge moves, maybe on a stock like a Ford or something like that, or earnings days are going to be bigger than other days. So, you know, this kind of talk is good, and just understanding where your stock is and what you do best, you know, and try to focus on that. So I think we found our little niche here as well, and it's really great to see all of you guys appreciating that. And you know, we'll go 1 for 1 today. It doesn't mean that our next trade will be profitable, but we are looking for more, and I do appreciate all the nice talks there. That is for sure. So yeah, good job. Let's keep going on this. TQ's nice downside right here, 54.40. I think we've gotten almost as low as we may get right now, 54.20, 54.30 here on the TQQs.
Yeah, and what I want to say to that, there was a couple of people sort of saying in the chat there, you know, maybe this, you like this style or that style, you like to hold, you like to scalp. You just got to do whatever works for you. We actually were at lunch and had this exact conversation yesterday with the heads of literally real trading. Like one of the biggest like net risk, well, I won't say the exact name, but one of the heaviest trades yesterday was some penny stock. I don't even think we even talked about it. No. It was a crazy penny stock. They did a bunch of volume, and there was some traders that were all over that. And then there's other traders that might like to trade Teslas, and there's some traders that might trade Europe. Whatever works for you, just do more of that. I think it's perfectly fine to have a different setup or strategy, so long as it makes sense to you and you can make it work. Like I'll give you an example here. Like in a breakout trade of Tesla, like I would have taken a 450. If I take a 450 break, I promise you, I'm scalp out at the first dollar, and for sure, I'm like, I know me on an open trade, I'm probably all out, or if not, almost all of it out right here in the 55, 56. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Just take the money and run on a move like that. It's the same thing for Intel, right? Like, okay, did I get the full move down? No. You can slap a fail on that, fine, but fair enough. On a day like yesterday, which was trickier, then I ended up losing trade yesterday. On a day where it's like, it's interesting like that. Like sometimes you can have that kind of a style make you a little bit more consistent, but you will miss out. There's always a trade-off. Everything in life is trade-offs. And the trade-off is sometimes you're not holding the bigger move if you're going to scalp a little bit more. Let's see if we can go. We have not talked about a couple of bigger cap names that I want to mention. One, market low, Apple VWAP. Apple's holding a lot of strength right now. So nice consolidation on Apple higher. That's worth mentioning. You want to try to find relative strength and weakness oftentimes in markets. And load, I'll juxtapose that. Just an example, here's Meta sliding back in. So not all the Mag 7 names are looking really weak right now. Apple holding up very, very well. At least for now. I don't want to, like, don't at me if Apple drops 2 seconds from now. But it is holding pretty well. So I think if the market bounces off these lows, I don't mind pivoting over to an Apple and saying, hey, that looks like a good trade because I've now observed that it's relatively strong. It wasn't on my radar before, but anytime it's stronger than the market, it's going to be.
Okay, great. I mean, obviously great talk about different styles. So, okay, here we go. Nice downside move again here, but it's Nvidia that's trying to hold. We did write down Nvidia at 180. So that's trying to hold right now, but we did get that dip down into 175. So we'll have to wait to see where we go from there now on NVDA. Broadcom still probably going a little bit lower as well. 366, so down that 10%. I don't know if it did not go SSR yet, but it will go SSR very, very soon right now. So this is going to go SSR just a matter of seconds. So let's just wait to see if it does hit that. I mean, the market is in a little bit of a free fall right now, down 1%. We're still going to get greedy and get a little bit lower, hopefully, there on the NASDAQ. And again, trying to think about how many shares we have left. Probably about 25% now left on this TQQ trade. I do have tons of outs, right? But these are they're not all like one board lots. You know, some of them could be 20 shares, whatever, right? And I mean, to Neil's point again about the different strategies, like some stocks and some strategies and traders will just use different share amounts too, right? Like I have enough shares that I could have all of these outs, right? And so we don't pay. I actually get paid for all of these outs. Every time I'm bidding using an ARCA or a NASDAQ. And so if I had to pay like $2.99 or $1 or 50 cents or anything for any of these outs, it would be expensive, and this wouldn't make any sense. So to Joy Tinder's point, trying to hold a little bit longer on that. I laughed because that's probably not your name, just your handle. All right, so Alibaba, again, you know, we got some out yesterday at 160, trying to raise a little bit of capital there. Alibaba, I think, wants to break out one way or the other here. I don't think there's any questions about that right now, but it's trying to figure itself out. So I just didn't want to sit around and wait for this. Like, we had bought it at 160 when it came back in. You know, we talked to Brian, we talked to Kevin O'Leary, we talked to a bunch of different people, that Michael Noss, all this kind of stuff. I don't think Michael has a preference against, I mean, this guy's trading Fartcoin and all that stuff, so I don't think he would worry about the Chinese angle of it, but it's just, we're underneath. It's starting to slope down a little bit here with Alibaba. I'm still in the name, but I did get out of a quarter of my holdings there at 160, and 160 was an average up. We hadn't got long into here. We were sad when we missed this breakout right there on Alibaba, and we basically watched it all the way up, and then we talked about trying to bid 150. Unfortunately, we weren't there this day. Our 150 was canceled. I don't keep them live in the market for that long. And then when it broke through 160, I was like, okay, let's take the 160, and now Alibaba's coming back in just a little bit. So I still think there is a lot of love for China names in this market, but at the same time, we wait for tariffs, we wait for more word on the H200 and things like that. I mean, that could really affect Alibaba. If they start taking in some Nvidia chips instead of, you know, using the homegrown there, we talked about the Quen model for their large language and some of their chips that they're dealing with in Alibaba. If AMD and Nvidia and Broadcom and Intel and all these guys could just pay a 25% tariff or tax, I guess, and get into China, then I don't think that bodes too well for my guys over there.
I want to answer this question. There's
You
something
can always
you said
do that.
that Real Gary just asked, which is a good question. Can you mention it or explain how real trading pays you for outs? So that's not the way that it necessarily should be worded. Think of it this way. The market pays you in a general sense, depending on the gateway. Here, I'll just use something that's not going to move around. Open door, there, a little tighter spread. The market's going to pay you for adding liquidity on any particular gateway that pays a rebate. So NASDAQ, ARCA, MEMX, BATS, EDGX, like these all pay a rebate if you sit on that book and are filled with someone removing liquidity from you. Someone sells into you at 71 and you buy 71s waiting for the fill. Anywhere from $1 per 1,000 shares or $2 per 1,000 shares, depending on the gateway, you get that. Real trading just passes that on to you. That's a market rebate that you get. But if you remove liquidity, if you buy ARCAs at 01s, then you're paying that fee. Like, you're actually paying more than that. They make that spread. So I think it's probably $2.8 or $3 per 1,000 shares that you will pay on Open Door if you buy that. So that's a market fee that just gets passed on. Now, to the extent that your broker does or does not pass on rebate fees, a lot of the discount brokers where it's like free trading, well, what's going to happen is you're just going to get your free trades, or it used to be like you pay a round number, and then they would not pass on the rebates for you, but they also wouldn't charge you for removing liquidity. So just to give you an idea, that's what's meant. It's just the market rebate on the gateway, or it could be an actual removing liquidity fee, and that just gets passed through. So if you're sitting on the bid, like I'm sitting on the bid on Open on that 7 break, I'm sitting first at 96, you get filled, you get paid a rebate to do so. Over the course of time, it'll add up, but for most traders, you probably don't care. Let's go to, I almost said Adara, but it is Brendan right behind me.
Busy day, guys, as far as small caps are concerned. The group itself, however, coming back to the downside currently. Nice day yesterday. We're giving some of that back right now. If you missed it, all about weed stocks when you look at small caps specifically today. Some of the crypto miners as well moving around here. I noticed just before it came on. But anyways, it was the Washington Post that reported it initially, that the Trump administration bringing this reclassification conversation back to the surface. Once again, going to a Schedule 3 drug for marijuana in the U.S. in general, which would put it along the lines of a regular pharmaceutical, which would be huge for the industry, obviously. So absolutely anything related to cannabis to the upside in a big way after the close yesterday is when this came out. This is that YCBD. Nice move after the close into the pre-market this morning. We get another run to the upside, giving most of that back right now. I mean, all of these going to look very similar. This is AKAN. Same story, a little bit lighter on the volume side of things, a little bit lower priced as well, coming back in at this point. And Tilray, worth noting, among the weakest, giving more than the rest back at this point. Back to session lows, just trying to bounce right now. But it was straight down right out of the open, guys, for TLRY. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sir Brendan. And yeah, surprising that the cannabis name that recently did a reverse split is going to be the weakest one. That I don't think should be too surprising for anybody. But you know what? It might be a surprise to you to learn that a name like BTCC, top 30 globally, has never been hacked. What? No, they haven't. BTCC, an exchange that's never once been hacked while others are getting wrecked. They've also got zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you can get a 100 USDT coupon for registering and a 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15 grand US. What are we missing here? Not much, but only if you're not. If you scan that QR code you see out in front of you for more information, shout out to BTCC for sponsoring. Crypto not really doing a heck of a lot here today. Sorry, just opened or broke that $7. What's weird is sometimes, here's a little anecdote. Sometimes on a break, if you end up getting the actual, on a stop order, if you get the actual price of the break level, sometimes it means it's not going to go right away. Now, thankfully, it didn't break the prior bar high. But what that means is as the level's breaking, somebody in that moment is buying it as it's breaking 7. So when your order fires, you actually get like 99.5 or 7 evens, which is atypical and sometimes means it's going to bounce. And it, in fact, did bounce a couple of pennies there on open door. But I wanted to go over and talk a little bit about what's going on with crypto or Bitcoin. Breaking lower after the, let's just say, a solid run in the afternoon yesterday. You guys saw what happened to Bitcoin in the last 15 minutes or so, making a big move almost all the way back. So the buying in the last 10 minutes started right here at 91.5 on BTC, which is 52 on Bitcoin. And now you're really starting to give it up. So yeah, crypto, well, I say crypto, but it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin heading to the downside along with the market, giving up all of those gains in the last 10 minutes of the day yesterday.
All right, we are here at Real Trading, and we are really trading, and there goes the TQQs right there to the downside. So we'll take it again. We're at about a day and a half so far there for our goal, but we're trying to hold it. We talked about that. That break of 54, we zoomed it out. We've got it right there, right now. Look, man, over 8,300 watching right now. Let's hit that like button, get that going a little bit. If you can, join our chat, man. A lot of good talk here in the chat today, including the John Doe saying, short MSTR, short MSTR, short MSTR, right there. And some people talking also about Tilray. What's up to Pro Day Trader there as well. And if you tag Neil and I, you can ask us about anything you want. Obviously, you can ask us whatever you want, go for that, and we'll see where we go with that. But make sure you do hit the join button as well. We've had a couple new members lately, and we have over 1,700 members right now. And the big thing about this is it's only $5 a month. What you're going to do is, for fun, you get all these fun emojis. So that's the first part. But this is what we've just added recently over the last couple months. It's this morning research node. So if you are interested in gaining more information, and I'll just show you what it's all about right here. So here's the morning note. zoom to the top. It's 14 pages today. Broadcom, earnings beat, revenue acceleration, the trader takeaway, key levels there as well. Costco, we haven't even talked about that. All their memberships there. Trump, executive order to centralize AI. Here's all the possible looks there. Google, OpenAI, Super PAC, the Mag 7, everything in here. Support and resistance. You're talking Lulu shares right there as well. CEO exit. All this information for just $5 a month, man.
Scroll to the bottom if you can, just real quick.
Yeah, sure. Of course I can.
Go right into the end. Because you know what? There's a lot of stories in there that are like obvious ones that I think like everyone might be interested in. But you have the Microsoft story, which we didn't even get to. There was Intel in there. It was Eli Lilly.
Yeah, they're all
like,
here.
It's in depth. Like has anyone, we looked at Eli Lilly. Do we trade Eli Lilly? Probably not. However,
absolutely not.
However, if you're preparing yourself for like what's happening in the market, there's a little bit of something for everybody in that note. Right? Like if maybe you're swing trading GLP stocks. That's why it's a little bit more comprehensive. Whereas, we're going to be focused on what's actively moving and what's actively trading. That's the good thing about that note is it kind of fits for everybody.
There it is right there.
A little something for everybody. Atlanta Jake, you just joined today because of the note. Shout out to you. Thank you, Atlanta Jake. You're probably really happy. I went to bed. I couldn't stay up. I didn't stay up to watch that game. But good win for the Falcons. I'm assuming you were a Falcons.
The Falcons win,
yeah. I just only saw 29-20.
I didn't watch it at all.
Yeah, again, like I even had Bijan in the fantasy league, and I'm like, I'm going to bed. I can't stay up for that. But unfortunately, we're playing Kyle Pitts, so I'm even with Bijan going nuts, still behind the 8 ball because that dude just decided out of nowhere to have
both guys outperformed, right? You got Bijan there.
Bijan outperformed like a little bit because he's like the best player, best or second best player.
No, but I'm saying his average. You think he almost doubled his average.
No, he did. He was like 40% over his average. I think his average in our league is 25-26.
Oh, is it? Okay, he got 36. Yeah, okay.
Pitts put up like 50 points.
Oh no, Pitts was ridiculous.
10.
Pitts was ridiculous.
But that's the thing about betting and sports, daily fantasy, and all that kind of stuff. It's incredibly difficult to predict, and the samples are so small in football. That's at the end of the day. Chide in the chat, I can't pronounce that name, but easy answer for you. The reason Broadcom did not halt is because going down 10% doesn't trigger a halt in and of itself. The halt bands are traveling down a specific percentage point within a specific time. If it goes 10% down in like a 3-minute span, it'll halt. But going 10% down overnight or trending down, that's not going to be enough. So you don't really have to worry about a stock like Broadcom halting. That's very unlikely because it has far too much liquidity. So, the halt bands are a little bit more time-based than anything else. And those are based on the price of the stock. So they're different between $1 and $5 and then $5 and like $20, I believe. And then penny stocks are a little bit different, but they're all time-based.
So we, like our for $5, it's virtually free. One thing that is 100% free. Now that note will give you some talk about trades. It'll give you some breakdown of what's been happening. But right here, I put something out from day one. Oh, I actually forgot to attach the actual note to this, so maybe I should do that. But right there, the TQQ, the 55 short. That was the #1 trade idea on here. We left these longs alone once we saw what was happening. We'll go back. I mean, Tesla long at 444. That never hit anyways. Nvidia, I'm imagining, is not there as well. And then MSOS long. But right there, man, the only thing that we talked about was the TQs. We printed it out here. Now, $1 later, where we go to the downside. So there it is, man. This is the one. It's the one for me there today. And I actually will have to post up. I forgot to include the sticky note there, but all the writing is in there right now. So there it is. Now it is now $2 in the money, and I'm going to get out another small piece right now at this level. Put a bid there at, well, we're at 43. Maybe let's go a little bit higher. Let's go to 53. There we go. We'll get that 53 fill. And now, well, here it comes back in again anyways. So good little out there. And again, just to the point of making money here, if I put a bid, like I'm going to put a bid right now at 36. So if this comes down and fills me at 36, I'm going to get paid by one of these gateways to get that fill right here. But if you want to talk about numbers from yesterday, let's go over and see who made all the money here at Real Trading. And this will just show you, so that we're sitting on a prop floor here. This will show you the top 10 traders. I don't have the bottom. I mean, there's going to be guys that lost this much money, I would assume, as well, possibly. So Amex, New York, and NASDAQ right there, 19,000 yesterday was a top trader in the firm. And then we had someone else, which was basically the exact same 3 markets. So these are the markets traded. this is how much money in US dollars they made. So converted over. Someone in Canada made 12.5. So then again here, Canada, TSX Venture, and the CSE, 9. So 10, 999 as it goes down. Nothing exciting on there. And we do also have, you know, like when you talk about all the markets that are traded there, these are the top ones. So someone there in Blue Ocean made $3,600 last night. Someone in Hong Kong made 14. The Turkish markets, 14. OTC markets, 12. Shout out to Jeff. Copenhagen, and it goes on and on and on and on then right now. So, you know, those are a little bit of what we're talking about. And like if I were to make that list, or just for example, I've only traded NASDAQ today, so it would just say one market NASDAQ. And if I flip over and trade, you know, XOM or something on the New York, then that will be that as well. So yeah, Hypercube, I mean, what got me into the trade was just honestly, the market was down today. Broadcom was bad. You know, Oracle was bad yesterday. I wasn't expecting Tesla to take off, so we did actually get stopped out early right there on VWAP break, and then we just waited for the 200 period and then smashed it short. You got to favor one way, and I favored short. So when that happens, you know, obviously it's pay dirt right there. So, you know, you got to have that ability to trade different styles. Like, obviously I scalped the living, you know what, out of most names, but also try to have the ability to hold a little bit. So I just thought today might be a downside day, and we're through Fed. We're now through all the major earnings. The last two major earnings names were not great. Costco was red today to start with as well, and just
it got green.
And then yes, it got to start with, and then Apple also.
Oh, never mind.
You know, had a bad day yesterday, which sent the market downside. So I was just feeling red, and I think you got to have some of that bias, and it's definitely been. We had that question from Adam the other day. It's been something that's been helping a lot. Was just try to figure out, you know, where levels are even a little bit lower, and then really use more shares on ideas that you really do believe in. So, you know, this was it, and now we're happy to see, you know, the reaction to this there today. But it's 10:30 already, so there's going to be lots of opportunities. And before I throw it back to Neil, I just want to check out what Lululemon was doing real quick. See, so there's the fade right back there in Lululemon. We talked about that as a potential, right? I wanted to get out of this name, so I still think we will still get out of some there, but that 211 high, and I said it's just run right into this level right there. But it's just some coming out right now for Lululemon. Not a great guide at all. You know, and nailed that one, right? We said that the biggest mover early, it was Lulu. I think Broadcom right now, though, has gone that SSR.
It did, yeah.
So to start the day there, anybody that voted Lulu with me yesterday, I said we would be in the minority, but it does have the biggest move there.
I thought we were picking a stock that we liked the best, not the biggest move.
Yeah, it was biggest upside move, wasn't it?
I don't know. I thought we were voting for the one that we thought would go up.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter.
You made it. We can go back and look at it. But cheers to anybody that had Lulu there today on that.
I think I just put which one was going to be. Which one would you buy? I think I put.
I think it was which one was up the most.
Or up the most at the open, yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, either way, you're a winner with Lululemon.
And it was there were a lot of votes for, surprisingly, Costco. That's the one I was shocked that it was like 25 to 30% or something like Costco. Costco doesn't really move on earnings. That's the one thing about it. But there was a discussion, Netflix, a good one. Netflix, Rye in the chat. We'll talk about some Netflix. We haven't looked at that yet. But I want to give an example. Someone was asking about, holding and strategy and all that kind of stuff. So I want to be quick about it here. Like, CGC wanted it to hold VWAP. I'm in at 42. The second it breaks evens, I'm getting out there like 38.5. And in order to make it work, you want to hold through the high of the day, and you have to have shares when it breaks the high of the day. Like, the idea is, in trading a lot of times, but everyone do your own thing. And I'm going to go back over to open. So that's what happens when it doesn't. Get out right away. Don't hold it to the low of the day. But also with open, like if I'm not getting out of a 7 short till it breaks 705, then I'm also not taking anything out till it gets to 95. And then I'm waiting till it gets to 90. And then now I'm going to wait. Now I want to see it get to 80. Now, do I think open goes too much further than that? I don't think so. And one of the reasons is it's been putting in some higher lows, and this has been a support that's held for a while underneath 7. Like, it's been holding like 80s underneath 7 for a while. So I think it's a second trade underneath there. The downside for this stock, and we've been talking about this a little bit, is this little wedge that it's been forming, like this wedge pattern. And it works both ways. You break the wedge down, I think Open Door could be in for a bit of a dump, but that's a pattern on the daily. It hasn't actually broken the wedge on the daily, so I don't think it's in complete flush mode yet. That could happen today, and maybe we're looking at that tomorrow, or well, it wouldn't be tomorrow, that'd be on Monday for a continuation short on open door. Not looking too good. Although it wasn't this that was a mover. It was next door that was supposed to be the next big thing that Eric Jackson was talking about. But speaking of next, Netflix, it is relatively strong. So I'll give you that. When it loads, oops, that's right, not split adjusted. It is relatively strong. It's still up 1.7%, but it's also reversed its gains. Tesla reversed its gains. Netflix has reversed its gains under VWAP. It's still looking very, very good. And we were saying this yesterday. If you are, and well, the day before as well, Warner Brothers, it didn't just give you another shot. It gave you the chance to sell $30 today. Like to me, that's a gift. Every day that passes that Netflix does not raise their bid is just, it decreases the likelihood that they will. It doesn't mean they won't do it, but every single day, there is no higher bid yet from Netflix. So you don't even know that Skydance is gonna even get the $30 favored by the board, and then that's gonna be the deal that goes through. The Netflix deal is not close to $30 in value. It's like 27 something. Maybe like high 27s or maybe mid to high 27s. So I think you're getting a gift here, risk-free on Warner Brothers. Every day that passes, ring the register. Yeah, I'd be ringing the register. Wish I'd seen this, because look at the break. Look at when it broke 30. Like right at the open, flat bottom break, easy scalp trade.
Yeah, you guys, I'm in Netflix basically at these prices, back up to $96. The thing about this Netflix Warner Brothers deal is it's actually worth a lot less now than that $27 because part of it was Netflix stock.
It was $27.75.
No, but now it's worth probably $25 because Netflix stock.
No, it's mostly cash.
No, I know, but $4 of it was stock, right? And so I don't know. Now that's down 10%. So you're probably down to like maybe 27 change. I don't know what that value exactly is now, but I think it was valued at 108. So whatever shares, they're gonna have to figure that out. But that's part of the risk when you take a deal that involves some sort of stock, right? You're gonna have to, unfortunately, go with the ebbs and flows of the acquiring company if you accept that deal, right? And so Warner Brothers, they could accept Netflix, take that whatever it was, $4 or $5 in stock, and by the time this deal closes, Netflix will be a $200 stock. So then you'll be way better than the Paramount bid of 30. So there's just the board's going to figure it out. I'm not on the board. All right, so Uber, I'm just seeing right now, near day's low as well, 84 and change. To me, Uber's at a very interesting level. You're starting to slope up right now on the 200 period moving average right here on a 5-minute chart. So this little rounded bottom, I think, is going to be a decent opportunity right there to get more of Uber. I'm in at these levels, but I do think if we can get to 84.50 right there, not only is it that 200 period moving average, but it's also right there at 84.50. So, you have some support there. What was resistance turning now into support. Now we broke it. Let's see if it does hold. But you do have a technical level there trying to help this trade out as well. So that could be a little level there for Uber. Tesla was the sort of the bell of the ball early, up to 450, 460. And wow, what a whoosh down to the downside. That's actually now... I'm still short the market. We just got a couple covers right now on that market. So now I'm getting less. We have about 13% or so left on the TQs as we take some more outs down into here, 57.30s rate, or 57.30s, the other way around, 53.70s, a good little out level. We'll wait to see if we can get a little bottom. And then I'm going to use the 50 period moving average. It may break before I get out of here and head to the gym, but 54.30 right there if that breaks. Look, my stop on this trade, and it's right here, it's 55.66. So we were stopping at, this was a $2 winner, of course, and we were stopping out of this in 17 cents higher. So this break of that pre-market, we were out. So 17 cents higher, which is why we start to debate, like, when we're 17 cents in the money, when we're 20 cents, 30 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money, now we're 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 10 to 1. At some point, you got to take a little bit of profit, and that's what we did right into here. Weren't certain that it was going to hold 55, but at the end of the day, it does. And bombs away here on the downside for that. Look, crypto's been getting crushed today again. So glad we talked about that BMNR short and don't have it, but there it is right there, IBIT taking out some levels again, 90,000 definitely coming into question there. We had Michael Noss talking, I think, about all these other random coins. I'm not sure exactly if he made any calls.
What was one of them?
I don't know.
It was the sheep
with hat.
Can I even chart that?
Well, yeah, on Binance or on
sheep
Coinbase or
with-
something probably.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
No, it's not with, it's whiff. Oh, I didn't know that.
who knows?
It's sheep whiff. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, why not? I mean, it might as well be something ridiculous like that anyways. Oh, sorry. There was like a pop-up there I accidentally clicked on. So that is at the low of the day as well. I'm not even reading what that number is. It's like one of those like 0.000 something, but trending down. So essentially following along what's happening everywhere else. Get this out of here. I gotta get my Bitcoin chart back up. I don't want sheep with hat to be up there the next time I'm trying to look at BTC on my 15-minute. So there's Bitcoin retesting 90,000, it looks like. Hey, how about this trend line? Shout out to all of the litany of our viewers. So I want to give a big shout out to all of the viewers when I was only ever looking at support and resistance on Bitcoin. And like, I had my 4 lines of support and resistance. And somebody was like, Neil, draw a trend line. Get that out of the way. Draw a trend line going all the way back to 2023. Low, like down here, end of the year. I'm like, okay, this consolidation off like 28,000 level. So I'm like, oh, I drew that. And not only was it a good short when it broke down, now look at what it's doing. That same trend line is turning into resistance on Bitcoin on the way back up. So you're wondering, like, why is this line finding resistance every single time? Because you guys were pointing this one out. So I'm leaving that one up there. If we can't break back above this prior multi-year trend line on Bitcoin, then I'm not convinced we aren't still heading down to, there we go, reset the chart view, all the way down to those mid-70s. Like we were before. No breaky here, then I still think we have a chance to get those mid-70s where allegedly Michael Saylor has his price. I don't know. That's what people say. They say 74. It's support on the chart either way. I could care less that he has his price there. The way I see it, if everyone always talks about, oh, but if it gets underneath there, he'll have to liquidate. Man, if he had to liquidate, it won't matter. It'll move so far, so fast, you'll just know. And if you had to stop, you'll probably get wrecked. There won't be liquidity, so it's almost like it doesn't even make a difference. Like if you're holding it and he has to liquidate, unless you can guess before when it happens, you're just gonna see the craziest move ever, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I don't even bother speculating about it, because what's the point? I'm not getting out. Anyways, I'd probably look for an opportunity to buy if that happens, honest with you.
Yeah, and I don't know where this whole liquidation talk comes from. Like I haven't heard him say that ever.
He's never said
know.
it. I've never seen any direct evidence that he would have to. Like, someone show me the math. Show me the math.
Yeah, exactly. It's not mathing, and that's the whole point. Okay, so, all right, real quick, man. More outs on the TQs. It's 10:43 right now. Palantir's also hitting the skid today. I mean, anything that has been aggressively moving the last couple days, if not weeks, is going to get hit when the Nasdaq's down 1.3%. So there goes Palantir. Wasn't really on the radar too much today, and this is the kind of momentum name that we're talking about with PLTR. Again, I like this 170 area. We did get out of some of this exactly at 175. So we'll wait for maybe a reload. I don't want to just get out at 175 and buy it back at 170. I'm not that smart to do that. So I don't want to play that kind of a game. I like to hold things in the long term for a little bit longer. And we've been holding Palantir since like $11, or I don't know even what our average price is. So this is going to be a good one there. We actually did buy one day. I was sitting at home and it absolutely cracked. I think I was right here. It was this day on Friday on a rebalance. And we actually went in. I was screaming in the chat, actually. We bought some 130s that day. So that's why my average price is a little bit changed there. But anyways, Palantir coming back in, down now 3%. On the day, the name that we wanted to get out of and that we might have to now wait until Monday. Well, maybe. I still like this 210. We'll put an offer there, see if we get filled on Lululemon. So that's going to be a good day one play there. We talked about Target waiting for 100. That's falling back in. Obviously, nothing today is going to be away from this market. I mean, the market is downside. There are going to be some positive names. I mean, this is why we have, first of all, this trade rate going on right now. They're looking at SOXL. Obviously, with Broadcom hitting down near that 10% and trying to bounce off of the SSR level. This could be a long now for Broadcom, especially if this market bounces. That's 363 right there. Debating going long maybe there on Broadcom. That could be a good little thing to talk about moving forward. I don't mind Broadcom. The hot list there, Tesla back down to 450. So that's something. There's Broadcom there. We just talked about Palantir, Nvidia, Netflix. This FRMI stock is another one that was on our list. Yeah, Fermi was on our list there.
They got to cancel some kind of contract.
Yeah, so down 30% there for Farmy there. That's not great. Oracle day 2 play down to 192 again, down 3%. They got going down 4%. They got going yesterday. That's for sure. BBAI just turned red again. They went up to $7 again. Now they turned red on this most recent move down. And then there's Netflix chilling out at the price we bought. And Robinhood, man, not doing well. Robinhood. Ramin asked me if she should buy some Robinhood yesterday. I said no, not yet. But it is a downside play there. I actually do like Robinhood at some point here. It's going to go with a little bit of crypto, so I'd like to see crypto settle down before we start saying like, you know, let's get more into Robinhood. But I'm not in it at all, so we're looking to get something. There's the little bit of a break. We just got 85s as we talked. We're stopping out at a 20 break. Actually, did I put 20? I thought I put 15s. Yeah, I put 15s. But I guess it's 21s. We might get to 15 real quick here. I'm going to change that order. So we have the ability to put in all these. Oh, I have to show Joe. He wants me to show him how to use the stop order. All right, 54. Let's go 20. Because we only have now 10% left, let's go 54.26 as our last hurrah out. So we're going to always try to hold something for this 50-period moving average, and 10% is about right. If we can do a little bit more, that would be good. Yeah, Wally Sparks, you're holding target until 170. Okay, I don't have those expectations for me on target. We're long 85, 86. I do want to get some out at 100. Is my spot there. We've just sort of bounced off of that a couple times now. 170 would be real sweet. I think there is a possibility that it gets going. I think 100, then we can, if you're not going to do that, then maybe this 105, 106 area. But yeah, a break of the 200 and a hold above, man. The last time we broke the 200 was at 150. So we're in at half price of that. Let's see what happens now on TGT. I don't mind selling some of this and getting into some Walmart maybe.
I was trying to show that chart. Why do I have no data on my chart?
Yeah, or going to Costco.
You remember Walmart moved to the NASDAQ. So like our chart, I'll use my E-signal chart for Walmart. No, I think, whoops. There we go. There's a weekly chart. I didn't want a monthly chart. But look at the weekly chart on Walmart. If you're adjacent to them and you're not doing this, then you've got some issues. But on the weekly, this has been a really good buy, well in front of the 50-period moving average on Walmart. So just buy it every time it gets into that supply zone, and I think you can do really, really well. Today, whatever, like today it's not doing much, but you might be able to tell it never broke its low, and it's actually green on the session and above yesterday's high. So relative strength in Walmart and some of those names. Also Apple, trying to regain the volume-weighted average price as well. But what I'm tracking right now, and we were talking about it earlier, sometimes you have an out, adhere to your out. Look what happens to silver after it loses VWAP. On a 15-minute, it's starting to, there's a bottoming tail candle on the 15. If we can even just close above 57 at the end of this 15-minute candle, which will be at 11 o'clock, close above this 57 level, or maybe even play a breakout at 57.25 be the next thing I'm looking for on SLV. But we'll take our time. It's in the middle of the day and it's a Friday, right? So you want to make sure when you get a falling knife like this, it's actually setting up along instead of just hitting that bid. I see Bob Curran in the chat mentioning Oklo. It's kind of weird that we have not. I don't think we've talked about a single nuclear name, or it's certainly not a quantum name the last couple of days. Nuclear name because GE Vernova was moving around a little bit. I know we talked some SMR this week, but certainly not all of those names have been discussed. Oklo, however you pronounce it, doesn't matter, is still in a pullback mode. 5% today. Even when it's strong, it's not breaking prior day highs. So that's, as long as it's doing that, you're still in this little malaise slide back in. Feels like we're still maybe either retesting 80 or get to that 50 period. None of this looks all that constructive for a breakout yet, but I do feel like there's a moment happening potentially. Like look at SMR. Like it's starting to base out. Like you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but look at the accumulation at $18 and it just held a higher low. So you're starting to get the signs of that, what's the word? Support level, or people getting more constructive on it, whatever it might be, or institutional buying starting to come back in and catch a bid on some of these high flyers, which have gotten really badly beaten up. Like these have lost a lot of value in the last couple of months here. So I'm looking where to nibble back in. I was going to do it at $13, but I'm starting to think if we hold this 18 for the rest of the year, then I'm going to buy it between 18 and 20.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, we got a new little desk area there now, so that's going to be
I forgot,
real
Sharif.
nice.
You've got AEO 70 cents away from $26. Why does that matter? Because $26 is it 26 exactly? Oh, no, it's not. Does it have to break this high at 26 quarters? Does it just have to get to 26?
26.
Okay, so it's just 26. Doesn't even have to make a fresh high. It just has to get adjacent to it, and that's American Eagle Outfitters up again as it continues to get the old City Sweetie bump.
Yeah, I made a good earnings call there for
Yeah,
AEO, and of course, feeling out some Lulu love today, so that sends that name a lot higher. All right, so boom. This is why we sit here, we talk about trading, we talk about these levels, the 50-period moving average, right there. We bounce completely off of it. We do not get stopped out. We take another fill down there, and now we look to break lower. So good. Now let's wait to see. I'm still bidding 55.36s right at that bottom. I should. That's too low. Let's go to 53. Let's go to 50s again, and we'll sit there and see if we get that fill, because we're going to come back and we're going to be able to figure this all out. But we only have one trade today. It is the TQs, and sometimes one trade is all that you need. All right, so Alibaba, good bottom there, looking to see about where we are right now on this stock. Like, this is that barcode area that we saw yesterday, so 156. That could be a good one right now. So there could be something right there as well. So whatever, hopefully that can come in to play at some point there. All right, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I wanted to have a quick little look there. I haven't traded it today, but I'm just looking at what it's doing. FNMA right here, down right now 6%. Yuck. So again, this is a name that goes with the market. We had some talk there. I think it was Michael Burry gave a report there. It must have been, I put some volume. Yeah, it must have been this last couple of days there. We got some spikes up in volume where they had mentioned possibly this name coming back to market, and sort of, President Trump talking about the state of, and it wasn't Trump. If Adara was here, she would remember the guy's name, but, trying to bring back Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, right? And it's just, this was $1.30 a year ago, in November when President Trump became president, and then he put it on sort of a to-do list. We saw today the actionable trading maybe in MSOS, as opposed to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, but down 6% right now. Looking to see about that $9. I mean, even though this is a very volatile kind of name that we look at on a daily basis, it still is, helping out on this 200-period moving average. So $9.27 right there, a good bottom to be put in there for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And hey, look, we want to get more viewers, obviously. So if you guys are watching, hit, 1.2K. Thank you so much. That's awesome. We want to say thank you for that. 7,500 of you watching. Hit that like button. Give us a good little thumbs up right there. Yeah, Rivian is really pumping right there today. So shout out to DJ Grease. I'm probably going to, maybe I'll cash out of my Rivian position and buy some FSD right there. We got a $20 super chat for that today. But there goes Rivian, up 20%. We're in this name, and I'm just really impressed at where it's gone. And I said the next time it comes up here, maybe we would think about getting it out. But thanks to Sharif's morning note there, I read all about it. Half price, their FSD, and they're working on it. They're getting LiDAR sensors ready to go. And, if FSD and autonomy is what's driving Tesla and the robotic side of it, then yeah, for Rivian as well. So let's see where that goes. The future's trying to get lower right now as well. We're still holding on to that trade. Nvidia's breaking low. Broadcom's now that 10%. And going lower there. So sucks to be long all these tech names, and my portfolio is forever long and real heavy in the tech space. So not happy with this move down today, but ebbs and flows of the market.
No doubt about it, everybody. Look, the market's always going to have those ebbs and flows, and when you're trading, you got to sometimes get left brain, right brain, right? Your long-term account and your trading account. And if you get too wrapped up in that, then you're going to have some trouble. The other thing we talk about a lot, and shout out to obviously Trade the Pool, you can see out in front of you, is when you're trading somebody else's money or they're taking the risk, then it can be a little bit easier to just make your plays, focus on discipline, focus on your strategy, and not necessarily the same fear of losing when it's your own money. So Trade the Pool is engineering that with its limited risk trading model. So you can use funded capital where they're going to take the downside. You hit the profit target, you get 70% of the profits with Trade the Pool. So you get a real opportunity out there, everybody. The revolution they're talking about is limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. You can visit tradethepool.com, scan that QR code you see right on screen in front of you for your first evaluation. And I want to shout out to, we had Mitch on Tuesday. I want to give a shout out to him as well. So appreciate you for sure, Mitch. And yeah, I just saw Jacob saying MSOS, big move. Not terribly good at holding on to it, however. Oh, wait a minute. No, that was just now. Oh, volume spike just now. I didn't hear anything in my ear. So let me just quickly scan, not seeing anything on the radar. Maybe this was just some kind of random technical level, because this was just going down. Sliding since the open. There was one major push, then consolidating, now breaking back out. So there might be something new here. I'm going to say I've heard nothing just yet, but they are in play. Why? Because as you saw in our note this morning, the president hinting that they could push to reschedule cannabis as a Schedule 3, I believe, like along with painkillers, which would be a good story. I just question how much it would lead to, like, limited upside in terms of profitability and actual margins and growth for some of these individual names. But a good bump here on MSOS, Tilray, CGC, and even Sundial probably got a bump.
Yeah, I'd say that is probably true. And if you are interested in the cannabis sector, you may have something called the munchies.
Wow, we've got the munchies.
Let's figure out what's for lunch over here. We talked about yesterday was American flag. So now they're putting these flags on. We talked about today would be Spanish. Yesterday with America, we went back and forth and discussed like what could be some American food. We talked about mac and cheese, we talked about burgers. It turned out to be fried chicken. So that was apparently really good. We'll have some there later on. Next time it's here, we went out yesterday and did not have to enjoy any of that. Good ratings though. You got it good, and Joe said he liked it as well. But okay, today, Spanish, and it is chicken paella. So peas, corn, peppers, tomatoes, grilled garlic broccoli. I don't know. Sounds good to me, with a side Caesar, apparently. So chicken paella, I think that's, wow. Okay, I mean, there it is, man. Nice move down. We're getting everything we need and more right now in the S&P 500. No idea what just happened in the market, but there it goes, man. And hats off to everybody that has that. It's a props kind of trade there today for the TQQs. There it is.
Story right now. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Yeah, let's go.
Some Oracle data centers for OpenAI delayed from 2028 from 2027. Again, Oracle data centers for OpenAI delayed a full year from 2027 to 2028. Oracle for sure is dumped. Well, okay, I shouldn't say for sure. Everything just dumped on that headline. That was that whole canary in the coal mine story. Oracle's right back to yesterday's lows, dropped $6 just now. So that was the shoe left to drop, was an actual story that puts further weakness on this whole AI spend. I'm sure Nvidia, look, everything's going to have dropped here. Like Nvidia just dropped a couple of dollars. I was showing you guys Intel. What else? Broadcom, I'm sure, would have dropped on that as well. Broadcom, $360 for Broadcom, down 11%.
Yeah, see you later.
So just, I don't know, I should have put it up on the screen for everybody, but wow, that's a headline you don't want. Is this going to work?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I just got that tool for us here, so there you go, everybody out there. That is a headline dropping the market. The Oracle shoe has now dropped.
There we go. All right, Gary, go. Yeah, there we go. That's that energy that we're talking about. Good job there, Neil. Let's keep it going, guys. We got a lot of energy, obviously, here. We've got a lot of energy on the midday show as well. So, yeah, man, good to hear that come through. And now, without any further ado, we want to say thank you to Brendan for filling in for Adara. Great job, obviously, there today. I actually messaged Brendan, and I'm like, this is why you're the best, man. The guy could do absolutely everything. Shout out to Brendan. Great job there today. I hope you guys enjoy this futures trade. It was, obviously, it's done quite well there. Now $2 and change in the money. We lost early. made it back late. Good trade there. Oracle downside, there's the news. So watch out for this play, now down 1.7%. This market, she could get a lot worse. So buckle up, stay tuned. We're back at 2 p.m. That's Neil, I'm Sean. Ciao for now, enjoy your lunch.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is your boy, Joey Vest. Show him the show. Oh, you took it off already?
Yeah, I just took it down. So Joey's Vest.
And I'm Sharif, guys. Good, happy Friday, and good morning to everyone. Let's see where everybody else is at in the chat. Assassino. I'm not the only one that has names named after him in the chat. Shout out to Bovin. Happy Friday, back to you. Mike P.D. Ryder, we got Gorov, we got Other Zinc, we got Aaron and Dino, Pitchbull, Sahil, we got Stefan, we got Casey, 526, Joey's Vest, she says, Trader, 604, and Yannick, Andrew Chow, and Blackhawk, we got Whoa, Bobo, Whoa. Monroe, we got Fluffy, Hippo, Mr. Mimic, we got Vancouver, something or another there. Shout out to Jacques, shout out to Dollar Bill, yo. T, what's up, yo? We got Arcane, we got Donkey Trader, Joe's Big Daddy, I like that one more than Joe's Vest, Travman, we got Inventing, Jordan and Fino, shout out to Hinsey and JR, PC Hoon and Holly, New York City, Attritionist, okay. Front Porch Trader and Baby Hands Donnie. We got Ichiro. Who else, man? We got Green Saber. Dexter Smith. He's in the house. He's doing it live. We got Big 4-0 Nephew. One more, Joey. Papacito.
Papi.
Good morning to everybody, guys. It is a freaking cold one outside.
Dude,
very cold. And it's sunny as hell, though. That's the thing. And okay, let's just cut the crap.
Yeah,
I'll take the sun with the cold rather than fogginess with, -2 or +2. That's just 100% Assassino says. I need that sun, Joey.
No comment.
No. Come on, Joey.
Listen, this is what I was doing. I'm like, okay, my debit card expired. So I'm like, all right, yeah, let me go walk and get and renew my debit card. I got across the street, so I got to the south side of Wellesley, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening. I turned right back around. I'm not walking all the way down there. There's no chance, so it'll have to wait. But no, guys, let's get right into this. Bitcoin, oh no, down 2% here. IBIT, that is, guys, heading towards some key support levels. Not good on the daily, that is. So we take a little move to the top side. We didn't take much off, and then we get stopped out, break even. Sure enough, it continued to bleed. And I take a couple more stabs at it, which didn't work out in our favor, and then you can see that we're trading substantially lower. That's why it's good to get out when you're supposed to get out. Now, as for our best trade of the day, that is going to be this here, guys, MSOS.
Bro,
as we take along some big-time volume stepping into right here as well, too. But yeah, I mean, this was our best trade, guys. Still slightly positive on the day. Nothing substantial, but we'll take it. 490 all the way up to 517. And then later on in the morning, you get 1055. You get this massive volume spike in MSOS. So that's not looking too bad whatsoever. But yeah, the market...
bleeding its own blood.
Really, really bad. Yeah, it's bleeding a lot of its own blood here, Sharif. Tesla moving lower. We have Nvidia starting to break through some support levels. This is what I was talking about on the daily, guys. Hold on, let me pull this up before we send it back. I think we're going to see some lower prices here in Nvidia, unless this is going to be the ultimate bounce, which I don't think is necessarily going to be the case. But this is looking awfully like a head and shoulders pattern, if you ask me. Key support levels, a lot of chop and a lot of nonsense up in this area of price action. So watch out for some levels to start to be broken in the overall market, guys.
All right, guys, there is some nice small cap gappers moving right now. We're going to get to them in a second. Just allow me to set up here on the side charts. Look, a lot of them are giving the move back. So they were very strong in the pre-market, but it looks as if maybe right now the good times may be over. I just worked into OCG where this one was down halted after making a new high day 181. So I got in 143, show me 140, 139. Here's the deal though, I'm looking for that 130 area to hold. Okay, so it's still above the 10 moving average on the 5, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So it's still holding trend, even though it was a monster down move. Essentially, it got that 181 high, and then the halt was 134. So this one was bleeding quite aggressively. The candle that just closed at 11 is a candle of indecision. It has basically similar sized upper and lower wicks, but it did close red. Here we go. Now it's popping into the 40s. This current candle on OCG has a higher low. Okay, so it didn't quite make it down, at least not yet, to the low of the prior candle. I've posted up there just south of the $0.50 in case that $0.50, acts as a level of resistance. So that's what I'm looking at there. Also, there's a bunch of others. I just want to throw in the tickers before I do bring them in. Nice pop up here on OCG. Let's wet the beak there. There we go. 48 showing up now. Nice. Let's go ahead and post north of 50 as well. We're going to go to 54s, and then we're going to go a little bit higher as well. We're going to go up to 57. There's 49. It's got to cross 49 for me to get the print. Seller, big seller at 49, and he keeps refreshing his position, the little bugger. So we're going to have to wait a little bit more. No, we got it. 50, showing 53 now, Joey. There we go. Nice move up on OCG. Good hold. Now this current candle has a higher high and a higher low. So trend intact. Continuing on into 55, looking for continuation. There it is into 57. We take it out there. Now let's post at 60. We're posting at 62 now, looking for that move into the $0.75. Fully alive to the fact that we haven't cleared that 50 penny area quite decisively yet. And so the reversion may still be intact. Good look right now on OCG. This bad boy is up 71, 73%. So let's keep an eye out on this one. And it's holding trend, most notably 58's now showing 59, 60 just flashed there momentarily. There it is again. The strength is in right now for your boy OCG. We're going to wet the beak here, and then we're going to cancel the upper order. And now you know where we're going to wait. We're waiting at 69, Joey. So this one's up 75 and change. There's that good one right now. Shout out to my boy Mike PD Ryder. He's all over OCG, and it makes sense to me. Seller at 61, big seller at 61. Look at the amount of shares coming in at that time in sales, and there's more coming onto the gateway there. That's no good for the longs. Assassino's killing. Oh, that's Chilean Nightmare, my man. So there we go. There, that's what Chilean Nightmare is showing you. He's showing you the time in sales right there. And I want to keep your attention to that. Show them that, Fabian. The tap, the theoretical auction price. Fabian's getting real deep. He's getting real deep in there. That tap right there, that will be important if this ends up halting up, because this is a NASDAQ stock. So we'll be able to see this. Did you see that monster seller at 61 that we couldn't shake, dropping back down into 52, Joey? The blood might be in the streets right now for OCG, still holding trend. Now anything below 40 ends the trade for me, okay? We're going to move up the stop so we can lock in the profits. How many shares we have left? Yeah, we're good. So we're going to go ahead, move up the stop into 43. Sorry, I'm going to actually put it to 39. I don't, it's fine. You know, we don't have to have that tight of a stop for this. So we're going to go in 139er, and then we're going to get out everything at 135er in case, well, you know, we'll give it a bit more room there. So anyway, OCG in focus for me. It looks like it's coming back down. We'll flatten out here, break even, okay? Now, I want to bring in more. So this ARKBL, I don't know what, this one is not showing up on the system, Neil. It doesn't say block ARBKL. It's a NASDAQ stock, ARBKL. It's up big, it's up 200%. But the system is not allowing me to go in, so I don't know if we can submit a ticket or something, but it's up big. A multiple halter. This thing was halting to no end, essentially right from the get-go, right from 950 halt, 1, 2, and then you had a 10-minute halt, 3, 4. So 4 halts up. I don't see any halts down. It's losing VWAP right now, but this is one of those anomalous situations where, because the price action developed so quickly, the volume weighted average price is on top, ahead of, higher than the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That typically isn't the case. Usually the 10 EMA shadows the price a bit better than VWAP. That may invert later as the price action, you know, develops a bit more, but it's holding on to the 10 EMA on the 5. It's also holding $5. So this one's not going to lose its spot on the side chart quite yet. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. And then I want to bring your attention to CLYM. You have to pardon me, I didn't throw in the ticker. Let me do that right now. CLYM. Very, very strong, very directional name. You got that 930 big boy breakout, and basically it hasn't touched the 10 moving average on the 5 since that 930 pop, alas. all good things must come to an end. I'm not saying this one's coming to an end, but this is starting to form a bull flag. There's your big move up. There's the pull part of the flag, and now we actually have the pennant or the flag component. This seems like a pennant though, because it's compressing. Lower highs with higher lows. That means, you know, we could get a breakout above these trend lines and I could take this for a ride into 354, whatever. It's up 32 and 2/3%. So CLYM looking real good for me here. We're going to keep an eye on CCCX. This is a holdover from yesterday. It's above in special. The reason I put it on is because right when I sat down to do to put the tickers on my side chart, it rocketed up. Look, it was trading at 15.15, and then it rocketed up to 15.78. But look how quickly that one came back down. So we'll keep this on for now. But if it keeps losing VWAP, it's going to lose its spot on the side chart. RYM as well was a multiple halter like the other one that I showed you. But look, it's just giving it up quick as you freaking like, man. And this one's super expensive, 50.38 high. It's halted down at 29.41 now. So, you know, we're going to have to trade this one carefully. But look, Joey, OCG, I got out of it, but it's still holding trend, dude. It's still holding that 10 EMA on the 5, so I might just have to get back into this one, my man. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I got a couple things on the board here. I mean, the market's still bleeding, so I don't want to stand in front of this whatsoever. I don't think this is going to be the session where we get that V-shaped recovery. I mean, I was just looking at the NASDAQ from the daily. Failed new high, right, guys? So I think there's going to be some more downside here, and the market takes a little bit more time to turn around. But first things first, MSOS, look at this daily, man. What a massive engulfing prim, $3 to $5 right there, with a peak around $5.38. So that's a big-time move. You're up 36 and a third. Oh, yeah, close to 36, 36 right there. It just dropped a little bit. But let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on here, guys. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, and I figured this was going to be the case. So nice dip buy, but then you fail to construct a new high, so you have a multi-day consolidation, and then now you're starting to break through some of these support levels. Let's make this a little bit cleaner for you guys so you can see it. But now this is a strong engulfing candle to the lower end of the range. You're breaking through it, and now you're gonna, I think this is going to be a next target, right? This pivot low, and then if that breaks, then you want to look for that next potential shelf or that next potential level of support, and that could be around 560. When you're priced to perfection, you're gonna see these moves, especially if the street doesn't like it after. I'm not going to say that we can't recover, but just the momentum to the downside is just going like go with the flow, wait for those pullbacks, and if you do end up getting involved with the long, just be cautious on what's going on, right? Keep an eye on the tape. If every time you get a pop, it's immediately met by some resistance and you see it flush right back down, then it's like, okay, this isn't as strong as I thought it was going to be. There will be opportunities. We're still relatively early here in the session, but just keep an eye out on that. I tried to catch the bottom twice on IBIT, and I'm like, you know what, that's not the move, so let's avoid this thing at all costs. We took 3 trades on it, one of them worked, the other 2 didn't, and that's fine. This is a big time momentum play to the downside. This is almost waterfall type price action. So whatever happened on yesterday's session, leading even into the post market, you're right back to where you started, a little bit less. So we open up around 51.13. We're trading at $51 right now. So keep that in mind, guys. Really, really weak stuff. I had my eyes on it thinking that we get a continuation. We'll look at it from the daily, because look where we open up. Top end of the range. Okay, maybe we can make a move into 54 or something along those lines and get somewhat of a bounce, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So maybe some more consolidated price action we'll see in IBIT, guys. Now, as for Tesla, I got my eyes on this one. If I'm going to grab something on the longs, it's going to either be Nvidia or Tesla, because you can get the rebound. But once again, I'll just give you a whole spiel on what I'm thinking is the market might head a little bit lower, and it's going to take some time. Christmas rally, fine. We get a couple of days of solid buying, but what happens when we head into the new year? Things might cool down. We know the summer is a relatively, I mean, the volumes are light, but that's good because there's less volatility and you can just steadily climb higher. And I mean, we're not going to probably tank into the summer, but anything can happen at any given moment. So keep your eyes out and be ready and prepared to do anything at any given moment, guys.
Well said, Joey. Well said. Very well said. All right, I'm back into OCG, guys. We got 2s, and I've wet the beak up into 50. It's having trouble clearing 50. Here comes 50 again. 48 showing up now. We need to get decisively above that 50 penny area, because even though the high of the day is 81, it is really not spending that much time in front of 50. And there's the 5-minute on the bottom screen. Look at that. Moved on a 2-candle basis through that 50 penny area. Look, again, finding resistance at 50. So I do like the higher lows. So I think that the shorts here, shorting in front of 50, may be in trouble. It depends on whether they're in trouble now or in trouble later. But the higher lows here are accumulating for a 50 decisive break. It's broken through 50 before, as I've mentioned. The high of the day is 81, but it spends very little time there. So I'm kind of the bias at the moment that the shorts really are trying to use that $0.50 area as their springboard to push this one down. Otherwise, you know, it's an aggressive profit taker in and around that $0.50, which I have my doubts about. Guys, I need to bring your attention to another one. Shout out to Yannick, NCPL, looking real freaking good here. And a good price too, $1.47, much like OCG that we're trading. And this one's got a 163 high and very respectful of trend. So be on the lookout here. NCPL, that's the ticker. It's up 35 and a fifth, 35 and a quarter, looking to do some damage here on this one. I want to set up in a bit of a better way, much like I set up on OCG. I want to get in near the volume weighted average price, which currently right now is about 10 pennies removed from where we are, about $1.37, so one high 30s. Let's keep an eye here on NCPL. It just cleared 40. It's going to make a possibly here another attempt through the $0.50. It's a 163 high. Here we are above the $0.50 again. Should we be getting in here? The answer is yes. Dip trade into 50. I'm going to defend into 40 pennies, okay? So there we go. We're in at 53. Let's throw in some profit takers now for a price spike up. Let's see what we get, and we won't get upset, but I will defend this one into the volume weighted average price, which is currently showing me 38s. So where'd I get in again? I got 53s. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit lower here. I said 38s. I defend into 38, so I don't want to get too much too quickly. Let's put at 45. And then, OCG coming back in against me here. Need to be alive to this. Just want to make sure he doesn't lose a 10 EMA on the 5 because that $0.50 seller here on OCG is a little bit of a bugger. He's dampening my my long party here on OCG. But I've already put in my stop on this one, so I don't want to worry too much about it. Let's go back now to NCPL. I want to put another dip trade for that 38 that I was talking about. Obviously, we're going to front run it. You know, that's just my style. We're going to go 42s here. Oh, no. OCG stopped out. We take that little bit break even there. There's the stop out. There's the red triangle. OCG is looking like it's heading back to that 120 area where the volume weighted average price is. Breakdown on OCG. Let's focus now on NCPL. Is this one still holding trend? It's not making any lower lows, but I don't have that many shares. So looking to get more here, Joey, into 40, yes, into the mid 40s and then the low 40s as well. We've got 53s on break even at the moment.
Sounds good. All right, guys. Oh, whoa, I was going to show you. Oh, wow. If you guys know what time it is, put it in the chat. I want to see what you guys think, but we do this every day. That's going to be the hint. We do it every day. And for those who guessed it, it is time for the top performing sectors. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. Consumer staples leading the way. You got a breakout over there?
Happening right now on NCPL, guys. There it goes into the high of the day. The breakout is on. It's 50 pennies. Watch for a rejection at HOD 63, Joey. Just want to bring that to their attention.
All right, go. Free Fall Friday so far. I mean, we had a lot of rocking and rolling. But there it is, guys. Consumer staples leading the way. You're up about 0.4%. Healthcare sitting around the same neck of the woods, guys. Real estate holding on by a thread, 0.06% green. But you guessed it, leading the way to the downside is the tech sector. Down 2 3/4 roughly, guys. Energy sitting in that second last place. Industrials down 0.75%. Now, as for today, guys, we can see that the Nasdaq down 1.5%. We have the IWM down 1 1/3. SPY down 1%, and then the Dow down
another
3/4.
HOD yesterday, all-time high.
Yeah. On the Dow and on the IW.
Yes, sir.
So shout out to those two.
Shut them out.
Shut them out. But there it is, guys. On the week, the worst performing, obviously, going to be the Nasdaq down 2%, 0.7 right here, and then IWM positive and the Dow positive, all right? And in the past month, IWM in the past month, Sharif,
where is it at?
4.5%, baby, where the Nasdaq is down 1.23%. Crazy stuff.
It's a crazy world, Joey.
Yeah, crazy world we live in. It's a mad world. You know that song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
that song, man. Shout out Donnie Darko, one of the greatest.
Thanks for not setting me up for failure this time.
Yeah,
I know you never do it on purpose. It's really mean.
Hey, man, it's all right, man. The less TV, the better. But no, other than that, guys, I'm big chilling right now. You can call me Joey Chills because we're just relaxing, waiting for some possible setups, waiting for those pullbacks and then the continuation to the downside. So we're going to rock and roll. I'm actually on the side here for you guys who are actually curious what I'm doing. This is how relaxed I am. Your boy's booking his haircut. That's crazy for tomorrow. So, I mean, Joey chills with his girls. Oh, but yeah. But yeah, man, we're just we're chilling. Shreve's got that small caps. It seems like it's going to be that type of world today, Shreve, because it's going oppo. We had IWM hitting all-time highs yesterday as well, too. And then they're definitely in play today because you're catching big-time breakouts.
They're breaking out right now, Joey, and we're doing it freaking live again on NCPL, man.
Hold on, bro. Sports clips. That's crazy. Watch your tone around me, my friend. Watch your tone. No,
Who is that person?
Sports clips, man. That's crazy.
I want to see what he said, man. What did he say, Joey?
He knows what he says.
He's laughing.
Yeah. Watch your tone.
He's only playing. He's only playing. Now?
That's why I was.
Come on, sports clips,
crazy,
man. That's crazy.
Man. Yesterday was a doggy bag. Today is like what hair, bro? Wow. The disrespect.
Yo, we got to make that trip, Joey. Make that trip. Nobody's going to be talking. Nobody's going to be talking.
Crazy.
All right, man. We're having a good time. All right, guys. NCPL coming in. I only have one beak wetter left on this one. So this current candle has a lower high, but a higher low. It's still above VWAP. I'm trying to think maybe it should be getting in a little bit more. It didn't fill any of my other orders. As you can see, the cyan lines there unfilled. So here's what we're doing. We're going to add a little bit over here, Joey, and then that changes our cost basis by a little bit there, which is okay. So let's go ahead and post for a price spike up. What's my move now that I've added in? I'm still looking to defend. The 10 EMA on the 5 is still at 1 high 30s. The volume weighted average price is at 1 mid to low 40s. Here we go. Let's see if we get a price spike up. 55s now showing up. Let's see if we can get continuation. I posted at 56 with the new ad and then above into the 60s. But nothing changes on my plan so long as this holds trend. So there we go. Let's go ahead and post for the dip trades. Now that we've got a little bit more in, we're going to go just like that. And then we're going to do exactly what we said, man. We're going to go right down here, and we're going to hold right there. And there it goes again. Now got filled again into the high 50s. So let's look for continuation now above the 60s. This candle is a candle. It's an engulfed candle, meaning the prior candle covers it from the high side and from the low side. So I don't know what to make of this at the moment, but packing the patience here, looking to run up into the mid 60s and building the position best I can. Keep tagging me with new small cap gappers if any make their way onto the scene, because sometimes it's just really hard for me to see them come in on the scanner while I'm trying to trade, right? So I would appreciate you guys doing that, and you guys do a great job too. Shout out to everybody who always helps out there in the chat. What are you looking at, Joey?
Good stuff, man. We're just checking out right there. We've locked it in 10 a.m. bright and early tomorrow. We're going to go and catch my boy Andy from Argentina, my boy over there. So good work as always. We'll do that a little bit later. But yeah, I'm just looking at some names, guys. I told you, I'm waiting for this market to really cool down. We can see that the momentum is to the downside. So really nice short there by Katina Man right out of the gate. Breaks through some key support levels. I mean, the pre-market low, and then it's off to the races to the downside with this one. I was thinking about taking a short on RIVN, but at the end of the day, man, if you're going to hold up this strong against a market that's selling that aggressively, I don't like our chances. At some point throughout the session, you may get a little bit more of a downside move, but you have to be patient and wait and see until that comes. I'm not going to force anything. So a lot of people are talking about Tom Lee's hair and stuff like that in the chat, so I had to pull up ETHA. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the guy just hops out of bed every day, literally, with this.
He has amazing hair.
Yeah, I know, but it's like sometimes it's like he just wakes up and he's like, all right, let me go talk about the tech game and all of these things. So I mean, here it is.
Talk about the tech game. Yeah, I love that, bro. We get paid to talk about the tech game every day, and that's a beautiful thing.
That's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah.
If only I had Tom Lee's hair, that'd be nice.
Yeah, same.
But no, in all seriousness, a nice little bottoming signal there on ETHA. IBIT, man, I don't know. It's a love-hate relationship with this name. So if it decides that it wants to get somewhat of a bounce, then maybe we'll take an additional one. We're already we're 1 for 3, sorry, on this, and 2 strikeouts, right? So a ball and a couple strikeouts. So I only got 1 more until I'm off the plate, and I have to wait for the next rotation, and that might be some time in Bitcoin. We will get rocking and rolling at some point, but I mentioned this before. We're going to go back in the history of Bitcoin for quite some time. The length of some of the consolidations, I was not in love with for an extended period. And it was really fishy to me. And if you go to my X in October, I literally said, Sharif, there's something fishy. I posted on at Trader TV Joseph. I said, there's something weird going on in the crypto space. For some reason, we're not making those strong legs up like we have before. And I would literally typed crypto winter.
Really?
Yeah, I swear. I'll pull it up here
momentarily. You say you said it.
Yeah. And then sure enough, this was in early October after it hit it on my birthday. I'm like, we should have exceeded that 126 level and went to that next leg, 135, 140, whatever it may be. And we never got that. So something was extremely fishy. So stick to your gut. And I'm not in love with the crypto space right now. If it continues to sell off, then I'm going to like it a little bit more. I'm not throwing it out the window or anything along those lines. There's a time and a place for everything. And if you ask me, it's not the time for crypto. It will come back around. It's just a matter of time. Hey, Super Chat, pull it up. No. So Joe, yo, Wagwan Yard, man. Enough respect. Big up yourself, man. Yo, manners and respect, brother. Shout out to all the people in Jamaica. I hope everyone's having a fantastic time. Weather obviously being relatively nice. You know where we're at. We're at Salt River when I'm down there all the time. So thanks for the much love and big up everyone for the family and the friends. Manners and respect, brother. Thank you very much for that Super Chat. One more thing, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
User MB3, hey Joe, no hate to you, but just curious what your stance is on Bitcoin and crypto. Uses being more and more used for drug cartels, black market transactions, and scamming innocent people. Why long? I mean, you got to think about it. I understand that you think that there's the scamming aspect.
Does the cartel use cash as well?
Yeah, well, that's what I was just about to get at,
Do
right?
scam artists use cash as
well? I was
well?
just about to get at that.
I didn't know. I'm just asking.
No, I was literally about to make that point. It's like, okay, I understand that it has a bad reputation for that, but think about where money laundering comes from, the transportation of drugs and goods, which Sharif was mentioning, credit card scams. Like, I get it. You can have that point of view, but there's other ways that individuals scam as well, too, whether it be taking money or the telephone scams, taking money from elderly people. It's not just Bitcoin, and I get that you have that opinion because it's still, I'm not going to say a new technology, something that we're just not used to, but I don't think it's right to throw it into the garbage because there is positive use cases for it as well, too.
I got to say, I always have to take this opportunity. If you steal from old people, you are some kind of
you are the lowest of the low.
You're some kind of animal.
Yeah.
Like people who steal from seniors who are on a fixed budget, that makes me angry. And I don't get angry. I get annoyed, but I don't get angry. That gets me angry.
Yeah, no, it's a legit question, right?
No, I'm not talking about that person. That person is entitled to that. That's a very fair question.
That's a very fair question, absolutely.
I'm just talking about people who steal from old people.
Exactly. Yeah, it's big time. Like, listen, I get it. If you're my 24, or like I think at the time we were 27 years old, and you fall for a telemarketing scam twice, I can't really say anything to you. Shout out to my old friend there who, Ricky Williams, was apparently one of the scammers there, which I found absolutely comical. Gave his SIM number twice. His SIM number twice. Twice over the phone. I'm like, once understandable, second time, come on,
He didn't do it.
He did.
He didn't do it.
Twice,
That's crazy.
Why?
Twice.
Twice he did it.
This person is making me laugh over here. He's like, so stealing from Sharif would be bad.
Oh,
I know I'm old, bro. You don't have to make me feel bad. I know I'm old, but I don't mind being old, man. All right, here we go, guys. We built a position now into NCPL. I've got 48s on. It's showing me 48s. It just bounced aggressively off the 10 EMA. The problem with this one is it's still suffering from the lower highs and lower lows. And now it's having trouble with that dreaded $0.50 again, like the same problem we were having on OCG with that $0.50. Last OCG now up above the $0.50. It's like almost at 160. Let's see if we can clear. We're showing a lot of selling here on NCPL right at that $0.50. Can we get a little bit high? We're going to wet the beak right there. We've got shares on this one now. We built the position in. Again, the $0.50 rejects, looking for continuation there above the half. Let's see if it comes to fruition. Also, Fluffy Hippo letting me know about a very good one. I already knew about this one, Fluffster, but thank you for pointing it out as well. CLYM looking awfully good. I made the case that this one was putting in a nice compression pattern with some higher highs. Higher lows, lower highs. Broken trend a little bit now. It's still above $3. Here's the deal, Fluffsters. We're going to get in, and we're going to give it to 3. Right, we're going to get in here, and we're going to go 298, and then we'll give this one a little bit of room. So if this one wants to run up a little bit, give us an opportunity to wet the beak in the mid-teens, and then we'll put some in the high teens as well, and then we'll take a gander at this one later. So continuing to watch here on NCPL, nothing doing on that one. Still suffering from the lower highs. New candle opened up now. What does this new candle bring? Is it going to bring any new buyers? The answer to that, at least initially, is no, as this one looks destined to continue on that lower low, lower high downtrend. If it loses that 140, that's going to be my line in the sand because that is the 10 EM on the 5. So let's go ahead and throw that stop in right now. Can give this one right that, and then we'll just go exactly like that. What else we got? I want to keep my eye on OCG because Bovin rightly pointed out that it was back above the $0.50, but it is now having trouble with 160. Funny enough, we were having trouble with 150 before. Now we're having trouble with 160 as we dip down again into that 150 area. So it looks like none of these small caps are spared, or they're taking their time off here during the midday. Oh no, NCPL just lost the bid aggressively. Thank goodness we put in that stop. So we go negative on NCPL after having a really good couple of trades. We aggressively add, and that ends up getting me a little bit of trouble. So we're still positive on the day, but we're negative now on NCPL. This one's going to have to change its tune a little bit for me to get involved with this one again because that failure was a no good. Now we're going to keep an eye here on OCG because that one is the one that's holding up at the 10 EM on the 5. So my move here on OCG is to continue to try to ride the higher lows. Keeping an eye on that. We'll get in a little bit here. And then I'm going to look to average into that $1.25. The $1.25 is the volume weighted average price. So that's what I'll be looking to build my position on right there. So let's go ahead into the low, oops, that's not what I want to do. Into the low 140s. We'll throw in that order right there, right into the low area, and then in the mid 130s as well. So let's see what OCG has to offer. Hopefully we don't go negative on OCG as well because we started off positively on this one. CLYM is going to be a much slower mover, so be careful with this one. Build your position in and then look for that continuation. Or Alpha, CGC is squeezing again. Oh, into the high of the day, you are absolutely right. CGC is up almost 40% on the back of President Trump, rumored to be looking to change the marijuana or cannabis scheduling from 1 to 3 or 3 to 1, I forget what it is. Anyways, downgrading it in severity. And as a result, there's going to be many positive things that come for the companies who deal in cannabis south of the border.
So that's going to be on a federal level. So what's it going to be like state by state?
It's not legalization.
Yeah, yeah, state by state.
Still state by state.
Yeah.
It's still state by state until the Fed comes in and then overtakes their framework. But we'll have to wait and see. What the good news is, Joey, they'll be able to bank a little bit better. They'll be able to write off business expenses, whereas now they couldn't, right? So even though you expend business costs in the business of cannabis, you weren't able to claim those as expenses. So there's a lot coming there. For Skims 613, do you ever see if the gappers have news? Look, for the news component of the gappers, I'm only interested in them if I'm looking for a multi-day runner. If there's not a multi-day runner, I really don't care because I'm looking at the technicals. I know that's not what people want to hear. I know people like to associate news with price action. I've just seen so many small cap gappers and traded so many. I don't really care about the news unless I'm swinging, a multi-day play. So that's kind of what I have to say about that. Now, there are those who feel that a good news catalyst prevents aggressive retracements on these small cap gappers. You know why I'm always complaining that they're around for a good time, not a long time. People have the opinion that if there's a positive, really sound news catalyst, then they're not going to give it up in the way that some small cappers do. And I think that That's fair. That's a fair point to make. I just let the technical speak to me. If it breaks down below the 10, it breaks down below VWAP, it loses me as a trader, and I'll likely get stopped out. I'm not going to be bag holding these. So to answer your question, yes in certain cases, no in others. I hope that didn't convolute the issue a little bit more. And I hope I helped. Okay, CLYM, we're taking prints. We got 9s on. We just wet the beak there at 16. Now looking for 19. Shout out to Fluffsters. She pointed CLYM out to me, even though I already knew about it. And now we're taking prints as well, Joey, here on OCG, despite the fact that we've got no beak wetter set up. We got 150. There it is, Bovin. You wanted us to get back in. We got in, Bovin. There, let's post now at 60. We just took 58s. Let's see if we can get above 60 now that pesky 60 area is acting like the 50 area where the shorts are setting up. So OCG, higher lows, looking for that flat top now through 160 up 72%. Pleased with this one. Let's see what else we got in terms of comments. VFF says Bovin. That one apparently is moving up. I haven't really looked at that one yet, Bovin. Let's take out some over here. We'll put in VFF, see what Bovin's talking about. Not too bad, not too bad. 1 to 3 says Jam Lucky. What does that mean, brother? Let me know what you mean by that. I don't understand. Or Alpha, they say just now announcement is Monday. What? All the banks open for cannabis companies. Banking is the play. That's what I like that thinking, Aura, man. I like that thinking. Thinking of like, you know, or alternative trades or, you know, corollary trades, connected trades. Bang on thinking there. I absolutely love it. Shout out to you. I didn't even know that they had made that announcement, but we know that that is a fact, right? Being Schedule 1 or 3 or whatever it is, prevents you from banking in certain ways, whereas others will be permitted. Thank you for mentioning that. What else we got over here? Junker, Junu Kerr. You don't need to read those kind of names. I don't know what you mean. Let's see what else. What's his name? John Del Segno, Joe, Sharif. Thoughts on Nvidia, 175 bounce. We're close. You want to give him that look?
Yeah, absolutely, man. We're going to try a little long here on Rivian unrealized. I'm down on it unrealized right now, guys. You can see we're down 8 cents. I'm not going to give it too much more room as the support levels look like they're going to break. And then I'll just hop out. We will give back the majority of our day, holding on by thread. I couldn't even afford a coffee once we get out of this one, so that's all right. But guys, let me know whenever Aurora Cannabis.
Free in the back, Joey.
Yeah, what's that party?
They're free in the back.
Oh, yeah, they're free in the bag. Yeah, well, for free 99. That's not too bad, man. But here it is, guys. Let me know when Aurora Cannabis heads back up to $1,500. Then I might be able to retire. So just let me know.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Jim.
Exactly. All right. So as for NVDA, hey, man, just calling it how I personally see it doesn't mean it's right or anything along those lines. So the daily here. Key support levels, I mentioned this is the head and shoulders. If we head over to the weekly, you can definitely see it a little bit more clearly. Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2 being formed, and now you're heading towards some key support levels. So just to eliminate some of the noise, we're going to get this breakdown here at 167. I think we head into that neck of the woods, guys, and then we head into the 150s and everything. The next step is going to be at 152, and I think that can most definitely come into play. This is a shelf that I don't like being seen. Let's just go back and take a look at some of the prior shelves. Okay, you have that shelf, you consolidate for quite some time with the inability to construct a new high, and then sure enough, boom, you tank all the way to $87 from 153 to 87. That's a 43% haircut. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case right now, but it's looking like that's going to happen. At this point, it's going to be down 27%, which I think is somewhat reasonable considering that seems to be the new narrative. You pull back 20, you head right back into the bear markets, and then you buy it back up. So it's just a dip that was never bought. And there goes Rivian to the downside. Let's see if we can get a solid rebound. There is buyers engaged here, but maybe not right now. So unrealized, I am going from a green to a red session, guys.
OCG's breaking out. Here we go. What do we have? We have 50s. There's 68. You know where I'm waiting. I already got it because the price spike up took it above that. Let's post now at 77s, looking for the continuation. We know that this one has had aggressive shorting into the pops. Take a look at the 5-minute chart. 1055 candle. That's the 181 high, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. 71s now showing up. 72s. 73s, Joey. Looking for 77s here. Why does my chair go down? Maybe it's because I'm getting excited.
The mask, man.
I don't know, bro. I don't understand, man. The chairs, it must be Rachel, the ghost that, that
We could just
onto
blame
the
everything
floor.
on Rachel.
Apparently, Ram's friends with her. Shout out to Rachel. Don't haunt me. There we go. Breaking out. There we go. We get 75 on OCG. You know, you didn't see the group chat? You didn't see the group chat?
Rachel, yeah, regarding
Yeah,
Rachel.
so you know about that.
Yeah, I know about
Okay.
Rachel. Yeah, I
was
mean,
like,
we were talking not too long ago.
you were talking to Rachel?
Yeah.
Is she nice?
She's all right, man. We're cool.
That's nice.
She told me just watch my step and
Watch your step, eh? Don't step out of line, in other words, right?
Duppy. We don't
I don't know what that
stuff,
means,
man.
Joey. Yeah, I know. John Tantrum. I thought she was going to work from home today, Ram, so I went on her computer because she remotes in, and I talked smack to her. I opened up a window on Google Docs, and I was like talking crap to her, but I don't think she's in, man.
Where is she not here today?
I don't even know, man.
She's not flat.
She put like a picture of us in on the show when she's in her hubby's car.
Yeah. What's up?
Yesterday, I don't even know,
It must
man.
be nice, eh?
It must be nice, yeah, to work from the car.
Yeah.
Our CLYM breaking out, Joey. There it is. There's 23. Shout out to Fluffy. Let's put what the beak here at 25. CLYM almost up 40%. Very strong. That's not cool, man. Shout out to Fluffy Hippo. I got to talk smack to her, man. Yeah, you have no idea, Fluffy Hippo, the kind of, vitriol that I have to put up with from Ram. It's tough. It's a toxic work environment, quite frankly.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, Ram is who she is, right? All right, so we're doing good here. Very happy with the trade so far. We're taking OCG long. We're taking CLYM long. But guys, these are not moving up in a straight line. So I want to take the opportunity that they're stair-stepping up to add more on the way up, like I've been kind of doing here with OCG. So long as they're holding trend, right? If they move in, they pull into the 10, they pull into 20 VWAP, whatever the level of support that I'm looking at is, I want to take the opportunity to add a little bit here. So yeah, Kevin Camacho, that's what I do, brother. I trade small cap gappers. Some of them are penny stocks, but does the money taste differently if it comes from a large cap or a small cap? I don't know. Let me know, brother, because I felt that they tasted the same. So we're going to keep an eye here on OCG, and we're going to keep an eye on CLYM. I'm also interested in getting back into NCPL, if it gets back above that $1.45. That $1.45 is the volume weighted average price. So I'll be looking to that one, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. Yeah, we're still sitting here in Rivian. We're at approximately 11 cents OTM right now. I'm out at 1870s, so we're going to give this one 20. Then other than that, my risk to reward ratio is just not going to be worth it. I would hold this until we establish a lower high or construct a new one, but a big time daily breakout. If the market was significantly stronger, I think this is one of the patterns. And who was it? Somebody and I were talking about sports, and it wasn't sports and stonks. No, I don't think it was. But Netflix, bull flag. We both agreed that if the market was stronger, then we would have got that continuation. And I think it's going to be the same narrative here in RIVN. MSOS is forming a bull flag here, though, so that might be another opportunity for a long. Some positive catalysts coming out of there. So maybe I just want to stick with that. Get out of some of these car manufacturers and tech names and head over to the marijuana space to see if it wants to get any higher here. On that good stuff. I think this could be a massive level here. If we can break that 532, that's a pretty solid position in my opinion. Other than that, yeah, there we go, 1870, 69. We're out of the RIVN trade, guys, going from red to green on the day. So we give it all back on IBIT and on RIVN, but that's okay. We'll figure something else. Let's head over to the marijuana space, guys, and get involved in this because I do like this bull flag breakout. I just think it's going to take some time in order for it to kind of just take that next leg higher, but we can position ourselves relatively well. Get out at the lower end of the range. 15 cents worth of risk, guys.
All right, guys, we took it out right there, OCG, into 178. Good look there. We had 150s on, so we'll continue to ride this trend. I ran out of shares, so I need to get a little bit more now. I'm going to wait for a retracement. I don't want to take a breakout trade. I realize that there's a 180 high, but it's just not my style of trading, okay? So I'm going to wait for a retracement, likely into that 160-ish, maybe, mid 160, and then we'll look to add a little bit more. Again, so long as that's predicated upon, of course, it holding trend of the higher lows and the higher highs about which we speak almost daily. So OCG, monster seller at 77. The shorts are really targeting OCG, and they were targeting NCPL as well. But I still think that they're going to be probably outdone right now for the moment by the longs because we keep making higher freaking highs and higher lows. Here's 180. It's a 181 high. You know, maybe we'll take the opportunity into a 181 high. It touches that high a day, comes back down, and we catch that higher low, and we get some more shares. So I'm still holding my CLYM trade, but I'm really focusing here on OCG because it's the faster of the two, faster moving of the two, of course. Now, the issue about trying to get some shares back in after a high of day touch and a drop back down is you're always susceptible to a possible double top. If it comes back into that same area and then drops back down, you know, you don't really know. So here it is. Now we're going to get some here. And oh, we didn't even get it, man. It's so strong is the price action. It didn't even let me in, Joey. There it is, now dipping down. So we're going to pick that up. What do we get? We got 69. Okay, very good. We're going to wait as well in the low 60s to get some more into this. There we go, dipping back down. Let's see if we can get some a little bit lower. So this candle still has a higher low, so it's a good look. Let's go ahead and wait up here at 75, and then we're going to wait above the high of the day, of course, for that 82 print now, right? Because the high of the day is 81. But I'm not done trying to add into this position. So the current candle just opened up on the 5. There we go, looking for a continuation above that 181. I don't want to necessarily see, though, anything below 158. Why? 158 is prior bar low. I'm looking for trend continuation, right? So I should let you know as well that that 158 is prior bar low, but when you're looking at the 10 EMA on the 5, it's 154. So let's go ahead and set up some more profit or dip trades over here. We're going to go ahead into 160, see if we can get something in and around 160. How's my CLYM trade doing? Let's take a quick look. Right into the high of the day again, into 25s. Looking for that 25 cross, though. It hasn't crossed 25, which is why I didn't get the print showing 24s now, but no print from my side as of yet. There's 25 again on the level 2, but no continuation, so no print. OCG back over here, showing that 70 print still, higher lows on the 5-minute chart. So looking for that continuation into 181, Joey. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, good look there, brother. All right, I'm just telling Gorv, I'm posted up at 1880s here on RIVN to see if we can catch a fill. Same thing here with 515s on MSOS. I'm going full size here on the Rivian play and looking for a small move. There it goes, eh? Yeah, nice call out on that one, Gorv. A little late to the dance on RIVN, but that's okay. We'll be patient and wait for it to come back into our level, and we will not chase. So we go 0 for 1 on that. We'll get a little bit better of an entry here at 1808. Then I only have to risk 10 cents to the low, and that's what I like to do. So you guys have been seeing that within my trading for the past little while. A big time breakout.
Wow, Joey. Ahead, wow. OCG is it. It's him. Again, man. Again, we added at 69s, and we just took out 88s. This one is all gas, no freaking brakes right now. Over 100% now, Joey, on OCG. The breakout is on. It's likely a $2 touch. I love when Mike the Rider says, "Go ahead." I love that. It's like British, right? You ever hear the British people like, "Go on, go on, son." Yeah. Right? I love that. It's very British, but he says, "Go ahead." So I'm down with that, Mike. I'm down with that bigly.
Get down.
So there it is, OCG, Joey, just holding trend. There was a seller at 81s where the high of the day was. He got decimated. I told him to run for his life. He didn't listen to me. So too bad. There's oh, wow, okay. We're going to have to see if I can read this, Joey. I'm going to have to try to read these. Okay, so I know some of the letters.
Wow, Rivian.
There's de. Oh, yeah, I can't read that. I'm not going to try to pretend like I can read it. Why market so weak? A speech will cause sell down? Speech? No, it's actually not Jerome Powell's speech. I think you're thinking about the FOMC meeting. It's likely, brother, it's Broadcom and the AI trade that people are getting concerned about. But I just have to pause for a second because there it is. OCG in the $2 freaking dollars. It is a $2 high of day now on OCG. Monster seller at 2. Look for the drop into, after touching 2, look for the drop possibly into the high mid 80s. I'm going to look to be picking up some there if you don't get an immediate breach. OCG is him right now. Yeah, but to answer your question, I don't think it's really Jerome Powell's speech. I thought, that was awfully bullish. The market reacted really well to his speech, you'll recall, and then it sold off aggressively in the aftermarket, not yesterday, but the day before, because of the Oracle earnings, which the market, is looking at as sort of, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Is they're trying to gauge the AI trade vis-a-vis, Oracle earnings, et cetera. And the fact is they missed on revenue and their debt load is quite high. And then Broadcom yesterday, Huck Tan refusing to basically guide past 1 quarter, but he did informally say on the call, I heard it, that he expects much more in the way of orders to come in from what is already on the books now. So I happen to believe Broadcom is going to do quite well because I feel that there are savings to be had for some of the hyperscalers and for companies like even Rivian, who is not a hyperscaler, to make their own custom chips and kind of circumvent the Nvidia GPUs, which are obviously much more expensive and much higher margin. So that's kind of what I feel about that. I'm not necessarily bullish or bearish, excuse me, at all.
People saying war too with Venezuela, the Venezuelan conflict. Apparently, a lot of people are talking about that as well.
I personally don't see that as bearish at all for AI. In fact, I think it's probably bullish for AI. They start using drones and stuff like that. I hate to say it like so casual, Joey, but war does have a way of boosting certain industries, and I think AI might be one of them.
Yeah, it's extremely innovative, unfortunately, at the loss of, at the extreme.
Yeah, it's ugly. It's real ugly.
It's really
look, I'm not happy about, war taking place on our side of the continent, if that's going to be what happens, Joey. But at the same time, I don't want 100,000 Americans dying every year. And there's plenty of Canadians dying. We see them every day outside doing the fentanyl. So if you believe that some of the issues with drugs are coming from that side, then all right, give me a second here. We got the breakout here on OCG. Shout out to Bovin, who called out. He's like, look, brother, you got to take out the breakout. There it is again. It's a new high a day on OCG right now in the 208. Looking for continuation here. What do we have on, man? These advertisements kill me. 195. There we go. We have more. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit up here. We're going to wait into 20s. Let's see if we get continuation. The breakout now is on. There's a seller, though, at 14. A big seller at 14. Watch out for a reversion here. As sometimes we clear that whole dollar level and then all hell breaks loose. Watching 11 now, the selling coming in at 11. It was at 14 prior. So now the sellers posted up at 11. That's a lower high on the book or on the book. So be careful here. Look at that. We can't shake that 11 seller. This could be trouble here or an opportunity to get more, really depending on your philosophical bend. So happy with the entry. We got 195s on, and it's showing me 218 high. So good breakout there. Shout out to Bovin. Thank you for calling that out, brother. As I was kind of digressing, talking about war and stuff like that. So got to keep it focused here on the small caps. Joey.
Focused.
I'm focused, man.
Oh, yeah.
Stop hollering at me, man.
Where's that from?
I forget.
Focus, man.
Neil knows.
All right, 1808, guys. That's where it posted up. Almost came into that level. I mean, it never hit the bid. Otherwise, we would have caught that fill. And I posted up on SLV. Thanks, Cora, for that shout out right there. So I'm not going to take any other price than 55.30s. And that's what we're going to aim for. Try to hit this move up into 55.80. 86. That'll give us a nice 5-1 if we're fortunate enough. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We need the fill. We need price to come back into that level and just hope that momentum doesn't really start to pick up to the downside. So what I was talking about earlier, guys, you're going to have to find your places of strength. The tech game obviously relatively weak here today. So whatever happened on yesterday's session, say see you later to that. We're now south of those specific zones. And then also pop, boom, micro pullback essentially, and you said sell right back off once again. So keep that in mind, guys. Try not to fight the trend, even though I am trying to go long Rivian. Understand that Rivian is relatively strong on today's session, and then as for silver, it's been pretty strong as of late. But the thing is, look at this strong engulfing candle as well, too. A lot of strong I got going on, but hey, it is what it is. We'll hold off on Rivian. We'll try to find something. MSOS has been a slow grind. I think volume will step into this at some point, and then you'll get a nice pop to the top side. Look at this daily. I think this is amazing. And how funny is $3.67. It just engulfs so much of this range right here in one trading session. So when we talk about the stairs up, elevators down, I've mentioned that it can happen in the opposite direction as well too. You get to take the the elevator up. And then sure enough, boom, stairs on the way down. So not too bad. MSOS, SLV starting to come into that level. And I'm now long Rivian at 1880s, 10 cents better than our prior entry. We're giving that one 10 cents. Once we get out of that trade, then that is going to be it. We'll have to be a little bit more patient and find something else to trade. I mean, I told you guys that we were nicely green on the morning. Unfortunately, we did give it all back. And then now we're going to hold up. If it breaks this low on RIVN, then we have to get out of Dodge. I only got 7 more cents. And it looks like the momentum is most definitely to the downside here, Sharif, so not too good if it looked for Rivian.
Can I show you something?
Absolutely.
This is Broadcom.
Yeah.
Okay, this is AVGO.
Yep.
50, the red is the 50, EMA.
Yep.
Hold. 50, hold.
Oh,
bro.
Sylvie.
50, kind of hold.
Kind of hold.
And now here's 50 again.
Yeah, I think that with that candle there, I think the momentum is just a little bit too strong.
Too strong.
Right, for it to bounce off immediately.
Do you think we lose prior low, 330? Like that 340 to 330 area, this area over here?
Yeah, I do. I think over time we do lose that.
We do, eh?
Yeah. I think if NVDA heads into the 70s, or lower 70s, I should say, and in the high 60s, I think that's going to be the case.
Fair.
It's going to drag the market.
It's going to drag the market down. All right. This is definitely interesting to me because we, from all-time highs, which were essentially a couple of days ago, to now, we're down 15%.
Oh, wow, SLV, let's go.
Yeah, so we're down big. But we didn't spend too much time up there. That was the algo spike in the aftermarket, to be fair, right? And then we dropped because CEO Huck Tan started spitting hot lines on the earnings call. That's what I'm talking about there. There's the price spike up into 425. So you spent all of 15, 30, 45, an hour. You spent an hour there. This is the 15-minute chart on AVGO, and then all hell's broken loose since that time. I've always wanted to get into AVGO, but I just couldn't, stomach the price action, and I think I'm going to have an opportunity to get in. So I'm going to get in slower than I did on Meta. I got in too aggressively, too quickly on Meta, so I'm going to be building my Broadcom position here, which I really have never been involved in. I don't think what we heard yesterday or what we saw from the earnings report is all that bearish. The only thing that I can think of personally that hurts Broadcom is if people go at it, companies go at custom silicon designs alone and they circumvent Broadcom. Recall that Broadcom's not making anything, right? All the chips are being made by Taiwan Semi mostly, right? Broadcom is helping these hyperscalers design custom silicon, but if they put that design or they allocate that design money in-house like Apple has done with the M and the A, and Rivian has shown us that they're going to do that yesterday as well, then Broadcom gets hurt because then they get circumvented as well. So I don't know. I don't think that everybody wants to allocate those kind of resources and have, their own chip designing department. So I think that they stick with the Marvells, the Broadcoms. That's my bias. And so I think I'm going to be building a position here on AVGO, just not as aggressively as I did with MetaJoey.
I think that's a great idea, to be honest with you. I mentioned this time and time again. If you hit that $1 trillion club, you're an elite group of individuals. And I think that Netflix can be one of the next up, in my opinion. So when you see these massive, remember when the market was all about FANG, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, right, Netflix, Google? I think that's going to be the same. I don't think it changes. Just because we're here from a day-to-day standpoint, just kind of micromanaging everything, I don't think the narrative in the bigger picture changes. Neil talks about it all the time. I think it's just great opportunities, and the more experience you gain, and I'm not saying that I have the most. I'm heading in my 5th year, but what I have in my short duration in trading is that these guys are big boys for a reason, and I'm not going to underestimate them just because they have like a certain period of time where they're not performing well, or there's a lot of catalysts up under them that say, hey, we're in fear of this bubble, we're this, that, we're this, that. In my opinion, I think at the end of the day, Sharif, Meta you're involved with, Broadcom you want to get involved with. I think those are absolutely fantastic plays. But what we are is absolutely fantastic right now, Sharif, is silver, and this is going to be our best trade of the day so far if we can continue to climb higher. I mean, if I realize everything right now, I'd be higher at a higher point than what I was earlier this morning. But a nice pop up there in Rivian. We're almost at a 1-to-1. I can take a little bit off on RIVN, which I'm going to do. Maybe we'll go 30% right there. So we'll take some off on RIVN, and let's go silver. IO silver away as we take off. There we go, 2-to-1 on silver. Gorb, that's why we wait for good prices, brother. Bang!
Boy,
all right,
Joey.
I don't want to panic or anything like that, but there it is. We're back into it. Ooh, what a move on both of these names. I'm going to pull up silver momentarily, but yeah, I put on the largest amount of size that I have in today's session on both of these names. So let's rock and roll. If this comes back to my break even, I have to get out at 1880s there, Sharif.
All right, sounds good. Good trade there, Joey.
Brother.
Please tell LJS I would like cinnamon 12 milligram Zins when Nvidia gets to 165 soon. Did you bet with Big Spile?
I might have. I don't even remember my bets with this guy anymore, but anything for you, Big Smile, my brother.
I love Big Smile, bro.
Cinnamon,
even
though.
when
what is that
Is there
nonsense?
cinnamon ones?
I don't even know, man. We don't even got that around these neck of the woods.
I like
but we'll
how
try.
sometimes we don't even know he's around. Attaboy. Only me hanging. I like how we don't even know he's around. He's listing though, and then I get that.
Guy, man.
I get that DM. I love Big Spile, bro.
You gotta post that one picture. It's absolutely hilarious.
I still got it, my boy.
It's like, oh my God, man, who let you out, man? It's all fun and games. Bro. We're all making fun. All right, so I'm out of Rivian. We got most of that back on that loss, but here it is. Oh my God.
I love this guy, bro. He's such a good vibe, man.
Yeah,
and you can tell he's at the pharmacy there. He's got the
he's at the pharmacy.
Something
he's probably trying to grab his Zins. All right, let's head over to this. Let's head over to this silver trade. It may not look like much, but when you're risking only 10 cents, you put X amount of shares on. We're at 30s. You hit a 2.5 to 1 on that. The chart's not really doing it any justice, but by far one of my better trades on the morning on Realize, that is. So if I lock everything out right now, then that's going to be better than the MSOS trade. So we're right back to where we were earlier in the day, and it's a great, great feeling. Just stick to those guns, stick to your risk to reward ratios, and then sure enough, you'll be able to put on some monster trades. Gorev, that one's all to you, my brother. You pointed that out. We waited for that price to come into play, and look at that, 55.30s, almost a bottom wick on this move right here, and then sure enough, bang, right to the top side.
Just before the ad assassino, I want to read this to you so you have an opportunity to think about it because it's an options thing. D. Westermeyer, a great friend of the show. Sharif, Joe, help. I have 450 out of the money DIA puts, expiry 12/19, and I'm battling the market makers. Every time input the order, they shift. DIA puts, Joey.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
going to read this.
Are we doing something first?
I'm going to do an ad read. I just wanted to read it for you quickly there.
So D. Western, was it a super chat or was it just a regular
just
thing?
Yeah, it's just
okay,
regular.
All right. I'll look into that momentarily. Sorry, I got a lot of size on.
No worries.
Here,
okay,
so,
no worries.
Yeah.
All right, OGen guys, concussions demand fast solutions. And that's what you get here with New York listed exchange stock Origenics trading under OGEN. They're developing one designed to reach brain quickly and non-invasively. No, it's okay. Learn more by rescheduling a meeting today. I think we need to revise that. Thank you very much, OGen guys. Make sure to check OGEN on the New York Stock Exchange. Shout out to OGen. D, I don't really know too much about options, brother. We're going to hold off on that right now because Joey's locked in a trade.
Do me a favor. Can you just send that to me on the chat real quick? Because I don't want to. I want to give him a good, solid answer.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. I'll ramble on right now because we did take a little bit more off, so I got some breathing room here. So yeah, as soon as we get that info from Sharif, we'll lock in. Boom. We'll tap in right there. Oh, it's 12 o'clock already. There goes SLV, man. This is my first time actually ever trading this, to be honest with you. We're going to head off to Neil with his lesson of the day. And IO Silver away.
Thanks, gentlemen. And lesson of the day today, usually I'll come out after Adara, but she's taking the day off, so we'll jump right into it. There was a discussion this morning about holding on to trades, or like getting better holding on to trades, or how you can not get out so early or take more profit. And so I wanted to sort of gear it around that, but in a way, of course, hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Oftentimes, when people are describing something, or maybe they're trying to explain a concept or an idea or a strategy, the problem lies in that everybody has different time frames, everybody has different definitions and all that stuff, so it can get lost if you're not really clear about what that means. And I think it's exactly the point of where that discussion about you got to hold on to your winners longer gets completely misconstrued. Because everything is relative. Everything is a trade-off. It's what matters if you're like, okay, I need to hold on to the winner longer, but relative to what? You know what I mean? Like, where is it? Like, what is your out? What is the move that you're capturing? What are you risking? You answer those questions first, and then holding a trade becomes sort of relative to that. And your time frame matters. Day trading and swing trading are going to be a little bit different. And then you have to be consistent with it is the other part of it. So what I'm going to start with, actually, and I wanted to do this because like a lot of times we'll show you something that happens like throughout the day, but I want to reference something that was just yesterday. And the example would be, okay, well, let's look at something which tried to work, didn't work, and then did work, and look at what holding the trade actually means in both of these concepts. So I'm long silver yesterday at 56.8 here. Right now, as it's moving to the upside, obviously I only end up getting one fill at about 90, and then I don't get filled at 57 even before trying to reload here at VWAP and stopping out at 70. So I was risking 10 cents. I was actually reloading a little bit tighter than that and then taking about like a 10 penny hit on that. But I also wasn't trying to get anything out until the first 10 cents. And when I reload the exact same price, I actually got a little bit more aggressive on the hold because, well, it had an upward trend. Like I'm catching the falling knife, so I'm taking some out at 1-to-1. But when I'm getting long here again, note something. This is, you've made a low, higher low, hold VWAP, higher low. Is that a better trade? You better believe it's a better trade in my opinion. So therefore, if I'm doing the same idea or concept, going in long just above 80 to then stop it out just around the 70 level, then I want to make sure I'm holding until first resistance. See that first big candle? Like, why would I be getting out there? Like, if I'm risking 10 to 15 pennies in there, why am I getting out in that candle inside of 10 to 15 cents? No, I'll let it travel. If it shows resistance at set 57, then take some out. And then I can, when it holds the trend line there, what am I doing when it holds the trend line? I'm adding back in and risking to the trend line. Now, there's only one exit that I have an issue with. That's this one. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Sometimes what will happen here is I'll get caught with an offer that's already sitting higher on the first bounce. It'll bounce off the trend line again, further confirming it, and I'm just stuck with an order out there that gets filled before I can even cancel it. And that's the downside sometimes of putting orders out there, is like you just get swept up. But there's no reason to be out on that candle. I haven't, maybe a little bit early on this candle, I could have given it 5 or 10 more cents. And then 57.5 was my target. Now, what that all adds up to is, oh, did I get 56.8? It was a 60 penny move. Let's just say I ended up going further than that. 60 penny move. Wow, that's 60 pennies risking 10. That's 6-to-1. No, it's not. It's not a 6-to-1 trade. I was long twice at an average price of 56.9, taking 10 cents there, about 15 cents there, and about 20 cents there, and about 30 cents there, and ultimately the best about 60 cents. You do average that out, and like you're probably in the realm of like a 25 to 30 cent win. So it's still good. It's like a 2.5, 3-to-1 style trade. But that's how you have to think about it. The entire execution of the trade is how it works out and what defines holding to you, ultimately. And when you look at it, and you go back, you should be able to say, okay, relative to what I was risking, I traded open door to the south side here. It was a 7 break. If I'm risking to about 5 or 6, I'm not covering until we get the first 1-to-1. A little bit more out as it tries to bounce off that 90 area. But when it breaks down and establishes trend, now I would say this is a fail, because just like the same trade, as it starts to work, I want to make sure you still have some on board. But unlike the silver trade, by the way, I made a mistake here. As it starts to hold this trend line, I don't add to it, which is always a mistake, because before it's just a flat bottom break. When it's now holding the trend line, I got to be adding to this thing somewhere in here. Instead, when it makes this bounce off support, I'm getting out and not re-entering on the trend line. But the bigger and more important thing is holding is relative to what you were risking. If I was shorting 7, risking to VWAP, or 712 up here, like this morning high, then I shouldn't necessarily, I'm giving it a wider stop. I need to be holding everything until a first out in that range to make that make sense. And then make sure you're consistent with your strategy. If that's the way you trade that way all the time, because how you win is how you lose. And this is sort of the concept. If all of your biggest winners also resemble your biggest losers, you might have a problem. You should want your losers to look boring relative to your winners. Like, you should want it to say, okay, well, yeah, I got in here and then I have one entry, one exit, you know, and if you're adding to it, like, and then as an example, I'll go back to, like, again, a previous trade, because sometimes we don't get a chance to, oh no, I just closed it. All right, let me just go back here for a quick, open in new tab. I just accidentally shut this thing down. So what you want is, you want your losers to look, oh, we go long here, it starts to work, we buy in there, oh, and we're out. I'm not buying anymore, well, it's not working. You know, it looks kind of boring. It's like, okay, well, obviously, had I leveraged into this, it would have been a monster trade. But I'd rather just say I got out when the long wasn't looking any good. Like, there was a bit of an uptrend in consolidation, and once that's broken, I'm not doing anything. And I'm not doing anything until it re-engages. So like you said, like, you win the way that you lose. Now, if the way that you win is to be long into this, into the absolute low, for example, now it's not my style, but if going long into this low is part of your jam, well, you know what? You shouldn't be getting out into VWAP. You shouldn't be getting a lot out into there. You really got to hold, because you're trying to buy it. You want to be that buyer that buys at 56.5 to 56.8, holds it all the way to the low, risking maybe like a full percentage point. Well, then you need to have a boat on when it's breaking 57. Risk to reward. Like, you don't want to be scalping out for 25 or 30 cents if you're holding it 50 to 60 against you, right? Like, that's the concept. So it's all relative. If you're talking about holding a trade, relative to what? Relative to your stop. What are you risking on the trade? That should determine what you should be trying to get out of it in terms of developing a trading strategy. And not everyone is going to be the same, because to one person, a scalp trade could be holding it longer. I know Luis trades a lot of small caps. We have him on every other Thursday. Like, for him, holding a trade would be a lot of people's scalp sometimes. And that's just fine, because as long as you're consistently profitable, that's what matters. So understand that risk to reward for you will not be risk to reward to someone else. Risk to reward for Sean won't be the same for me, or for Joe, or for Sharif, or for anybody out there. So be open to listening to other ideas and sort of feeding off of others, but understand that your trade is your trade. Your risk is your risk. Your notion of what you are risking on your trade to, and you better have some idea of where you're getting out, that is how you should be grading your winners or your losers. And if you do that properly, then you can be a consistently profitable trader. If you don't do that properly, then you might end up a trader that will lose big, or because your loss is your loss, but then won't win big enough to cover it. And that's where the real problem lies. It's not, just to give you an example, when the stat gets thrown out of like 90% of traders lose or 95% of traders lose, whatever the percentage is that you're working off of, what I have found almost universally, and this will be like the percent that lose, over 90% of the percent that don't make it have that simple problem when I'm looking at settlements, when I'm looking at trading floor risk, which I did for many, many years. It's all the same thing. 20 trading days in a month, if I take their 5 best trading days and their 5 worst trading days and look at the mean of those 5 winning trading days and the mean of those 5 losing trading days, and guess what? The 90% of traders that fail, the mean on their losers of the top 5 days and the bottom 5 days and their top 5 days, it's simply higher than the winners. And the few percentage of traders that make it or consistently profit, the opposite is true. Now, that's an easy thing to say because it's objectively true and it's common sense, but it's something a lot of traders really ignore because it's so easy to be like, oh, but you know what? I'm winning 50 to 60% of the time, and that's nice. Of my trainee group, there was about 20, I think it was 21 or 22 people. There were 4 or 5 graduates. I think it was 5 graduates and 3 or 4 that ended up trading for 5 years or more. 3 of us lasted forever, essentially. Of the traders that failed, half of the traders that failed in that group had no trouble being net profitable 50% of their days. Think about that for a second. More than half of the failing traders in my trainee group had no trouble being profitable more than half the time. So why didn't they make money? Because they lost more on the days they were down than what they made on the days they were up. So for your strategy, holding just has to mean relative to your risk. I know I always sound like I'm being preachy, and I get it. Some people don't like being preached at, which is absolutely fine. But the truth of it is I genuinely do not want to see people lose money in a general sense. Like trading has been good to me in my life. And I feel I'm fortunate for that. I got to trade other people's money on a prop floor to start out with. I never had to trade my own money to earn a living. I always got to be leveraged by someone else. And right at the time when it was easier to do that. And there were more places that you could do that easily. So I was pretty fortunate in that regard. And then I was like really cheap and saved money and all that stuff. So things worked out really well for me. And I remember the people on the way while I was doing that were willing to give me that kind of solid advice and not give me the rosy, oh, look at all the big wins and all the celebratory, they sat down and said, this is what it's really about. And so I try to make sure that I tell you guys that, because it's not easy. It does require discipline. It does require hard work. It does require sometimes getting top and bottom wick and being frustrated by it because you listen to your rules. But on the other end, when you do have a winner on, you have to make sure that that winner is going to be held or work relative to how much you risked. If you're risking 10 pennies on a trade, then you can't be out in the first 5 cents and make it work. If you're risking $1 on the trade, then you got to make sure you're holding that relatively as well. So again, make sure everything is, I like to say, in the pocket, right? Like compare apples to apples. Do you be open to new ideas, but formulate your own risk plan that fits your strategy. That's been long-winded. Now I'm going to go eat my, it's like a, well, it's that paella, right? Can anyone see that? And there's a Caesar salad. I'm not a fan of Caesar salad, so that's going to be a problem. But anyways, enjoy your lunch if you're doing that, but enjoy the rest of the day. I know I just got a little bit long-winded, but we had no Adara today. And it's a subject that, for risk management, like, this is a conversation that when I was the floor manager, when we had a trading floor here, anytime a trader wanted to sit down and talk risk management, I said, as long as you want. I would sit down and we'd sit there and for multiple traders, and I'd sit there, we'd talk for an hour, and you can tell me all about your strategy, because ultimately it's the most important thing for a trader. And if you can conquer that, then you can have some success in this game. Good luck, everybody, in trading. There's your lesson of the day. Sorry for being so long.
By all means, man. Yeah, that's all you can really do. In all honesty, there's some individuals, when they start speaking, you just shut up and listen.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the case.
You just feel the wisdom oozing.
You just shut up and listen, and you just nod your head. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody had those. And you just listen to what Neil had to say. So yeah, I'm glad that he had that fantastic lesson of the day. It's phenomenal stuff. I just wanted to say thank you for that. He brought up an SLV example, which is absolutely phenomenal. But let's get into a couple things. Drop system, I didn't forget about you. We're going to talk a little bit about that here. But Mr. Westermeyer, we're going to pull up the options chain right now and see what kind of conundrum you got yourself into here with the Dow Jones put. I mean, it's really tough because you have to take into consideration, and I'm talking from experience as well too, when the technicals tell you to get out, get out. And it may not be that simplistic. Obviously, you have attachment to your positions, but trust me, and you've probably been doing this a little bit longer than I have, but I've learned a massive lesson, especially in Bitcoin and going heavy on contracts as well too. When the technicals tell you to get out, listen to them, regardless of what happens after that. So you say, okay, Sharif, Joseph, help, I have 450 out the money puts. You didn't give us a strike. Oh, yeah, $450 maybe out the money puts. So you bought those it's either you have 450 puts, which is a substantial amount, or you're actually selling these or buying these.
He said right here, Joe, 435 put, 435. So like 0.07% contract right now. That's word for word what he said.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's a little bit tough, man. All I can really suggest to you now is when you're in that, it expires next Friday. So what you want to do here, we're just going to try to mitigate our losses a little bit. What you want to do is essentially just start selling some puts, because you're at the point where you only have a week left on those contracts. So I think by next Friday, I think 480 will be relatively safe. You'll be collecting $2.04 if you sell those. I don't know how many contracts you have, but that's just going to mitigate your loss. You have these you said 430, right? $430 puts that he has?
I think, did I send it to you there, Joey?
No, you sent me, it says I have
one?
450 out the money. I don't know
what he
if his
just said,
quantity
right?
is 450, which is a substantial amount, or the strike price is 450. Regardless, what we got to do here is now you got to construct yourself a spread. And that spread is just going to help you mitigate that loss a little bit. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time in order for that to fully recover, right? So that's, I think, the game plan for you to do right now is just keep that loss as small as you can. 480, I think that'll be somewhat of a safe play. If you want to be a little bit more safe and make sure you lock that in, 475, X amount of contracts times by 132 bucks. By next Friday, if that expires worthless, you'll at least take that off of your position. That's the best advice I can personally give you. Why? Because I've been through that scenario on multiple occasions and I'm currently sitting in it right now. So just sell, 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 sell until the underlying start to turn around. Now, Fluffy Hippo, recommendations on books for options? Yes, start with the wonderful textbooks, Options for Dummies. I read the Financial Markets for Dummies, Stock Market, Investing for Dummies. That series is absolutely phenomenal. Once you've gone through that, read something else, and that I'm going to lead you towards beginner trade. I forget the title of it. It's by, I can't remember the publication, but it is options trading for beginners. It's going to give you a 3-in-1 setup. It's going to teach you how to construct credit spreads. It's going to teach you about iron condors, and it's going to teach you about the options wheel and covered calls. That's going to tell you a lot about the game, and that's where I started. And there's one thing, and I was thinking about this the other day, and it's funny when I was when I was earlier in my obviously trading journey and everything. It doesn't matter. Reading is extremely important, but there's nothing as valuable as experience. It's a great starting point, but once you have that background of knowledge, you're gonna be able to implement that, and once you go through multiple scenarios, then it's gonna help you even more, and I think that's what trading is, and that's why the learning curve is so long, is because you haven't been through enough scenarios to understand what's actually going on, and there's so many that happen into the overall market, but that's where you start, options trading for dummies, and then I'll find it momentarily, guys. I still have all the books at home, and I'll give you guys some suggestions on
I love that. And I love how you just said that last part there.
Yeah.
When you've seen so many scenarios,
Yeah.
it really helps, not just in identifying them, but I feel like it helps with your confidence and your conviction as well.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
I've seen this story before. It's nothing new. If A, then B, kind of like that. It's never.
If and then situations, and pretty much, Sharif. Yeah, I agree 110% with you, brother.
And I really do feel that that's helped with the small cap. I mean, in every sort of trading, I think that's going to help. It's not going to just be for small caps.
It's just going through the fire. Like, that's what trading is. You have to walk through that smoke in order to understand truly what's going on. And there's a lot. But there is, man. Yeah, there is light at the end of the tunnel.
All right, guys, why CBD? This is on the Amex network, and if you watched the show before, you know I suspect this network constantly, as many of the bamboozlers have been on this, have been Amex stocks, so that's just the way it is. We're long, 131. I initially got in at 35. I DCA'd into the 10 EMA on the 5 into 28, so it gives me 31. I just wet the beak there into 39. It's a 43 high of day. We're still lower high, so my move is here. I hold this unless it loses the 10 EMA. It got back above the 10 EMA, and since it got back above it, it stayed above it. It loses me as a long trader. So we're keeping an eye on this one. The 10 EMA, I should probably mention where it is. It showed me 27s or so. This is not a good looking candle that's forming right now. Topping tailish, rejecting off 140. I'll submit to you guys that 140 is the real resistance level on the day. And that was the case from 8:15 until the breakdown at around 9:10. And it's continuing to be the case right now, despite the fact that it's a 143 high a day. Doesn't really matter. The closing prints have all been south of 1. Go ahead.
Oh, look at silver go. I own silver.
So excited. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy, man. Sorry to interrupt you, but there it goes on silver. There it goes on silver. What a rebound, man. Yeah, that was a big time
storm
comeback.
Of prints
yeah,
there.
That was a big time comeback. I did take the bulk of this off right here, and I was left with 20% for this little bit of a run right there. So yeah, shout out to everyone. Best simulator for options people are talking about, Sharif. I suggested what we personally use there. TWS is definitely one of the ways that you can go for sure.
Well, absolutely. Too bad they don't sponsor us, but they should be, really. And if I'd be telling them, if you guys know anybody there, you should be telling them.
Call them up.
All right, so we're in YCBD, right back into 40 it goes. It was just at 40, it's 39 now, but I was watching the price action form at that 40 penny area, and there is a very, very large seller into 40 pennies. So let's see if we can get above it. I've only got one profit taker north of 40. I should probably put more because, you know, if it's a very, very staunchy resistance level, it has a tendency sometimes to really blow through a lot of levels above that 140. That's all predicated, of course, upon it clearing 140. Now, the other trade that I've got on CLYM, I got the beak wet there at 20s. I got back into this one, even though I did stop out, not even break even, above break even on the last little amount. It's still holding trend. It's just a clunky trade, man. You know, sometimes it'll breach an area low, sometimes it won't. So I don't know how to feel about this one. Just before we go to the ad, Assassino, I want to let them know that I'm looking also at PL, not the Premier League. PL, where is this trade at? New York. PL, high a day, 1869. We're going to talk about that one momentarily after Joey's done.
All right, guys. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fears, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is Trade the Pool's revolution of limited risk trading, trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation.
So YCBD just breached 40. And then it dropped again. And so the shorts really are looking at this 40 penny level, and they're quite convicted. So let's be careful with this one. It did pop up. I want to say it popped up into 41. So technically did breach 40, but right down below 40 we go again. So let's see if we can get above it now. Their sellers are posting at 39. There's large size coming in at 39. Let's see if we can outdo them and take out some levels. I'm going to continue to have the same plan on this one. It's a 10 EMA hold or die, right? Back into 39. Look at that size now coming in at 39. As we get into the level, we'll be able to see a little bit more. EXP and EdgeX, huge size posted there, but it's typically with these ones that we can't see that gets us in trouble. But the Premier League, PL, where's that one at, Joey? There it is, PL. Thank you for Outlawed Trader. I love the name, mentioning PL for me over here. Look, PL, come back down into 850. It's on its way. Why am I looking at that 850? Because that is what I perceive to be the breakout area, okay? I see a bunch of double tops, 925 rejection, 10 o'clock rejection. Let's give this one a try, man. Let's give PL here a try. We're gonna get in some sharage. The 10 EMA on the 5 on PL is into 42. So we're gonna get some here. And then we're gonna add into 42, but if it stops out below the 10 EMA, that ends the trade for me. It is really that straightforward. So we're in at 54. We're gonna go ahead and wait in the mid 40s as well. Loses that 40 area, again, loses me as a trader. So we're gonna go like that. We'll give it to there, and then we'll do just like that. So we put in the stop. We got 54s on. Let's see if we can get some profit takers into the high 50s, and we'll also post some low 60s. So we'll see what that one does. Coming back now. Oh no, CLYM. Jeez, man. I'm gonna give this one a bit more room here on CLYM because I've been bamboozled with this one before. So CLYM area low, 1155, 306. 305 ends the trade. Okay, on that one. So we put in the stop there. How's YCBD doing? Back into 41. Look at the size here at 40 and 41. It's a thick trade over here, bro. I know Joey doesn't like when I use thick a lot, but this is into 42, Joey. There's the print. Now we just got into the high of the day. That is $1.43. The shorts, now they're going to be against the ropes now. So it's going to be a major tug of war between longs and shorts at this level, as this is kind of, yeah, it's the high of the day. And so a lot of people will be looking at this. Back into 42 we go. Let's see if we can get continuation. I've got some prints there at I've got some resting profit takers to wet my beak into 48. So let's see if we can get above 42. Joe, they're posted up at every penny. What the hell's going on? 40, 41, 42, 43. Where are the shorts? I mean, pick a level and stay at that level. But yeah, let's see what this one can do. I feel like this one is setting up for possible flat top break. We've rejected this 40 penny level so many times. It feels like it might be a matter of time, but who really knows? I got stopped out of CLYM as that one did lose the bid. How we doing on the other trade though? With PL. So we haven't taken any prints, but we're not out of the money. Is this a widespread? No, it's not a widespread. There goes YCB frickin' D. We just made a new high a day into 49. We've got 30s on now. Let's pulse 55s. Big breakout. It felt like a matter of time because it was a matter of time. The shorts are running scared now. Let's watch out though. That 150. What's going on over there?
No, I hit that for you.
Oh, I appreciate you. 150 though. So how many resistance levels do we have to deal with here? Because now we've got this psychological resistance at $1.50, Joey. So this might be some more trouble. Let's continue to watch the price action. Happy now that it's away from my entry so that I can rest a little bit easier here. YCBD on the Amex exchange, guys. You want to guess how many shares this one's traded on the day? Don't look. It's not huge. Just guess.
150 million.
222 million shares. So we got a lot of liquidity on this one. Right, so we're gonna keep an eye. Guy, bro.
All right, man. So a nice look here on SLV. Shout out to Neil for bringing that one out. Thank you guys for talking about it. Now, okay, Fluffy Hippo. Don't be scared. We're going to get that in momentarily. I want to take care of drop system momentarily because you asked me a very valid question. You said, Joe, do I like Tesla? And I said, no, not right here. And why? Because it's really important. It's going to lead back towards Neil's lesson of the day. I had to risk too much. When Dropped brought it to me, we were around 443 or something roughly, and I would have had to give it past that. So that's $2 worth of risk. Now, I like the trade if you have the ability to get as closer to the lower end of this consolidation, right? We're going to go through a couple of my names, and we're going to see that we're just trying to get in at the lower ends of the consolidation, whether it works or not. Why? Because it drastically increases our risk to reward ratio, okay? So that's why. It's not that I didn't like the trade. I didn't like where I had to get in at. And I'm really, really focusing on this. I was telling Gorev, I really want to hone in on it because what Neil said yesterday, he was risking 10 cents on SLV. I was doing the exact same thing. So that really hit home when he mentioned that. 55.30, I was out at 55.20. That was it. And then now we were fortunate enough to get a move up into 56s. Now let's go over a couple of my other entries, right? Fluffy Hippo, I haven't forgot about you. This one I was willing to risk 20 cents, but I want to focus on where the entry is, right? You have this consolidation zone. I'm in at the lower end of the consolidation. Why? Because it drastically increases my risk to reward ratio. Same thing, it phases you out right here. I'm like, all right, let's get in at 1880s. Why? Because that low has been established right at 70s, and I'm fortunate enough, if it cracks that, then I just know I'm wrong altogether. So risk to reward is extremely important, especially when you go with R multiples, okay? So there it is. We get a little bit of a move, and we, Joey paper hands that one. Devin Haney, full disclosure, I Devin Haney'd that because I was like silver, 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 IO silver away. Now we're going to touch on a couple more names here. Fluffy Hippo, I haven't forgot about you. Don't worry about it. People don't forget, especially when you have very valid questions. Now let's head over to IBIT. Oh, I should have went to my other one first, actually. Oh my God, I love how it does that tree.
What happened? Those are good times.
Yeah, it's great times. Anyways, this weekend we're just relaxing. Exact same thing here, right? So we have an indecision print on the 1 minute on IBIT. I'm wrong at the break of the lows. Okay, boom, we get a nice little move. I got a little move higher, but it came back against me out immediately after, okay? 10, 20 cents worth of risk, the exact same thing. We now have a new low being established. I want to take that long, cracks the low, hasta la vista, baby. We're out of that trade, and it's the exact same thing. I was going to say, what did Sylvester Stallone used to say?
What did he say?
I was asking you a genuine question.
In which movie, Joey?
I don't know, his most iconic one where he...
Rockies?
No, not Rockies.
Rambo?
Rambo, yeah.
I'm not a big Rambo guy.
Okay.
Yeah. I just remember the villain, Murdoch.
The Murdoch? Oh, okay.
Was his name Murdoch? The guy that kept...
Yeah, I was never a big one there.
Hey, yo, Adrian.
Hey, yo, Adrian.
That's the one I know. Hey, yo, Adrian.
He's obviously from New York, I'm assuming, right, with that accent?
He's Philly.
Is he Philly? All right. Same thing, man. All right. All right. There it goes on IBIT. Same thing going on there, guys. What was the other name that I traded? Yes, MS. SOS. Just again, we're just going through examples of keeping those risk to reward really tight and getting at the lower end of the range. So we have a range right here. We get that tick right there at 40.90. So that's what we're looking for, and we're continuing to climb. Now, Fluffy Hippo. I didn't forget, we're going to head over to what you think. All right? So you say, yeah, I'm really scared of, again, like, hey, options frighten me. Totally fine. If something's new, I understand that. But you have to understand, at times they can be relatively safer than actually trading stock in itself. Why? Because if you were just buying options, whether it be a put or a call, you have a max loss, and that's all you can lose, okay? So it's like, hey, today I decide that I want to buy this $175 call that expires today on NVDA. I can't lose more than $190, right? Opposed to if I were to buy 100 shares at 175, I have a potential to go to zero. Now, I'm not saying that NVDA is going to go to zero because the likelihood of that is very, very low. I would say it's not going to happen. The sky would be falling at that point. It would be detrimental to the market. All right? So 175, you pay 190 bucks, that's all you lose. Okay? And if you're bearish on the stock as well too, I want to buy the 170 put instead, well, you're paying $30 for that. Now, this is where people get caught in the attractiveness of options. 30 bucks for that? Oh, cool. I'll do that all day. But at the end of the day, you will lose all of that money, okay? So just keep in mind, when you are buying options, what you pay is the max that you can lose, and it's that simple. That's not necessarily the case when you're shorting shares or when you're just buying shares flat out. And that's all I have to say.
That is cool, man. Ooh. No way. Look at this. Look what Fabian just sent me. That's Blanca. That's new there.
That's your guy, right?
I dressed up as Blanca, man. Yeah, this is amazing over here. Flick of the wrist. Hold on. I will. Reddit. Can I show it? Is it safe? Yeah. Look at Ryu. Oh, wow. This is great. There's Ken. Yeah, let me click it and I can full screen. Excellent. I love this. There's Ken. Oh, Chun-Li. This is amazing. Oh, M. Bison. There's Guile. Sonic Boom. Who's this guy? Roman Reigns. No. There's Blanca. I love the Cammy, one of my favorites. She has the best background music in Street Fighter 2 Turbo or the challenges. Look at this, dude. Oh my goodness. Why does it look like 50 Cent, man?
It does look like 50 Cent.
It looks like 50. There's Dalsum. This is really good. Vega. Oh, Zangief. There's E Honda. Who's this guy again? Andrew Schultz.
Bro, that looks like Andrew Schultz.
It is Andrew Schultz. Why is Andrew Schultz featuring here? There's Eric Andre. I love it. This is really good, Fabian, man.
No.
I like it. Is this an actual game coming? It's the movie. So they're remaking the movie because they'd made one, I guess. Remember? Yeah, man, it was Jean-Claude Van Damme. He was Guile, man. And it made no sense because he has a French accent and Guile is American. But yeah, you gotta just use your imagination, I guess, right? So no, I'm pumped for this. I love Street Fighter. Man, back in the day, there was etiquette. There was a certain etiquette when you were playing Street Fighter at the convenience store. You come in, you put the quarter down, and you put the quarter down, and there's quarters in order. Oh. And the order of the quarters dictates who's next up in line. Right, and if you broke that code, you got clipped, right? So, yeah, it was a very, very strict code.
It's no longer a Street Fighter game. It's inside the convenience
But it's literally a Street Fight game. Yeah, you know what I mean? No, those were good times, man. We're exaggerating, of course, for effect. Guys, I see NCPL coming back up, apparently, is according to Bovin. Let's see what this one's doing, NCPL. Do you remember the Mortal Kombat arcade? Of course, man. You can crash it. Yes, everyone used to do that. Those were good times. Shout out to Ichiro, man, to make me remember the good times. You bet. It's probably because the Mortal Kombat movie's coming out too. That makes sense. To New York Sense, you better put your quarter down. If you touch my quarter, it's going down. Yes, my guy. Now. Between New York knows exactly what's going on, man. All right, we've got a couple of good trades going on right now. Here comes Premier League, PL. There we go. Finally, Premier League. Taking out some orders that I had. What do we got on? We got 51s. We just took out 56s. 57s now showing up. Watch out for a price spike here. 59er. Do we have some shares here on Prem? Yeah, we'll take a couple of more out. 60 now on the Prem. High a day, 72. Let's look for continuation here on PL. Up 6%. It's not a rocket, but it's holding technical levels, which I like. We've also got another trade going on. We've been holding YCBD for a while. What do I got on this one? I got 29 3/4. It's showing me 43s. High of the day is 49. So we're still unable to break that 50 penny area. But the good news for everybody is I'm seeing very, very good respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, in addition to most of these candles putting in higher lows. So we know the buyers are picking it up at higher and higher levels on every successive downturn. Shout out to Gaurav. No Premier League for me this season. Gaurav, brother, I want you to give me your take on what is happening right now with Mo Salah. Likely, people are saying he will not be there for the Brighton match, or he won't play. I know you know already he's told his parents to come in because that could be his last game with the club. And, you know, I really hate to see the relationship between the club and the player end in this way. You knew that it was going to have to come to an end sometime. He wasn't going to be on top of his game forever. They were going to have to move him, especially with his contract. But do you think they sell him in January to get something for him? Otherwise, I think he walks away free, right? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, Gaurav, because I know you are an avid Liverpool fan. I want to hear it from a fan, because I'm a fan of Mo Salah. I couldn't care less about the club, right? I'm an Arsenal guy. I'm clicking Street Fighter, by the way. Poll up now. Who else we got over here? Gaurav says, I think Salah is right to feel how he feels, but going public about it was not the right move. 100% agree with you, especially not saying the club threw him under the bus. The club gave him a mega contract. You want to know what my suspicion is? And it's entirely just based on suspicion. I think he got wind, either from his sources or his manager or his agent got wind that they were going to move him, that they were shopping him around. And once he found out that they were looking to transfer him in January, he kind of wanted to get ahead of the whole thing so he can control the narrative. I think he botched it because I think he sounded a little entitled and a little like aggrieved. And I don't think people really want to feel bad or will feel bad for a person making millions and millions of dollars per year. They're not going to feel bad for you. But I do think that there was something that he found out, and that resulted in him kind of acting in this way. I don't think he acted in that way because he got benched a couple of games. That's atypical for him. I don't know. That's just kind of what I think there. Someone tagged me for a ticker there, but I'm missing it. KOS, there it is. KOS, Jameson says. Let me have a look at that one. I don't know, brother. Not really for me. It's up 4.5%, but it looks more like a buyout. KOS is what Jameson was talking about there. Let's take a quick look here. Finally, PL taking out 60. Now I'm waiting here on the Premier League at 63. Let's see if it's showing me 62. We're about to get into 63. Selling coming in, though, at that level. So I'm packing the patience. There's 63, but it's got to cross for me to get the print. Let's see if the price spike up can come in. Not yet. So we'll have to pack the patience. Keeping an eye as well, of course, on YCBD as this one works again into 49s. We've got a good price on this one, but I don't mind getting some more in, but it's got to be at the right price. OCG as well is making a move. It's still putting in lower highs on OCG. Like, for example, it's a 218 high a day, and then this area crest over here is a high of 198, and now we're showing 191. So we got to get above $2 on OCG to break that trend of the lower high, lower high, lower high. I'm not going to try to play this as a range. I want to take out that $2, and then maybe we can look to that 218 high a day for a nice touch there. YCBD coming in. Oh boy, here we go. It's dropping a little bit. I said I wanted to get a little bit more, so maybe this is the right area. I'm going to do just that. We're going to pick up some more here for a possible accumulation through that 149. We're still holding above the 10 EMA, which takes us all the way down to 135. So long as we hold that, I'm going to be holding this one. Ozan, you never check my tickers. Ozan, you don't trade anything I trade, bro. You're a large cap guy. What do you want me? I haven't traded a large cap on the show in a year and a half, right? Like, and I just won't.
Ozan is awfully needy sometimes. I like Ozan. I love Ozan. Hey, don't get it twisted. I love Ozan, but he's my friend, and I'll tell my friend.
You have a point, yeah. Brother. We don't trade at all. That you're more like Joey. You're more like Sean. And a little bit like Neil as well. I know Neil likes to look at less known names, more like myself. But, you know, it's just, I don't have a feel for him. And I haven't traded him over a year and a half. So what can I tell you? I'll just steer you the wrong way, brother.
Denial is a thing.
All right, Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, we just chilling over here, man. Thanks to Gaurav, man. What a fantastic call out from my boy there. Yeah, I mean, Gaurav just taking things to a next level from when I first started out. I was like, hey, man, this is the style, and he's adopted it like pretty like amazingly, Sharif, in my opinion. So yeah, fantastic stuff to him. I haven't seen Los Pollos is on vacation. So yeah, good stuff. All right, but we do have a super chat that we missed, Sharif. All right, bang, 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 bang. Paula Malone. Hey guys from South Carolina, USA. Is it Paula? You always ask us to blow you kisses. Is that the same one? Is a 1-for-40 reversal split terrible? NVVE is doing this on Monday. I own 190 shares at 48 cents. Could anything good come from this? Just asking. New trading, blow kisses for. Oh yeah, it is you. Well, Merry Christmas and everything along those lines. All right, but what happened?
That was great, bro. I've never been wished happy holidays in that way. Merry Christmas and everything along those lines. Like, that was great, bro. That's fantastic. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you know
I love it. And everything along those lines, guys. Joey, it's fantastic. I love it. It's like, yo, bro, just get the holidays away from me, all right? Happy holidays.
We'll figure it out later, and then we'll just get right back into the trade, obviously. All right, guys. I don't know if this is answered. Historically, I heard Neil and them talking about this for quite some time. Reverse these results in the stock falling longer term to all the best of my knowledge and experience, most, not all of the time. Well, I'm going to speak for that for myself. I sat through a reverse split one morning. I wake up, I thought I hit the jackpot once again on my ATB shares. Turns out to be the case. I'm like, yeah, we're back to where we started. No, that wasn't the case. I went through a couple of reverse splits, and it did not work. So yeah, just speaking from what Neil has to say, I second that. It's typically not a good thing. So I don't know how you feel about that, Shree.
Sorry, what was the question?
Of the reverse splits.
Yeah, I'm in one on Polestar now. And Polestar is going to the crapper. We all know where PSNY is going. Look, it was a lottery ticket that I had. It was a $1 name. I picked it up at 87 pennies. Now it's like $14. I don't know what kind of cockamamie operation they're running over there at PSNY, but they can't get their ducks in a row, and it's displeasing me greatly. But hey, it's a lottery ticket. I'm holding it to zero. All right? So I'm hoping maybe somebody buys this piece of crap or they take it private and just get me out and maybe I could make a couple of bucks. But that's the situation I find myself in right now. Guys, I just took another beak wetter there on Premier League. PL. Stop, Premier League. Stop saying that, share. All right, so we're posting up at 69 now. Now we're going to post up at 74s. Looking for continuation here on PL as this one moves into that 172. So 172 has been, I want to say the 160 area has been a local area of resistance, but it's been above it. It's above it right now, but not above it in a very decisive way. So we've added a couple of times here into PL. There's 63 again. It's going to have to price spike up for me to take another beak wetter. But I'm also in YCBD, and I added into the dip into 39. I took out a couple of beak wetters there into the high 40s, but I'm looking for continuation here on YCBD. And even though this is putting in higher lows and it's holding the 10 EMA, it's just got so much selling in the high 40s. I don't know how I feel about this one, man. I don't know how I feel about this one. I'm going to stick to my plan. If it holds the 10, I'm going to hold on to it. And now that the 10 has moved up, I can actually stop break even, which is exactly what I'm going to do there. So we're going to throw that in there. 1 second, Assassino. We're just throwing in the stops. We're going to take a quick look at PL. And PL, yeah, it did price spike up a little bit, but not good enough. Guys, we do have a fantastic interview for you guys. And we're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks so much. We are excited once again to have Chief Medical Officer Dr. James Kelly from Orogenics with us back on the show, talking about a very important subject. Once again, Dr. Kelly, great to have you as always. For anyone who's hearing this maybe for the first time, we're talking about TBI or concussions. 69 million cases globally on an annual basis. Still nothing from the FDA as far as approved treatments for this. Maybe start things off here this afternoon, just talking a little bit about this rest and hope approach and why that's failing and not necessarily working out for people.
Yeah, so hi, great to be back. So the issue there is we haven't really gotten to a treatment. As a neurologist, I've been waiting for this my whole career. to have something that actually could reduce the symptoms and the ultimate effects of concussion, which is a brain injury itself. And so right now what we do is wait for things to get better if they do, but that's no guarantee. Even from a single concussion, some people can have lingering effects for many months and years. And so we're hopeful that this intervention will actually help reduce the symptoms and the burden of problems worldwide just from concussions that happen, and we have no treatment now.
And let's talk about this from a market standpoint, projected to be upwards of $9 billion potentially as far as the available market here. As far as Oragenics is concerned and the potential of this treatment, let's break down exactly what it is to start off with and how you feel that's going to fit into and address that $9 billion potential market.
Yep. So this is actually a nasal preparation of a novel neurosteroid that is a powder preparation that is puffed, if you will, up into the nasal passages and then goes directly to the brain in very small doses. You don't need pills, you don't need an intravenous or other injection in higher doses. It's a very small dose of what then will be a treatment of the inflammation and the intracellular, the neuronal injury mechanism that actually starts a cascade of problems we want to interrupt with this particular medication approach. So it has an opportunity to treat all of those things in a single dose format shortly after a concussion occurs. Nothing like that is available right now.
The biggest potential market that we're talking about here is obviously going to be military use. We're obviously talking about athletes, things along those lines. Currently, a phase 2A trial underway in Australia. Give us an update on that.
So the 2A trial is about to kick off with the first dose we're thinking will be occurring in the next several weeks. And so the orchestration around civilian emergency departments is where this is actually initiated. And so we have downloaded and accepted existing metrics that are for concussion outcome. We haven't created our own, so to speak. These are accepted by the FDA and other federal organizations, and we will be tracking outcomes of individuals who have the dose of medication against those who don't, and looking at a very detailed assessment of those individuals to determine, first of all, can this be done in an emergency setting? That's the first question. Is there a true opportunity in the short span of time, like there would be for a stroke? When the FDA approved in 1996 stroke treatments, there hadn't been anything for that either. And so there had to be a very rigorous approach, which we are following, in order to start the trials in emergency departments and then hopefully have a broader impact beyond that in military and sports settings and such, as you mentioned.
And this is all in preparation to, or in hopes of, eventually getting to a US-based trial. Am I correct?
That's correct. And now the FDA approves these early stage trials in places like Australia where we're working. Then you bring it back to the United States where the bulk of it has to be done stateside. And so that's the next step for us, which we will be initiating steps for toward the end of 2026 in order to then kick that off within the next year and a half or so.
So data potentially, you're saying, from the Australia trial somewhere towards the end of next year?
Correct. That's exactly right. We'll have the data analysis roughly a year from now.
Fantastic. Dr. James Kelly is Chief Medical Officer at Oragenics. It's a very, very important subject and a very, very, it's one of those things that has affected, or everyone knows someone who is affected by it currently. So we wish you all the best and continued success with these trials and the ongoing research. And please come back and update us again in the future.
Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate it.
Good to see you. You
too.
Fantastic interview. Great information there, as this is one of the most it's one of the most pressing issues, and I think it's one of the ones that's really developing our knowledge about the effects of concussions. And Joey, we all played sports as a kid, and we really don't know exactly what kind of issues we had. So it's really nice to see.
Long term.
Long term. You played soccer. I played football, and obviously those are
football, hockey. You mean?
You played football.
Yeah, football and hockey.
You played both?
In high school?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I didn't even know you played football. What?
I told, dude.
Oh, sorry. Well, you know,
a
a little too much weekend fun there, Joey. My bad.
No, we were we were talking about this before. I played high school football.
I didn't know that. I completely forgot, bro. What position did you play?
Junior years, I was middle linebacker, and then I moved.
Oh yeah, that I knew. I remember that.
Free safety in grade 11.
You were free safety, eh?
Yeah,
Likewise,
yeah,
man. Did you guys play both ways? Did you have to play both ways?
I never played both ways.
We had to.
No, I didn't. So
we had to go both ways at the time.
No,
Joey.
in
Not
all
that
reality,
way either. Don't think about it like that.
I figured.
Right?
That's why I didn't want to go there. Let's go as high on the Broadway. No, but what I wanted to get to, guys, as someone who has suffered, you guys know, even here on air, with post-concussion syndrome, I was going through a lot with that stuff. Protect your brain at all costs. Sometimes you don't have the ability to do so, but if you can, make sure you wear your helmet regardless of what it is. I know when you're skateboarding, I know when you're snowboarding, you think it looks cool, but I want you guys to watch a documentary called The Crash Reel and see how cool not wearing, even though the individual was wearing a helmet, wearing a helmet is so important because you only get one of these noggins, and once you get a TBI, your life is changed forever. Traumatic brain injury and concussions, post-concussion syndrome is such a horrible thing to have. It literally degrades your day-to-day life. I was experiencing that here on the show. I was going to sleep with a headache and waking up with a headache that was borderline unbearable. And I'll tell you, I told you guys what happened to me. I was taking Rogaine for my hair, and I'm at the gym working out, and I was moving too heavy. And anyways, I get lightheaded. I tried to leave, not a good idea, and I smoke my head against the wall. And next thing I know, I wake up on the floor, and that one incident caused me over a year worth of pain.
My goodness.
Yeah, man.
I'm really sorry to hear it. Yeah, but you're a lot better now, so.
Yeah. But the initial thing was bad, but the post-concussion syndrome was worse than the actual head injury. Dude, for a month straight, I was going to sleep. I was waking up with a headache every day. It was borderline unbearable, dude. It sucked. Sucked a lot.
This is a okay. So I hate to switch up emotions that quickly, but OCG is halted to the upside.
Yeah, let's go bang. That's what we want to see, baby. Let's go.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
I don't have a TBI, hypercube.
We go with.
It
all makes sense now, says Charlie Town.
Shut up. Here we go. OCG's halted, Joey. We added quite nicely into that $2 area, was holding two, so we got actually a few adds there, and then the rocket ship, it rocketed. And now it's halted at 254. The tap is showing 272, so here we go. OCG was trading under 100% when we first weaseled into this at $1.40. It is now 178%, and given the tap, the theoretical auction price, this is ready to go. I see you, Fluffy. I know you're good at these small cap gappers. Good on you, man. So here we go. And shout out to Premier League. I love the Premier League, but I also like this one as well. PL. Into the high of the day, again we go. We make a new high day. It is $18.77. We're showing 75 right now. I've got 47s on. Let's see if we can get it into the next profit taker there, waiting at 82s. It is a small cap gapper world, Joey. We just living in it. And this one is on the way up, back into 70-70. We go here on PL. Let's see if we can get into that 82. Still have several more outs on this one. Let's see if we can get into the 78. I'm not seeing any 78s, though, come in on the time and sales. Just showing up momentarily there. There we go. Now we popped into 78, several 78 prints coming in on the TOS. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Grunfeld saying ONDS. Let's take a quick look at ONS. Great call out there, brother. It's not a big mover on the day, but a hell of a retracement off 841 into the high of the day of 925. But I have to focus here on the Premier League, PL. As this one, a new high a day, 1880. I'm waiting at 82s. We can't shake the seller at 80s for now. Underline that. For now, PL could find its way into 20 today. Obviously, we'll have to get to 19 first, but very strong, very directional. And what I like most about this is it took out the flat top at 1850. It was a rejection at 925 at 1850. It was a rejection at 10 o'clock at 1850. And here we are almost at 19. let's keep an eye out for this one. Still holding some from 47s. What's OCG up to? Okay, so let's get to this. It's showing a 2-0. Oh, here we go. The bamboozlement is on. This is trouble. For those holding, for those holding OCG, the tap is showing now 209, 210. We halted, guys, at 254. So this is not looking good right now, okay? U.S. Stock Trader says OCG FV fair value gap starts at 288. Okay? Sounds good, brother. I do appreciate that information. I think you did tag me with that before, so I do appreciate you pointing that out. But there goes Premier League, filling me at 82. It is now an 1884 high a day. We're still holding on to a piece here on the Premier League. We're going to let this one run into 19. If it wants to get into 19, I'd like to wet the beak in the mid-90s. Let's see what this one has to offer. But going back now to OCG, the halt time, 12:55:13. What time is it right now? It is exactly 12:59. Okay, so we do have a minute and 10 seconds until this one opens up. Okay, 12:55. This one will open at 1 o'clock, 13 seconds. So let's see what this one does. Until that time, we're continuing to watch the Premier League here. PL, new high a day, 1885, continuing to run. Can we see sixes? I'm going to do my auctioneer, my best auctioneer voice now. Looking for 86s. We got 85s on. 85 keeps coming up. There's 86, Joey. 87 showing up now, not quite yet. The PL, this PL stock looking real good. It could go 10% quick as you like. Make sure to trade it carefully. Uh-oh.
No,
not that.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can't do that.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
can't do that.
Joey.
What happened?
I'm just going to show you a chart, okay? I'm not going to put in the ticker. And I want you to tell me what you see here, Joey.
What does that say? 25.94?
25.54.
54. You got 50 cents. I got 50 cents.
Many men.
Oh, man.
Many, many, many men wish death upon American Eagle.
Oh.
Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah, I do, man.
Oh, no, Joey.
What happened? Did it hit it?
Not yet.
Oh, man.
When it did this one, what'd I say to you? When that was the one. That was the one.
I knew I was in trouble,
This
my boy.
one is the one. You see it, Neil? Neil's in a trade, so we got to let him do his thing. But there it is, guys. AEO 25.54. Let's see if it can get up into 26. It just has to, there has to be one print on the time of sales at 26.
You better pray this hits $26. I'm
Joey, the thing is, though, I win either way. I win either way.
No,
I do.
You have no idea what I have in store, my friend, if this thing does
What is going to happen? What, you're going to take my profits away?
Nope.
There you go.
No, it's not even anything, man. It's the moral victory. I'm coming in with a crown, a cape, a staff, everything.
Oh, no.
I got T-shirts made for everybody.
T-shirts?
0-2
You spent all that money?
0-2 for Katina, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
Hey, man.
crazy. This guy spend it. OCG's open and it's going buck wild, Joey. A new high day, 273. This one actually opened up much higher than the top was showing. I think the opening print there was in the mid 40s or so, give or take. But this one is all gas, no brakes right now. So you need to be alive to the OCG trade. This one could see 3 very, very soon as we've really squeezed out a lot of people. But as somebody was telling U.S. Stock Trader, I think he was saying fair value gap is around 280 or so. So be on the lookout for resistance prior to 3. But there's another high day touch. It's 273 right now as we close in on 200%. It has been very, very good in the world of small cap gappers this week. Even though the Russ is taking it on the chin today, the Russ is down over 1%. But look, man, the other major averages are getting clipped as well. So that's fine. There's a new high day. 83 is now showing up. Could be momentarily until we see another one. 84s, 88s now, 89s. Ooh. There we go on OCG. The breakout is out right now. Shout out to Bovin. He said it's 288. You're late, Bovin. It's already 89, my man. But there's the drop from 89 into 56s. That is the world of small cap gappers we all know and love. So keeping an eye on this one. It's 102, Joey.
Let's get right into it, man. Let's get the news, man. We had a good trading day, man. Yeah. We're not going to complain. Green
I'm going to send it to
red.
you for a bit. Just going to...
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing. Did you try the chicken out there?
Not even.
Oh.
We're going to give it a try right now.
Yeah, give it a try. If you can bring me a piece. Yeah.
Yo, that fried chicken was oily as hell yesterday.
Yeah, bro, I told you.
I ate all of it, of course.
For people like you and myself, that's too much oil.
That was a lot of oil, Joey. Yeah, time to put that in the air fryer.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, let's go. Let's see what we got going on here today, guys. It's been a good one. All thanks to my boy, Gorev, at the end of the day. Oh, what did I just hit there? Oh, no. Oh, we haven't done that. I didn't mean to hit that. Let's get out of there, man. We'll hit this. We'll hit it a couple times there for everyone in Gorman and chat as we rock and roll. Charlie Papp, what a dig, man. That was a cold dig, man. There's blows and then there's super low blows, so you got to watch out for those ones. But no, in all seriousness, guys, what a fantastic session. We're going to get into the news. There's obviously going to be a lot of fun subjects that we can touch on, considering we had some solid earnings reports yesterday. Forbes, like, yeah, 420 likes. Thanks for bringing that up, too. Let's pull that up. I hope everyone's having a good day. I mean, regardless of how it's going, I'm going to refresh this. If we can get those likes up, man, we don't ask for too much around these neck of the woods. Who's this? Oh, not that. Anyway, that was bad timing. Okay, anyways, let's skip that there. Yeah, so, I mean, there it is, guys. What do we got here? 432. Yeah, we got to get that up to at least 1,000 there. 1,000. This channel is hella slept on, says Wedrick. I appreciate you, man. Put in some emojis as well. How come I'm a moderator and these are all locked up for me? I can't even. I have to join to unlock these, man. That is crazy. What's up, Brendo? I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I hope you guys are having a good day. It's Friday, man. There's a lot of snow up north, my buddies. Had a boatload of snow, so yeah, here not so much, but it's relatively cold. I told you guys the story. I went to go renew my bank card. I literally got across the street, and I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. Came right back inside, so I'm gonna have to drive. Obviously where I live, there's one across the street, but I'm parking right in front of that bank, pissing everybody off on where I've parked, and then just going in, doing my business, and coming right back out. So, yeah. Once again, guys, thank you all. If you could just hit that like and subscribe. Only 50 people of you. We had 6,000 at one point watching. So just keep an eye out. We're doing many things, man. We're talking about breakouts. We're trading small caps. We essentially trade the book at this point. We got a bunch of different styles, as Sean always mentions. But we also just want to teach, I think, proper risk management. I think that's one of the most important things. We go over that all the time, is just get out when you're supposed to. It's one of the harder skills to adopt here and adapt to in trading. So if you can catch any of that, then we'll rock and roll. As for SLV, definitely our better trade on the session, guys. So yeah, we're happy about this one. Mortal Kombat, I just think Mortal Kombat's a better game in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. Well, wow. The people think so.
People think so as well?
It's right, 60%.
I was about to start playing Street Fighter right now.
Yeah, play games real.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of emulators online.
Is there?
Yo, they're fantastic.
I always thought Mortal Kombat was a bigger game. A little cold. Yeah, weak sauce. Afraid of the cold as a Canadian. Hey, man. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of it whatsoever, but I'm not afraid of it. It's just a little bit of a walk down to College Street, and we wanted to obviously focus on here. And I didn't want to have to go and wait in the TD Bank lineup as well. We tried. That's all that matters. But did we try our hardest?
Hold on, Joey. We're going to do it live here.
Pull it up here? You can do that, hey?
Yeah, of course. Wait. Oh, there we go.
Dang. Capcom.
Hey, let's do this.
We're going to play. Who are you going to be?
We're going to play Turbo. Of course, I'm going to be. Yeah. All right, we're going to go game start. All right, let's do this.
Get it done quick.
Ryu.
Ryu, bang.
100% we're going to go Ryu.
Gonna fight
no
here.
question about it. We're going to fight Zangief. He's in trouble, my boy. I don't know what level we're on here.
Oh, you're already getting murked.
Oh, that's cheap.
How do you know the buttons like that, though, my boy?
Crazy, my boy? Hadouken!
This guy's been playing. That's crazy.
Mess him up, man. I'll mess this guy up. He's done.
This guy's played a couple times. Oh.
You're done, my boy.
KO.
You're done, my boy. It's all over.
Like
there it is. Let's end that. All right. Let's get to the news. All right, guys, by the way, I'm done my trade on PL. Took it out at the high of the day. Was it on there? That was awesome. I didn't realize it was on there. I took out my PL into the high of the day, guys. This one looks like it is on the way to 19, though, so be careful, first of all, for that 19 rejection as we get into the whole dollar. In it, if it does pass 19, watch for the squeeze possibly into 20, as this one could really get going. It's been a steady state, higher high, higher low, but above the whole dollar, we don't really know exactly how it'll act. Let's start, though, with the lesson of the day. I just have to open up my own here because I've been making copies of these because I've been marking up all the other ones, and I know you guys don't really want to see all the markings, so I took those ones off. All right, let's start. Broadcom. Blood is in the street today for Broadcom. As you know, down 10.5. It is short sale restricted. It is off the lows, though. The low of the day, 359.01. It's at 363 right now, but it was basically up after the earnings report, and then Hock Tan came in on the earnings call, said he wasn't going to guide, and then all hell broke loose to the downside. But it was a clean beat on both the top and bottom line, with EPS coming in at $1.95, beating the $1.86 expected by analysts on revenue of $18.02 billion, ahead of the $17.49 expected by analysts. Guiding only one quarter. Part of the reason why we sold off. Not the only reason, but the guided fiscal Q1 revenue of $19.1 billion, which would be about $1 billion higher than Q4. This is Q4 for him, and also implying a 28% year-over-year increase from Q1 of last year, well ahead as well of the consensus estimate of $18.3 billion. He did say, the CEO Hock Tan said, AI chip sales are expected to double year-over-year to $8.2 billion, driven by, of course, custom silicon, a euphemism, a synonym for ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. Super important right now, as well as their networking, AI networking silicon. I know somebody in the chat was telling me, look, Broadcom does a lot more than custom silicon. You're absolutely right. They're in the networking game as well. Their AI revenue, really responsible for the majority of their gains, was up 74% year over year, accounting for the bulk of their growth. Now, with respect to their custom silicon, they added a fifth customer, being Anthropic, and that is who is behind the $10 billion order for Google's TPUs. Widely speculated that it was Anthropic, kind of a hard thing to keep secret. They did also report a backlog, much like the RPOs that we've been talking about for Oracle. They reported a $73 billion backlog, likely over the next 18 months. But Hock Tan on the call said that's the orders he has now. He's expecting a lot more in the next few months, given what the discussions between him and other companies have been. If you believe that, then this is going to be fundamentally changed. If you don't believe that, if you think maybe he's talking out of his rear end, then maybe this is a great short. But Broadcom, Joey, it's been fantastic this year. It's still up 57, 58% year to date, but much, much less than it was, a couple hours ago.
Yeah. I mean, this thing, we were talking at the beginning of this this AI boom that it was going to be AMD and Nvidia leading the race, but then Broadcom changed that narrative really quick. Hock Tan, the CEO, noted that the company's fast-growing AI revenue has lower gross margins than its non-AI revenue.
Oh.
So what I'm getting at here, I think this has been the narrative. We've seen it in the likes of Oracle as well, too, guys. They're worried about how much they have to spend to meet their obligations. And now you can see that, I'm not saying that the bubble is bursting, I'm far from that point, but you can see where the worries is starting to lie within Wall Street and some of these chip makers. It's the margins that it's really capital expenditure heavy, and the street is worried about that, especially when you're priced to perfection. So keep that in mind, guys. As for Broadcom, let's pull up the daily and see what we got going on. I thought that was a very interesting part there, is that you would think something that would have a little bit higher margins. That doesn't seem to be the case, and that's maybe why Broadcom and Oracle have been in so much trouble over the past little while. All right, more or less Broadcom from today. We'll go head over to the daily or from yesterday's earnings report. You're not going to deny this move from April, right? 200%. Bring it into that $1 trillion club. Unfortunately, you do from that peak. You're now down 12%. Watch out for a little bit more selling. Momentum is extremely key, but I think Broadcom is one of those names that you want to have the ability to take advantage of at lower prices. Don't go all in at once. Slowly start to allocate just in case you start to fill some gaps. This is going to be a big-time move. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do head into this $324 level, and then that's going to drag the overall market down with it. We talked about NVDA as well, too. forming that head and shoulders. Really, really bearish pattern starting to be formed across the board. Keep an eye out on that, guys.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to point out as well, Joey and I talked about this earlier, but this is the daily chart on AVGO, and it's been a clean hold on the 50 for, I want to say, going back to August, maybe even earlier since it took out the 50. This is the tariff tantrum in April. Prior to that, it had been really looking more towards the 200 than the 50. But ever since the tariff tantrum back in, I want to say, early April, it has been finding support at the 50. But none have looked as aggressive as this drop here, right? So this is the one that we're just facing right now. By the way, where it was holding up before, which is the 200, that was before the tariff tantrum, that level's at 300. So the 200 exponential is at $300 and the simple is at 280. So, it could get a lot worse before it gets better. So we'll see. By the way, guys, I want to mention that OCG is continuing to go. It's insane. It's up to $3.45 now, up 265%. We were dealing with this one when it was 78%, guys. My biggest winner on the day. It's continuing to run. It's a very aggressive 348 high. Be careful, though, because, this one can cause a little bit of trouble. Outlaw Trader, Sharif, Premier League, PL, new highs. I know, brother. I took it out. I had to take it out there because we're doing the news. But let me just pull up my screen. I have to pull up this on the last chart. Here's Premier League. No, that's not Premier League. There it is. Into 19 it goes. In fact, it's a 1906 high a day now on PL, up 8 3/4. So very, very strong, very directional, and held the breakout area. I'm talking about that 1840 that we spoke about, and held it very, very cleanly, okay? Let's go on to the next story. Costco, we didn't say much about this at all on the show today, but we need to speak about Costco because it's been, let's take a look at the chart first and foremost before we even start talking about the earnings report. Let's see what COST has been up to, Assassino. It hasn't looked good. It hasn't looked good at all. We made highs in February of this year. We tried to test those highs again in June. And since those February highs, the current price action, Costco, 20%. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. 20% off the highs into another area of technical support. I want to mention this 875-ish area for Costco. Look at this long area of consolidation at 875. Look at this drop in March and April. Even the tariff tantrum ended up finding support at this area. I'm not saying we're gonna stop dropping here on COST, but this is an area of importance. I'm talking about this buy zone here. I wanna say 860 to 880, okay, for COST. So let's keep an eye out on that. I used to be a Costco shareholder, haven't been for a while. They delivered a solid fiscal Q1 beat, exceeding expectations on both the top and bottom line. EPS coming in at $4.50 ahead of the $4.27 expected on revenue of $67.31 billion. Barely beating out the 67.14, but a beat nonetheless. Digital here was a standout for the company in terms of strength, with their e-commerce sales continuing to grow aggressively, jumping this quarter 20.5% above last year on the quarter's numbers. Their website traffic increased 24%, which makes sense with their e-commerce jumping, with their app traffic up 48%. So they're getting it from every side there when it comes to e-commerce and digital momentum. So good look for them. As you know, I think a lot of people don't want to go into the stores because it's absolute chaos inside the stores. So if you can do your shopping online, I think that makes sense. Total paid memberships from which they make a lot of money, 81.4 million now. That's up 5.2% year over year, with total card holders increasing 5.1 to about 145.9 million. Their renewal rates remain elevated at 92.2%, so they're able to hold on to current clients. That's 92.2% in the US and 89.7% in Canada. Basically very similar, but though slightly lower though, as more members are signing up online. They also opened up 8 new warehouse locations during the quarter, bringing their total global stores to 921. And management said on the call they're expecting to open up 30 more clubs this year, supporting that steady growth. And here's the thing that you and I were talking about many times, Joey. About 1/3 of Costco's U.S. sales come from U.S. sales. Doesn't mean global. U.S. come from imported goods, making, of course, tariffs a key point for them. Hence, why they are suing President Trump's administration to collect all the money that they've paid back, basically trying to, lock in their rights. They also added, you'll recall, and we looked at this as sort of antagonistic to President Trump, adding Gina Raimondo, the former Commerce Secretary under President Biden, to their board. So we'll have to see what kind of a move there. But they have been trying to mitigate their tariff exposure, Joey, by sourcing more domestic products.
Yeah, and I know they were trying to just keep those fees off of the consumer for some time. We'll talk a little bit more about this. Guys, everybody's wondering about what's going on in the market. We have a big-time volume spike. I was going to look something
Good or bad?
Pardon me?
Good or bad on the market right now?
Good, yeah. A big pop-up
nice.
pop-up there, a big-time recovery. Tesla starting to climb a little bit higher, Nvidia, and so on and so on. Yeah, Sharif pretty much nailed it on the head there. We got 30 new locations opening up, a new one in France, so I think that's going to put that tally up to 30. There's going to be three, in France, and then we're going to see some more locations here in Canada as well, too. So more warehouses is going to be phenomenal, in my opinion. Obviously, the membership fee increase, a lot of that revenue, I think approximately $1.4 billion is coming from membership fees, which is fantastic. When you see a name like this down X amount of percent, I think you slowly want to start buying it. Costco isn't going anywhere. I mean, one thing actually that I will leave Sharif, and I want to know your thoughts on this. We know that people are having less kids, and that means less bigger families, right? So what does that mean for Costco? Because the families who usually are 2 or 3 plus are going to Costco because they can buy things in bulk. So I think that's something to look out for. But as for what we got going on from a technical standpoint, you're down 20%. You're almost in that bearish territory. I think Costco's a slow buy, just like Broadcom, Nvidia, and any of these big time names. Walmart is if you get Walmart down 20%, I think it's time to start dabbling in it a little bit.
I would have to agree. I don't know. That's actually a great question. That's a very, very macro question to ask. I gotta agree. I don't know the answer to that, Joey, but I don't know if immigration offsets that.
Right.
Well, we know that we've had a much slower immigration time, or like immigrants coming into this country now, and I know
and in the States as well.
In the States as well, exactly. So that's a really good point, brother. I really didn't have an opportunity to think about that. I have to do more digesting. Just sending a message here quickly. Unit 1, right, Katina man? Unit 1. Yep. Thank you very much. Shout out to Andrew, man. Appreciate you, Andrew. That's very kind of you, brother. He's just asking for the address because he's sending over some presents.
Oh, whoa.
All right. Let's talk about the new EO. The AI EO. EI. That was hilarious. All right, guys. Executive order by President Trump yesterday with respect to AI. It's going to establish a single federal regulatory framework for artificial intelligence, explicitly limiting the ability of individual states to impose their own AI rules. The order here argues that the state-level regulation creates friction for innovation, framing deregulation as a way to go. The administration's move is designed to preempt state AI laws, especially from from the bigger states who have more people. The order directs the Attorney General to create an AI litigation task force, which is tasked with the sole purpose of challenging state AI laws that conflict with federal standards. The states that fail to comply could face restrictions on federal funding, as well as adding financial pressures that align with the new framework. Here's the deal, though. Analysts are seeing this as a clear win for major AI players like your Googles, your OpenAIs, your Anthropics, et cetera, as AI firms have significantly increased their Washington presence. Now we know there's an AI super PAC now with at least $100 million earmarked for the 2026 midterms. And David Sachs, the AI czar, as well as Chamath Palihapitiya were present at the signing with President Trump there, of course, as David Sachs is the AI czar. Makes sense that he's there, Joey.
Absolutely. All right, guys. I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and stumbled across BTCC, top 30 globally. But here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero know your customer if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, and plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USD. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more information. So yeah, there it is.
Give us your take on this AI EO.
Sorry, man, I was distracted. With
All good, brother. Let's go on to the next story. Lululemon shares jump on the CEO exit, but there was a mixed guidance. They beat, but their guide was uncertain. So CEO Calvin McDonald, he's out, and he's out on the 31st of January, so he has a little bit more than a month in office. He's going to remain as a senior advisor through the end of March, so March 31st will be his last day, according to the company. It's going to be CFO Megan Frank and Chief Commercial Officer Andre Mastrini. They're going to serve as interim co-CEOs while the company looks for a replacement. And the board here emphasized they're looking for growth and transformation. So they are not looking for the same old kind of CEO. They're open to strategic changes rather than the status quo execution. I don't know exactly what that means, okay? Whether they're going to go a different way, maybe they get some different colors. We'll have to wait and see. But apparently they are looking to change things up. Didn't really emphasize what that was going to be. With respect to the numbers, EPS came in at $2.59, easily beating the $2.25 expected by the street on revenue of $2.57 billion, beating the $2.48 billion nicely there. Despite the beat, though, net income did decline as a result of margin pressure and higher costs tied to tariffs. That's what the company said. They guided decent. It came in below the expectations, even though management cited good holiday trends. Their Q4 EPS outlook guiding 466 to 76. The street wanted 503. So an easy miss there for earnings. With revenue also dropping below expectations, 3.5 to 3.59. The street wanted 3.6, so you could say the high end of the range could be, in line with expectations. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they're guiding lower to kind of give that new CEO a bit of buffer room. Their revenue, though, geographically here, really diverged. Their American revenue declined 2%. With comparable sales also down 5%, but that juxtaposed that to their international revenue, which rocketed 33%, with comps up 18% internationally. So, Joey, are they falling out of favor? Are they now out of style in North America, but they're in vogue globally? What the hell is this?
Did you see how much the China sales grew?
No, I didn't see China
46%.
sales.
46%.
46.
That's huge, right? That's massive. That's massive. In my opinion. Massive, man, massive. But no, in all seriousness, dude, I've been saying this for quite some time. One day in the retail space, you're hot, the next day you're not. It's really tough. Look at probably the most popular brand of all time, Nike. Look what happens to that stuff.
Destroyed.
Right? I mean, what I was thinking here last night, Shrip, when I was reading up on the report, I don't know. This is my opinion. I think it's best that they close some storefronts and go e-commerce, go online. I understand that you have that warehouse, but you eliminate a big factor and a lot of expenses. And we've seen Amazon's probably the most successful e-commerce business on the planet. There's no, we don't have any storefronts here, I don't think, in Canada.
There's a couple of smaller grocery ones in the States, but they're super
they're small. But that's where their success lies, and I think that's where you can find Gymshark, no storefronts as well too. I just think it's a really difficult space to be in, and when the brand is like, I'm not saying that it's dying, but it's cooling off. It's not as popular as.
And you know who's eating their lunch?
On in our aloe and stuff like that.
Their lunch
but see, you know what I mean? Lululemon was the aloe at one point when it came in, right? Like, so again, it's an ever-revolving door. Gymshark was hot, aloe's hot, and then you have now Lululemon. So I think it's best that they start to rotate a little bit more into the e-commerce, because that is growing a little bit more online sales, which I think is extremely important.
Gym wear. I see the girls at the gym wearing this Define. Have you seen this?
No.
A lot of the girls at the gym are wearing this Define. Do you guys know about this? I mean, I guess they have men's stuff as well, but I haven't seen many men wearing this at the gym. But this is apparently, I I don't know, man. I'm seeing everybody with define on their shorts or on their shirts.
No, it was like, see, that's the thing. At one point, it's Nike, it's Adidas, it's Lululemon, it's Gymshark. Now you have Define. Now you have the Young LA coming up and coming. You see the Young LA?
No.
You never seen this?
No.
Wow, look up Young LA.
Young LA?
Gym attire. Like this thing is
like
taking,
this?
Yeah.
Young LA, Canada?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
okay.
this is taking, like, you have the Trend Twins on there. You have all of those guys. You know the Trend Twins? These two little twins that are just all about the anabolics and
No, I don't know. What are these
dude,
people,
I
bro?
thought you would know. But again, Brando mentioned it this morning on something else, but it seems like this attire is slowly starting to get polluted with a bunch of different brands, and it's hard to stay afloat.
I agree with you.
Listen, the quality on Lululemon is fantastic. It's just relatively expensive as well.
It is, man. It's not supposed to be cheap. I want to hear what some of you guys have to say about this. You're showing the wrong yoga picture. Come on, bro. Keep it clean. All right. What else, you guys? Oh, come on now. Gundam. I'm not trying to show any pictures of mine. Fluffy. I have defined. I love it. Great fit and works with you. Interesting. All right. Gym equals new fashion show. I only wear Yeezy. All right, guys. And some people are saying it's a waste of money. It's not cheap. That's for sure. So I don't know if it's a waste of money, but it's definitely going to require a little bit of money. Let's talk about cannabis, because a lot of these cannabis names, well, MSOX is up 82%. That's the triple leveraged marijuana ETF, MSOX. It's up to almost $7, up 82% on the day, up $3.14 on this reason. There are reports coming out of Washington that President Trump may push to reclassify marijuana and move it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, which recognizes the medical use and the lower dependency risk. The White House emphasized, though, that no final decision has been made, and the schedule shift would allow regulation but could materially reduce the legal and the financial barriers. Let's talk about what those legal and financial barriers are. The reclassification could ease banking restrictions, reduce the tax burdens, namely, right now, when you incur business costs in the course of business, you can't offset that against profits. Now you'd be able to do that. That's huge. And it's also going to improve access to institutional capital. This move by the Trump administration would align with a previous effort by the Biden administration back in March of 24 to reclassify it, though that process stalled once the DEA got involved. Any reclassification as well, it's not a done deal. It would require coordination across multiple agencies and, in fact, could face legal challenges. So we'll have to wait and see whether the Trump administration would even defend that. Is this a priority for them? I gotta tell you, I didn't think that reclassification push would come from the Republicans, but it is coming from the Republicans, and I feel that speaks more to the changing, the winds of change have come in into the cannabis sector, where it's no longer along political lines. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with you. I thought, Sharif, if anything, it was going to come from the Democrats.
So did I.
At the end of the day, but no, that never happened. I mean, about time. At the end of the day, you got to, like, in my opinion, I think alcohol is substantially worse than marijuana.
So do I.
And again, to each their own. But I mean, a reclassification is pretty good. We'll take that. It's a step in the right direction. We already know a couple of states it's legal, whether it be Nevada, Las Vegas.
A bunch of states now.
Yeah, there's a bunch of states.
Even New York, across the border, Joey.
California as well.
California's been a minute.
Yeah, so a lot of it's just going to be slow. So the prohibition within maybe the marijuana slowly coming to.
Let's read Jacques' comment there. I know a lot of people, VPs and such at Nike, they tried to get away from retail and go full online when it was the previous CEO. Now they're rehiring a lot of people they let go. I know, Joey, as he was talking about that, the first thing that came to my mind was Nike, right? Remember their direct-to-consumer push? They tried to put everything online and in their Nike stores at the malls, and they kind of took out the best Jordans, the best Nike Air Maxes from the Foot Lockers and the Dick's Sporting Goods. Well, they're going back to that now. And the reason cited by the company, if my memory serves me right, is they wanted that three-wall advertising, right? They want you to go into the mall and see their products in live and living color on the wall, and then, make purchases the old-fashioned way. Whether or not that works out, we'll have to see for Nike. But yeah, I completely agree with you. There was that DTC push by the brand, and they've kind of stepped back away from that now. Let's talk about.
Sorry,
go ahead,
say
Joey.
One more thing. You know how like I don't know if you went through this in high school, but they said marijuana is like the gateway drug to other things.
Yeah, they used to say that all the time.
In my opinion, that's BS. It's alcohol, because when you're drinking alcohol, you really the IDGAF meter just goes all the way through the roof.
I love that IDGAF meter. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's true, man. It's true.
All right, let's go on to the next. Sorry, I happen to agree, but I think let's just go on here. Citigroup upgraded to overweight by JP Morgan. I love when these banks upgrade and downgrade each other, but hey, it's an upgrade. So Citibank's only up 0.5%, but let's see why JP Morgan likes them. They upgraded them from neutral to overweight, citing stronger leverage to a solid U.S. economy, as well as market-driven activity relative to their peers. It's analyst Vivek Junja highlighting Citi's revenue mix, which is more exposed to capital markets and the macro-sensitive activity, and it's positioned well if the economic momentum holds. If, that's a big if there. Citi continues to benefit as well from the multi-year transformation, including improvements to their efficiency ratio and steady progress on regulatory consent orders. Again, we've been talking a lot about this. President Trump made it very clear during the campaign and in the early stages of his presidency, his second presidency, that there was going to be a deregulatory tailwind coming to the banking sector. We're still yet to see that. A lot of analysts were saying it was going to come in the fall, but here we are in the winter. JP expects Citi's profitability to improve faster than its peers, and they've raised the price target from 107 to 124. Not much to say in the way of price action today, Joey, but they're back above $200 billion market cap.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tom Lee, obviously, he doesn't have the best calls on what's been going on with Ethereum, but he mentioned these banks just heading into a growth cycle. Citigroup from a daily, like look at JPM, look at XLF. From April, these guys are being non-affected by the AI trade. It's not even my opinion. It's on full display right here, guys. 102% off of the lows.
Off the April lows?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And this is Citi, right? So I mean, at the end of the day, I mentioned this from before.
These are all-time highs, Joey?
Yeah, big time.
Highs,
Yeah, big time.
Jeez,
Citi.
bro.
And I mean, I mentioned this before. There's other ways and there's other solid trades, and it's the banks right now, in my opinion, other than just something that has to do with the TPU, GPU, cloud, or anything along those lines. And I think XLF and the banks is the way to go. So
all right.
I think a lot of good going on for the bank sector.
Yeah, XLF is a good one. If you don't really want to pick any winners, sure. Let's go into Rivian. Big day for them yesterday. Their inaugural Autonomy and AI Day, where they unveiled their first custom self-driving computer chip called the Rivian Autonomy processor. And the reason they're doing it in-house, again, like we talked about when we spoke about the Broadcom story, is to better control their performance, the cost, and the autonomy development timelines. So again, this is an ASIC, application-specific integrated circuit that they are using here. They are not going the Nvidia route. They are not going the AMD route. They are doing it in-house. And the shares fell roughly at one point yesterday, 9%, which is one of their largest one-day declines in nearly a year. But I believe we have gotten bought up and then some. Let's take a look quickly at the chart on Rivian before we go on to the next part of the story. Where are we here on Rivian? Oh man, we got it nicely here, Joey. This is a nice breakout there, taking out recent highs. Fantastic look. I don't feel that it was justified to sell them off on that news. Let's talk about the custom silicon and their path to higher autonomy. This Rivian autonomy processors that they talked about yesterday is designed to handle high data throughput. It's going to come from the cameras, the radar, and the LiDAR system. It's going to be able to take all three and digest it, make it into a cohesive whole. And it's also going to support the long-term goal for the company to get that level 4 autonomy. The chip is going to work alongside Rivian's new foundational AI system called the large driving model, not large language model, large driving model, with management expecting full sensors and compute stack to be live by late 26. So we're talking about maybe a year, 10 months from now. Their autonomy, though, their autonomy software is looking to challenge the likes of Tesla. They introduced Autonomy Plus to go with the hardware, of course, as we know, which is a paid driver assistance package. It's going to cost you $2,500 up front, or if you want to go that monthly route, it's going to cost you $50 a month. Now, compare that to Tesla's price, which is about $8,000 or $99 a month. Now, I'm not saying they're as good as Tesla's. I have no idea. We haven't seen it. But that is a marked difference in the price there. They're saying their universal hands-free feature covers more than 3.5 million miles of roads across the US and Canada. And they confirmed, and this was met with cheers, huge cheers in the crowd, that they will use LiDAR sensors on their next-gen R2 models. I know you're a big fan of LiDAR, Joey, at least in the short term, with the likes of Waymo using it successfully.
My big question is this going to be, I'm not saying that there's this one factor coming into play, but is this going to be enough to save the stock? I don't know, man. And my other question to you, Sharif, is I haven't really heard much from the likes of GM and Ford on self-driving. Nothing. So what happens when this stuff is fully in play? You have Rivian, you have the Teslas, you have the Waymos. What's going to happen to those other vehicles? Because I think at some point, everybody's going to lean to the fact like FSD is the future. I don't want to have to control the steering wheel anymore. And I think that's going to put these names underwater even more. And I'm talking about Ford and GM.
No, I agree with you. I think maybe what they do is they license.
Mimic the
they don't even need to mimic it. They license it until they can come up. Guys, we have to pause for a second because OCG is insane, okay? Insane. It is up 348%. It is now halted at $4.08. The rocket chip that is OCG continues to go. Halt time 137.56. Tap 430. Halt price 408. We'll keep an eye out on this one. What a move up here for OCG. U.S. stock trader saying OCG starts the second fair value gap now. He's estimating that goes from 367 to 647. Shout out to U.S. stock trader. Love the technical looks and how you're speaking about it in that way. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for that. Let's go on to the next story here. The dead one, Apple, got a bit of a slap in the face yesterday from the Court of Appeal. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals largely ruled in favor of Epic Games, rejecting Apple's challenge to a prior ruling that found the company engaged in anti-competitive conduct related, of course, to the App Store payments. The court upheld the contempt finding against Apple because they had said Apple, was not listening to the court's orders. And they left intact the injunction that requires Apple to allow developers to direct users to alternative payment options outside of the Apple Store. The Court of Appeal directed the trial judge, Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers, to reconsider whether Apple should be allowed to collect commissions on payments made outside the App Store, and the court did not restore Apple's ability to fully book or control the external payment mechanisms. Apple could still seek further review by appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court, but until now, they have not shown an inclination to do so. Joey, should they just take this ruling and move on with things, allow developers to funnel people outside the App Store so they can take they can pay much less, and Apple doesn't get 30%?
Yeah, I think so at some point, man. Apple, regardless of what's going on with that, I think Apple has been phenomenal. It might be easier for them to go that road as well, too. So could seek further review by appealing. That's just going to cost them a little bit more money, but it's pennies on the dollar, essentially, for AAPL. What they got going on with Epic Games is fine. I know they're creators of Fortnite as well, too. So, yeah, I mean, not much really more I could say on that factor. Sure. Apple, it's gonna be collecting money left, right, and center, regardless of what happens, Sharif, in my opinion.
All right, let's go on to Alphabet, seen as heading higher on AI momentum. TD Cowen giving Google the nod today and reiterating their buy rating and raising the price target $15 from $335 to $350. We know Goggles, the best performing Mag 7 name on the year, bar none, up 65% year to date. But the firm believes there's more room to go, driven by what they're saying is the AI fundamentals of the company. They said the price target follows the price target increase, follows what TD Cowen views as successful integration of AI overviews with AI mode within the broader Google search. The firm now forecasts Google search revenue growing at a 10.2% CAGR, compounding annual growth rate over the next 5 years. And the higher growth expectations, TD Cowen says, are driven by increased query volume and engagement. So we have been talking so much about, AI eating search's lunch, but the query volume is still going higher. So we'll have to wait and see if that happens. They also raised the estimate for the Gemini monthly active users all the way up to 850 million by the end of this year, up from 600 million previously. That's a marked guide there as Gemini 3 came out. Speaking of Gemini 3, they're saying the app could approach 3 billion users by the end of the decade, by 2030. Who knows whether this is going to happen? This is their prediction. And they're saying the rising Gemini chatbot usage has really been picked up ever since Gemini 3 was launched, so that's kind of why they're changing their tune. They also highlighted Alphabet's advertising business as a key pillar, calling Google, quote, the best positioned mobile advertising company due to their scale, Joey, as well as their traffic advantages.
Man, we're just watching this company's ecosystem continuously grow here, Sharif. These guys are going to be a force to be reckoning with, in my opinion, if they already are at this point. I know Sean likes Gemini a little bit more than ChatGPT at this point. I mean, watch out, man. These guys have the cash. They have all of the resources on hand. And I would be afraid if I'm ChatGPT of what these guys can potentially do. They have the phone. They have more data backing everything. So it's just all the stars are starting to align for Google to really take a massive part of the market share in this AI or this LLM race.
So here it is, guys. We have ChatGPT 5.2. So this one was released yesterday and sent Google stock down a little bit. Look, Altman posted on X comps of how, ChatGPT 5.2 measures versus Gemini 3.0. But is it really about the comps, the technical comps now, or is it who can funnel more users and create more daily active users, whether or not the actual model is better, right? So many people have already, move their way into the Google ecosystem, right? I use Google Docs, I use Gmail, I use many other Google products. Obviously, on the floor here, we're using the messaging app on Google. So Google's ecosystem is a lot broader than ChatGPT's ecosystem. I think what ChatGPT had going for it was first mover advantage, where everybody really liked chat and got into that. And to be fair to them, they kept making good improvements. But is this one of those BlackBerry Apple moments, right? Where, BlackBerry had first mover advantage with respect to the smartphone, but Apple ate their lunch because of the App Store.
Yeah. Well, my question would be, what can you provide me outside of ChatGPT, right?
Well, that's a great question. Right. And that's why he brought in Johnny Ive, because he wanted to get that physical product.
He needs a physical product. And they don't have that right now. Right. And with that being said, Sharif, that there's no guarantee that the physical product is going to take off.
No.
Look who you
not at all.
Look who you have to compete against already in the ecosystem. Apple, Google, you have the Android phones as well too. We don't know what the actual device may be, but if it's going to be something like a wearable, well, guess what? You have competition within that as well too.
Already.
Again, with Apple and Meta and everything along those lines.
Well said.
So yeah, it's what can you provide me outside of ChatGPT? Having $1 trillion valuation, I don't know what else, and this is a genuine question, other than what this is, that's valued at $1 trillion. So what does that mean for Gemini? Well, do add an additional, 500 billion onto the market cap?
Great point.
Right?
Great point. All right, I want to call out some things here. The Katina Man is short SMCI right now at 33.27. Shout out to Ichiro. I really like ChatGPT's memory feature. Well said. And that was a major issue, Ichiro, as you know, that the memory was very limited, right? So you could only take a certain chat up to a certain point, and then, the memory tapped out. What I'm finding, Ichiro, is that the memory feature works. It's good, but it really slows down that specific chat if you really prolong the interactions with it. So when I do my summaries in the morning, I'm maintaining that same chat. But when there's just way too many summaries within that one chat, it slows down like you wouldn't believe. I have to start a new chat in order to get it sped up again. So I agree with you, but there are some drawbacks to that memory feature. But great point from all of you guys.
Like, I mean, like, listen, one time, did I tell you this story? So one time I was having a conversation with ChatGPT, and Milo kept interrupting. I said, "Be quiet, Milo." And ChatGPT is like, "Oh, it sounds like you have a dog in the background." Yeah, crazy stuff. So then, anyways, I go, "Hey, what can I give Milo?" And blah, blah, blah. He's like, "Oh, yeah, how's your dog doing, by the way?" And talks to me. So it recalls all the previous conversations.
And I want to say one other thing.
Yeah.
That the ChatGPT voice feature, the one that you can interact with, is fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you know Arabic is country dependent. Not one Arab country speaks like the other. They just don't. They all have different accents and words that they use. And so Egyptian Arabic is very, very specific because it's mixed in with so many different cultures. And so speaking Egyptian Arabic is almost entirely different than any other. The woman on the ChatGPT is fantastic at Egyptian Arabic.
The English guy on my.
You have the English guy?
It sounds more smart. It sounds more legit, right? You gotta have the English guy on.
I like it. All right, let's talk about Citi initiating coverage on Boeing. Not a moment too soon there, Citi. They've only existed for like 100 years. So Citi initiated coverage of Boeing with a buy rating and a $265 price target, implying basically a 32% upside from yesterday's close. The call is part of a broader constructive outlook on the U.S. aerospace defense sector, which Citi views as entering a multi-year growth phase. Yes, the demand is there, but can they make the airplanes? Citi highlighted aerospace and defense as being the center of several secular megatrends that are largely independent of the near-term economic cycles. They're talking about, of course, the spending on defense, as well as the expansion of the commercial airline space. And they like the Boeing turnaround narrative. Citi acknowledged Boeing's series of major setbacks in the recent years, especially around safety and quality and stuff. But they believe now it is an attractive turnaround phase, especially with new management supported by leadership changes and a sharper focus on operational discipline. Citi pointed to Boeing's massive backlog and improving order momentum, a return to positive free cash flow as well. The last earnings report, along with the production ramp up of, yes, their best-selling airplane, the 737 MAX, despite the fact that it's much maligned, and the 787 program, which is the highest margin product in the commercial space, of course. Defense, a different story. Joey, Boeing, thoughts?
I mean, I'm asking Gemini a question right now. So, however, based on the document, it's not giving me an exact number. Okay, that's not the answer that I was looking for. But I'm like, I asked it essentially, how much of the market share in the commercial airspace does Boeing hold? And I'm going to say it's the majority. It's the majority. Its only competition is Airbuses.
Yeah, exactly.
And a couple other, I know, as Sina was telling us about the Brazilian
Embraer,
one. Yeah. Okay, aside from that, no one's flying that. No offense, in here in Canada, it's usually
Airbus. Very few.
Yeah, very few, right? Aside if you're going from there to there. Exactly. I just think that this stock is extremely underperforming. It's fantastic that they get to increase production, and obviously with that they need to meet deliveries and exceed it, but this name has been in turbulence for quite some time, and it needs to break up out of it. I think that it should be performing significantly better. They need to get the FAA on their side once again, which they have, and things are slowly they're starting to mend that relationship, but I don't know what it is, man. If it's a margin thing, a margin issue, or whatever it is, I just think that this stock should be performing significantly better just due to the fact of how much market share they actually hold. And people are flying every single day. The backlogs on the airplanes are absolutely massive. China putting in new orders as well, too. So it's like, what is going on with this name? I think it should be performing significantly better than what
I got to agree with you. But I do have an answer. I think they're just, their execution is struggling, right? And we don't really know exactly why the execution part is. It's hard to know if you're not part of the company.
Obviously, how
Spirit,
exactly how where you're getting most of your all your parts and your widgets and gadgets from. Obviously, a big issue. The supply chain is what I was trying to get at there. But I think at some point they've been in business for how long? They need to get their act together and get this thing rocking and rolling.
All right, let's talk about Eli Lilly. We gave you guys a very important story that Lilly was coming with that next gen GLP-1. It's mixed with this other compound as well. And it got the nod from the FDA to accelerate it. Now we have more information on that acceleration. So senior FDA leadership has pressed internal reviewers to sharply accelerate the filing review phase for Eli Lilly's experimental obesity pill, or for Glipron, under a new expedited pathway. Documents reviewed by Reuters show the FDA's commissioner's office initially proposed cutting the filing review period from 60 days down to as little as a week before internal resistance led to a discussion of a compromise window of 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the application complexity. So let's talk about this potential March decision, which could come versus the original May timeline. If the shortened review timeline is adopted, Lilly could receive FDA decision as early as March 28th, well ahead of the May 20th we had been previously expecting. With the accelerated path would allow technical and labeling reviews to run in parallel with filing checks, which helps compress, of course, the overall approval process without formally changing some of the issues there. Lilly and Novo Nordisk dominate the fast-growing obesity market, with analysts estimating it could reach $150 billion by the early 2030s. And I don't have the exact data right now, but it was 23, I believe, and change % for those who used it for, I think, 63 or 68 weeks in terms of weight loss. But those who stayed on it past 63 weeks actually saw almost 30% weight loss. And apparently it helped as well with osteoarthritis, especially in the knees. Pain was down 60 some odd %. I jokingly said yesterday, how do you quantify pain reduction in a number? I guess maybe they gave them a scale of 1 to 10 and said, maybe choose how much down you are in your pain. So anyway, Joey, Eli Lilly seems to be getting a helping hand here from the administration. Could this be because they want American dominance in the GLP world, especially since it's a two-horse race right now?
Absolutely.
With Pfizer still behind between NVO and LLY. So they're helping push LLY.
I think so.
Possibly at the expense of some safety, though. What do you think?
I think that'll come. That's what it's going to come down to, Sharif. I talked about this before. Just the pill. I mean, 30% in 62 weeks. I mean, hey, to each their own. Aside from that, this pill, I think it's going to address multiple things, Sharif. Okay. Your total addressable market.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, storage costs as well, too, which I think is going to be a massive thing. What does that do? Increase your margins. So that's going to be good from the company, fundamentally. If the pill works for people, then good on you, and I'm happy that you're at least taking the right steps in order to do so. But that's where I stand with that. This pill is going to change things. People don't always want to inject themselves with the needle. So that's why I think that it's going to be able to broaden its market within this. And more, like, if you can go to different countries as well too, who don't have the refrigeration storage. You can just store the pill as well too. So
for sure,
a lot of positive.
Absolutely, and it's I think the pricking thing is the people that
people get it from, right?
For sure. All right, last story here, guys. Not market moving for Intel, but another development in the Intel saga that we've been reporting to you guys on. Yesterday, we spoke about Lip-Bu Tan possibly having some conflicts of interest with companies that he's persuaded the board to invest into, or he pursued himself as CEO. We spoke about that, but then we also had the other side of the argument is that he's a well-connected fellow, and maybe this is good for Intel. Today, we find out a little bit more that Intel tested China-linked chip-making tools amid scrutiny here of the security. So Intel tested advanced chip-making tools this year from a company called ACM Research, which is a US-based equipment supplier with significant China ties, including units previously targeted by US sanctions. The tools in questions were the wet etch tools used in critical wafer processing steps, and they were used for the 14A node process, which is very similar to that Taiwan Semi 2 nanometer that we spoke about. Remember, Intel's two main foundry technologies right now are 18A and 14A, with 14A being the more advanced of the two. As this article states, it's the most advanced node planned for a 2027 launch. Reuters, though, to be fair, found no evidence Intel violated U.S. regulations, and it remains unclear whether Intel will actually adopt the tools in productions. So what's going on with this ACM unit? So 2 ACM units, one is based in Shanghai, the other in South Korea, were barred last year from receiving U.S. technology over allegations of supporting China's military. And lawmakers and national security experts arguing here Intel's consideration of such tools risks sensitive know-how leaking to China and the displacement of trusted Western suppliers and even potential sabotage. Critics say the episode highlights gaps in U.S. technology protection policies, especially as Intel now receives U.S. government backing and, of course, subsidies, with the U.S. administration taking a 10% stake in Intel, Joey. We can keep going on here, but I think I've made the point. They're testing tools from companies that, you know, may or may not have Chinese military links.
Yeah. I mean, I think the next story is interesting, Sharif. We should do that one as well, too.
Which one?
The Microsoft faces UK lawsuit. I mean, there another.
Another one. Yeah, I'm done with that. No, I'm not even going to do that. I've had it up to here, bro.
You had it up to there.
I've had it up to here with that.
Yeah, let's go Intel at the end of the day, man. What a big time recovery in this name. When the government took the 10% stake, I think that was going to be kind of the game changer within this.
Yes,
name.
sir.
So shout out to Lippu and company. This stock has over 100% from those April lows. So we're going to go from August, so we don't even have to go all the way back to April. You're at 99% to where we're currently trading at. And then up to $44, you're up 130% roughly from those August lows, a little bit more, 132%. So yeah, Intel I think is starting to turn the tide, Sharif, in my opinion. Things start to look upside for them.
That's the end of the news segment, guys. A few more minutes until the big kahunas come on, but let's look at what is running now in the world of small cap gappers. Look, OCG well off the highs, a 415 high, but the blood now in the streets on OCG as it drops into 250, getting bought up now into the 290s. It has dropped below the 10 EMA on the 5, and it is a 4-candle red setup. That's the bad news. The good news is still above the volume weighted average price of that 210 area, and 210 area is an interesting area of resistance. Also, this $0.50 where it found support, take a gander at that 1255 candle. Oh, look, there's no candle at 1255. How come? Because it was halted there. So the first up halt on OCG getting defended for the moment as this one dipped into that halt level, got right back up, and now is forming a red hammer candle. Be on the lookout for a move above 3, and then I would say stay away from this as a long until it shows you that first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. So you're going to want to see something currently above that 315 area on a close, and it should be green. OCG has been a rocket ship on the day, and quite frankly, it hasn't bamboozled. I don't think it was bamboozling. I think it was a fair technical setup. It defended the 10 EMA quite well. You were able to gauge that multiple times, and we had a bunch of trades on this one. CLYM, one I was involved in as well. This one, much more choppy. As you can see there, the moving averages crossing over one another. You get breaches of the moving averages, and this one wasn't clean. But if you picked it up above $3 and you put your stop below 3, you did quite well. Okay, so CLYM not looking too bad. Premier League, PL, another one that we have. And as I see, this is a multi-day runner. Look at this, Joey. Clean multi-day runner here on PL after being stagnant at around 12.5 for a period of weeks. 1910 high a day on PL. Invert or a hammer candle forming now that breached 1875, trying to get back above 19. I think this trade's the best part of it is behind it. We'll have to wait and see, but PL, not a bad look. YCBD, another one that we were trading a lot, but this one, you know, very, very rangy. And it had aggressive short selling into the 140s, and it could never get into the 150. 149 high a day was the best it could do, but it is up a very respectable 98% on the day, and most notably trading above the volume weighted average price. So those are the ones that I think were the best of the bunch. ARKBL is up about 200%, but this was blocked on our system, and quite frankly, it's still trading below the volume weighted average price, and never really tested that 650 high a day on ARKBL. I didn't even really see too many people talking about this one in the chat either. So that's it, Joey. It was a good week today in the world of small cap gappers. I ended up having one negative name on the day. That was NCPL. That was my worst negative name on the day. Otherwise, we did all right today. Not a big day, of course. Never really is a big day for me, but we try to set up the good technical setups for you guys.
That's all that matters at the end of the day, man. Nice work, Sharif. One red name. I think that's a bonus in my opinion. See you later, Jody. Have a good weekend. You're going to be heading over to the big boys. Well, she just waved goodbye, so let's say goodbye.
See you, Jody.
I mean, it's 2 o'clock now. We can go over some trades here. SLV was pretty good, and then we had MSOS before we sent it off to the big boys. Those were our 2 better trades on the session here earlier in the day. So, yeah, I hope everyone keeps that risk tight and rock and roll. It is Friday, so don't give up all your green here today. Relax, chill out with the boys. They're going to have some solid stores and some solid trading, and stay warm.
And what do you guys think about the board now?
It's wicked.
You guys saw the interview on there. They had Brendo there, and then the interview was a background. Man, we are pumped to have this. And by the way, this new desk, almost active too, guys. So this desk is going to be like so we can face each other.
Yeah.
We're gonna have 2 people on that side, a couple of people, more than a couple, 4 people on this side. It's gonna be fantastic, man.
And Brando telling me a lot as well too, saying, hey, we'll turn around, we'll get the options activity, we'll get the upgrades and downgrades up there. I know people in the chat, I've seen people in the chat saying, hey, we should throw that up when I'm doing it, and don't worry, it's gonna come to that. It's not just a pretty screen, it's gonna come to use.
A very warm screen though,
is it hot over there?
Very warm.
Oh yeah, but
I love that.
Yeah, shout out to the hydro bill there.
Send him off, bro.
All right, man. No, I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. If you're in the colder regions, stay warm, stay cool, watch your favorite Christmas movie, enjoy family, enjoy friends, hit the gym, eat healthy, and work on your trading if you're looking to improve, guys.
See you guys at the big desk.
And it's so easy to let it.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Crazy. We were just talking about the
Well, we were talking about the free
stuff that they get at basically any sporting event is the same thing.
Well, we were calling out the Jays a little bit.
Yeah.
Because so anyone, the reason I wore this vest was because the other day you guys were talking vest because Joe had a nice one on. It was like literally the only vest I had. I'm like, I'll wear it. And it was one of those like giveaways, you know, like the first 10,000 fans get it. So we paid to just have them shipped to us, like all the stuff for the year. So I have this one. But when you show the back shot, and I'm not going to turn around.
Well, he'll show it. They'll show it again.
You know the shot you guys just had of the back? And then I remember there's like a gigantic TD Bank logo on the back of my vest. And the thing about the Jays now is it's so, and I get it, they're a sponsor. It is so heavily TD Bank when you walk into that stadium on every piece.
Budweiser, I think, is a big.
Budweiser.
Yeah, there's a big Budweiser.
Just, even though they're not a Canadian.
Funny, like Rogers owns it. You think there'd be Rogers everywhere?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's crazy. And the other thing we talked about.
But my beef is just that why not give to everybody?
Yes. These things are, trust me,
people line up for hours and hours and hours.
If you got to feel this vest or looked at it up close, it's probably worth like $1, like $2.50. You know, I'm not going to say where it's probably made, but you guys get that understanding. So why only the first 10,000 fans, man? Like, let everybody have one.
Yeah, no, I hate the lineup.
It's so cheap.
No, I hate it. The fact that it's great that you guys get it, but I feel bad for like, you know, kids go there, they line up, they're looking for the bobblehead, blah, 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 and you just get like 5 hours in line or something.
But like, you have to line up for when gates open up. So the family that's going to come with their kids, already it's hard enough if you have small kids to last the whole game sometimes. And then you're going to ask those people, families, to line up that much earlier.
Crazy.
It is a little bit crazy.
Look what I'm doing on the chat here. Look at this. 100 these.
You guys said where it's made, not me.
Yeah, China.
I didn't say that.
It might be made in Thailand.
I mean, I highly implied that. I didn't say it though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most things are made in China or Taiwan or Singapore.
Hold on a second.
Something these days.
A guy from work. What do you mean those people?
100.
What do you mean those people? I have to. Every single time, the funniest movie made in the last 20 years is It's Not Close, it's Tropic Thunder. Why?
Tropic Thunder, yeah. I got to rewatch that one.
Years, that word has held us down.
I know, Robert Downey Jr. Blackest white guy, whitest black guy, whatever you want to say there in that one. That's
My dad still dies over that. Still, it kills him every time.
It's a good one. It's a good one. There's everyone like that, 100. Okay, we just started right here on shorting SMCI. So, I meant to tag my guy, Brian Shannon, but SMCI comes right up to VWAP. So, you know, a name that's down today, AI is down, you know, we've seen SMCI momentum, not momentum, but the trend here on the stock is down. I almost shorted, actually. You know, it was another opportunity. I mean, you want to see one of the craziest charts of the day? I mean, you can easily see it on, well, yeah, Oracle's kind of just downside, but this looks like almost the opposite of what Tesla did there. Palantir went for an epic move from 186 to 178. Like, they were just kept on bumping into VWAP. Like, it was pretty smooth. We should have been on this to the short. Like, when you look back at charts, it's always, I should have done this, or I just kind of keep it in the bank and try to figure out, okay, the next time this happens, because I'm back on Monday. So it's just like, there's the move right back up, and I was like very short, very close to shorting right here. And I was just like, I don't want to do it with Palantir. And that sucks, because that was $1.50. So I just want to talk about it. Like, I don't have it, and we've already, I'll show you the TQQ trade I put on there. The market, I'm not going to call it the futures, I'll call it the market. I think that's more appropriate. But no, it's just this level right there, some of the pre-market levels. You could hold it up to 186, but I just think like starting that trade right around here, 185.50, to hold it up to that 186 into those pre-market levels, and you have a little bit of support of the 200 period moving average. Easy to say when the futures reverse as well, but like there it is right there on the futures. So we could have done it on the Qs. We could have done it on the TQs as well. So it just comes up to VWAP and fades back out there. So I was like, we missed that trade. That was at 117. So then I just went over and I tried to find something that was like a similar look. And this was one name that was at VWAP at this time. So I shorted there. It came back. I actually was bidding 13s. It came in and didn't fill me. Then it bounced back up. And thankfully, I know Joe just went to go get some food or something, but this is his favorite graphic. We reloaded right there. So thankfully it came back up, because we actually got double the shares.
You think, is Joe seeing Carlito's Way? I don't think that's necessary.
I mean, if you would asked me if Joe had pie before, I would have said yes. So I don't know what Joe's done lately, but I'm going to say no.
Because I feel like it's the one gangster flick.
I'm going to say no.
That a lot of people have not seen Carlito's Way, and it is. Oh, it's a fantastic.
Yeah, it's one of the best ones. I mean, I like Goodfellas. I think
that's a classic.
I mean, when I was in
1 and 2
university, I had the big Scarface poster, of course. Joe, have you seen Carlito's Way before? No.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Bang.
It's so underrated.
I said you had one to saw it. If you like the gangster movies, Joe, go check out Carlito's Way, because that's where this is from.
Go from the Bronx.
I'm reloaded.
Yeah, so that was that. So,
but the best part, like that clip is the clip audio is from Carlito's Way, but the image is from Scarface. Like that's actually obviously Say Hello to My Little Friend.
Quickly put together.
OCG is halted to the downside. Mike Peter Ryder says they are short, and it's at VWAP. So look, it looks like that's a good short. This didn't have a good day yesterday, but it was having a good day today, that's for sure. And all the way at VWAP, the tap is flat, so it's 211 the halt, and 211 is the current theoretical auction price on OCG. For anyone that happens to be paying attention, Shrieve's obviously going to be setting up. I'm sort of similar in terms of the only two things I'm in. They're not from earlier. It's not VWAP on IBIT, but there's a level more obvious today on this stock other than 5150. I hadn't seen it. Yesterday in the morning, 5150, 5150, breakout 5150, dip 5150. This morning, fall apart, hold 5150, hold 5150, 5150 again. So it just keeps on doing the same thing. And Intel is not a VWAP thing either. This is just a scalp to the low of the day. It's also consolidated off of the same price here, but it's about $38.50. I think we are now ready to go back up to the desk and talk to our good friend Sharif, who I know, well, I'm fairly certain, has seen Carlito's Way. I actually don't know.
I like that movie, Neil, but it's a little bit sad at the end. But yes, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they are locked and they are loaded. And they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is you got to get into the chat and you got to vote every day. But you got to throw in that $sign before the ticker of your choice, but make sure to vote. Let's look, though, first at all four major averages. And All four major averages are in negative territory, leading up here with the NQ, the worst of the bunch, down 1 3/4, but certainly off the lows, defending that 25,100 point area. The ES not faring much better, down to the tune of 1%, trying to work its way back above 68.50, but currently below that level. The best of the bunch, though, in the world of major averages is the Dow, down 0.5% after making another all-time high yesterday. Speaking of all-time highs, the Russell 2000 also breaching momentarily 2,600 points yesterday, as well as this morning on the chart, but dropping as well, like all other major averages, down 1.16. Let's look at the first ticker as decided by you guys. Tesla was very strong here to start the morning, 9:30. Got a price spike up into 463. It has come back down now into the mid-50s. Despite this bad headline, doesn't really matter. The market's digested it. Tesla U.S. sales drop to close to a 4-year low, with total sales falling about 23% year over year on the quarter, selling about 39,800 vehicles. Compare that to last year when they sold about 51,500, guys. So are these bad U.S. sales just already digested by the market and we're looking to the next thing? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think all sales for Tesla I don't think it's just U.S. sales, because I think every time we've had a headline about what's going on in Europe for Tesla, I think it's been like a similar reaction. Maybe not the same, with the price action obviously doesn't look like this every single day on Tesla, but it has been for the most part not caring too much about some of the sales numbers recently. And look, that's in favor of the bulls. You know, and that's been true for, I mean, obviously for the greater portion of the year. If you're going to be forward-looking and you're going to be thinking about automation, you're going to be thinking about robotics, the more that buyers and investors and whomever is trading the stock is concerned with that over current sales, then the stock is going to remain bullish. And if that becomes not true, then I guess you'll see this break the uptrend. But that's not happening right now. Tesla is pretty strong. Now, obviously today, as I said, it was you don't see this kind of price action on every single day. Like most of the times when Tesla's like giving it's one of the strongest names in the market, it'll pull back, but it pulled back, lost more than everything, went to yesterday's low, and then went back to green. Like that's wilder action than usual. Like, usually you do that kind of a failed break, and you're expecting to end lower when you have a failed breakout like that. So I think it's pretty bullish for it to get back above 450, but can it hold 450? I'm a little skeptical of that today. It still feels like a little bit of a false break of that high. And then next week, we should still be concerned with 435 and 420 for support levels on the greater scale for Tesla.
All right, so just quickly an update on this. So there goes SMCI. I'm out of half now. So now we can hold. I'm actually just going to wait for some 90s, and then we'll wait for down here, and then that's the target area, 3270. We'll see if we can get out of the rest there. So we'll, if it does continue to drip down, that's sort of the target area, 3275. So we'll put like a big part of our shares down there. See if we can, so we're out of 50% now. We get the VWAP to the 200 period moving average. I am bidding 93s right here just because that's, again, like, I don't know if this is going to hold. That's 85. So we'll just get out here. If it does print me at 93s, that'll be good. We'll see if we can get that, and then we'll hold for a lower take there off of VWAP. That is Sam, Michael, Charlie investing. All right, Tesla right there. Yeah, you know, I bought some Tesla, like added to it a couple weeks ago. I guess I can look exactly. I think it was on that day that there was automotive. I bought more Tesla, and I added to ARKQ, which is the robotics ETF. So just like Neil said, and I said this morning, I was like, ain't nobody going to care about these car sales. You know, when Tesla was up in the pre-market, and the only thing that I heard was like, oh man, you know, down 25%, whatever it was, year over year, month over month, whatever. But Tesla was still, we closed here yesterday at 447 basically, and we spent pretty much all the pre-market above that with that bad data. And then all of a sudden, it was just like off to the races. And, you know, what a great top that would have been. I could see that you might have got, you know, little bit, you could have lost here going short because it looks like there's some consolidation there with some decent volume behind it. So I could see that might have been the push down. And then up here, the same kind of thing where you're thinking about it, and then whoosh. So I think that when you see some sort of a barcode starting to form, especially after a drastic move, and we don't really have too much news today with Tesla, that little breakdown right there, we saw Rivian get going and then still stay up here as well. So we'll wait to see, and then all the way back turns red. What a crazy situation there, like turning red and then now flattish on the day. Still up that 1.25%. But for me, I love Tesla, and I think it's a long story, and I looking forward to trading this on Monday and maybe even now. But I would just wait. I'm short the market. Well, I'm short SMCI and looking to see if we can come back in a little bit here on the rest of the day. So I'll be looking not long, but if we get back into here, 444, it's what we wrote down today, by the way. We wrote down Tesla on the sticky note right here, long 444. So that long was right here that we wrote down. So I think that that's like, a pretty legit call right into here. Comes back in, it spends about $2 underneath, and then pop lock and not drop it. Pop lock and pop it again, I guess. But that 444, we'll see if that comes in again. If it does, man, let's take half a unit, hold it $2, and see if we get a nice little win there. So yeah, Tesla was on my mind today. It was a long, and I just unfortunately wasn't here to take that 444. But look what happens when it gets there the first time. Hit, bounce, $2. So if you got anything out there, then you could hold that for there. That's the idea. All right, let's go back over. I'm going to say maybe Rivian. I mean, Rivian's a hot stock. If it's out of the top 5,
I think
it definitely should be.
It'll be there, but it might be that small capper.
Neil's got it on his screen already. OCG, guys, Oriental Culture Holding. So it had a good day on the 9th and on the 10th, but then all hell broke loose after this one got dropped or popped into 19 as a result of this headline here. Shelf offering to the tune of $200 million in ordinary shares sold off on that news at around 2 o'clock on Wednesday. The sell-off continued into Thursday. And today, a bit of a pop back up, 415 high, guys, dropping below $2, still up 116%. What's a look?
It just opened, and it is losing VWAP, and it almost, oh, wait a minute, it's at the, it is at the halt band right now. So it looks like, are we gonna halt? 187, oh, that's a, okay, oh, whatever. It's about to halt at $1.87, you're seeing it pile up, there you go. Now it's in a down halt for the second time in the last few minutes here. So if you happen to be short this, congratulations. I mean, I feel like yesterday, well, the last 2 days pretty much tell you all you need to know. And then look what happens when it, like a halt up. You don't see this very often, to be honest with you, where you have a halt up, a reopen, like it's just above $4. Reopens basically at the halt price flat, and then immediately fails an even dollar. Like oftentimes that kind of a quick little short trade that day traders would love to work out usually blows them out before it goes to the downside. But anyone that just said, well, you know what, I'm going to short it if it goes back underneath the halt price. Usually that doesn't work so easily. Like it'll test you. But yeah, obviously names like this, you tend to see once the back end starts, there's no ending to it. What was the other one? BTTC.
Yeah.
Go look at the chart of BTTC the other day and how that one continued to the downside. Like once the back end comes in, you can call it a head and shoulders, but I mean, you don't need to be a market technician to see what happened there and then that fall apart. So thinking anything but wait for your opportunity to turn makes some sense. So if you got the short, what was the low yesterday? $1. Oh, really? Yeah, like $1. This could easily see $1 again, I guess. Yeah, good look. If you happen to be caught long, obviously, yeah, it sucks. But that could easily see $1 by the end of the day.
All right, Sharif, let's go on to the next name and see what we've got over there.
You were right, Sean. It is next. Rivian here, up 13 1/5. Great day for them after their inaugural AI event yesterday, where they announced a number of things. One, they're making a custom-built AI chip in-house, looking to save money and increase efficiency. Also, they're rolling out their new autonomous driving software. It's going to be about $50 a month, or I believe $4,000 or $3,000 up front. I'll double-check that for you guys. But a good day for Rivian yesterday, initially selling off after the event was done, but really catching a bid this morning, boys.
I I turned on Rivian. Like I immediately, once I read Sharif's note there and saw like, you know, just that whole autonomy thing and the focus there on the self-driving and just, you know, how well that's worked out for Tesla and how that's what we're talking about now. We're not worried too much about EV car sales. The market knows that EV car sales is not the jam right now. They haven't been great for a minute, right? I mean, this is not a story of the last couple months. This is like a year. This year, they haven't been well. Rivian still losing every single car they produce, losing money on. This will help. If they can add, what was it, $8,000? No, it's $8,000 for Tesla. It's $50 a month. I know that. I heard Sharif say that number. But $50 a month, decent, decent opportunity there for them to gain some revenue. If people enjoy that product, they're adding LiDAR. You know, they're new. If you didn't buy a Rivian yet, you know, the newer models will start to come out. Hopefully, get some 2,500. Okay, so there you go. So I think that's a great add-on. I mean, if you can add it on to your current system, that'd be great. If not, I mean, I just think it's another reason for people to get excited about Rivian again, and I think they are. So yeah, congratulations anybody that's been in this Rivian trade. It looks like it's been working out, and there it is, right at a key level. This goes all the way back to July of 24. So we're not talking about like this summer. This is a big level here for Rivian, and you know, to me, looks all right. And I'm going to hold. The change in my complete mind was the fact that I was going to be getting out, but now I feel like we can hold. See if Rivian does give us that opportunity to get to $24. I mean, this thing IPO'd at 108. So I mean that was. I hate talking about all those kind of prices, but you know they do have memory, and it's not that we're going up there. But this name's been beat up, and I just think it needs to get sort of the faith again. You know, we saw Fisker go bankrupt, Workhorse, many other names. I don't even know where Polestar's is PSN. Is it? Yeah, I have no idea. So, I don't know, PSNY must have reverse split, I guess. Yeah. So hold on a second. Let me just check out that chart just real quick. But anyways, like I put a little bit of money in Fisker, and then all of a sudden it evaporated. So yeah. So there it is again, like PSNY. So I'm just saying there's going to be a couple winners here. Obviously, the EV game is not a strong one. So let's focus on autonomy, and that's what they're doing. So I got to say my hats off to Rivian and RJ there, and hopefully they can right the ship. And I think it's starting to get that way with a focus on something other than their cars. So
yeah, it looks like a good pivot for them. The only possible, there's not much to add except for the only thing you can say negative here is that it hasn't closed above 19 on the daily chart. So like while it is breaking this level out, it didn't actually yet. I mean, it could easily do so. We have like an hour and a half to go. So you could close above 19 and then you're really starting to confirm the breakout. But for now, it is technically a wick off this 19 level, and maybe look for some 17 support next week for Rivian. But yeah, it's doing the heavy lifting is kind of already done to get back here and take out the level. It just needs to now close above it.
All right, guys. Nvidia next on the list, down 2 2/3%. Despite this positive headline today that they may be looking to expand the H200 production. You'll recall President Trump allowing the export of the H200 to certain Chinese customers so long as they're approved, as long as he gets, the U.S. government that is, 25% separately. Nvidia met with Alibaba, ByteDance, and some other Chinese tech companies to gauge demand, because this is a 2023 chip that is not being produced en masse anymore. It is produced by Taiwan Semiconductor guys, so they're trying to gauge the demand before they commit to building more of these. Nvidia down 2 2/3.
Yeah, and look, that headline, that Oracle headline, which by the way, wasn't to call it. You couldn't call it all bad because it wasn't a demand issue. Why they had to push back on some of the OpenAI build-outs by 1 year, I think it's 2027 to 28 was the headline. It really had more to do with like supply constraints. At the same time, this is what happened to pretty much everything at the same time. Like you lost the bid at 179, and 179 had been a pretty good support level for Nvidia, and you couldn't hold on to yesterday's lows either. And you're still not doing so. So you're under yesterday's lows. On the bounce, it couldn't even get back into VWAP. And unfortunately, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news or anything, but everything about the recent, this recent high on Nvidia does suggest we're now starting to develop a bit of a trend down. Like the lower high is confirmed under this 190 area. You lose if you lose 175, it gets a little bit nastier. It's a pretty choppy looking daily chart, but it's kind of a head and shoulders. You are basing down. I think we could see a test of 170 next week. And it's a lot of chip names that are kind of catching strays with it. Like, it's not just Nvidia, AMD, same pattern. This is breaking down. You lose 210, you're in trouble. Sean's already showing you SMCI. Intel's breaking down. That's got a gap to fill. This could be in the mid-30s next week. So it's across the board, unfortunately. And you can throw Broadcom into this. Yikes. That's breaking the low of the day as we speak over there on Broadcom. So that headline wasn't helping things. If you're already looking for an excuse, it doesn't matter that it wasn't a demand issue why Oracle came out with that story. Everyone's still getting hit anyways.
Yeah, that was a good short. I mean, we were able to help that push a little lower there when that news came out again about Oracle delaying until 2028. But so for me, the Nvidia story can also be looked at with Alibaba. I mean, we told you we got out of a quarter of our position yesterday or maybe it was yesterday or 2 days ago at 160. Kind of got up there again, and then we just dropped like a rock again. Like when all that AI news was sort of spewing out this AM, I mean, this fell back in. So good to get out of this one. I thought that some of the talk there about Nvidia moving into China and AMD and the fact that you can now pay that 25% sort of tax and then almost get whatever you want. I think that's what Trump's going to do. You pay $5 million, you get a visa or you get whatever. You pay 25%, you get your stuff shipped anywhere you want. So I would say that, for me, that's bad for Alibaba. So we'll hold on to a little bit and see if it can get going. I want to be part of the China AI boon. There was some investment into China today by the government, or at least talks about it, for their chip business. So I like Alibaba. I think if there is a big story, this is going to be the right one to be in. And when all those tariffs settle down, I think you'll be happy that you're in Alibaba. By the way, SMCI, we just got out.
Another one.
And then we will watch out for Alibaba now and still like it, but getting lighter on that and trying to raise more capital. And then Nvidia is all the way back to 175, which is where I last bought this thing. So we watched it go from 175 up to 210, back into 175. This for me is a hold, don't trade ever anymore. I've already gotten out. Like, I was buying Nvidia like a long time ago, like a decade ago, like this is before all this. Remember, Joe and I talk about it all the time. Like, we listen to Kramer, and it's not, I don't listen to him, but I don't follow him, but I listen to him every day. I listen to Mad Money. My father and I started, watching Mad Money when I was just a wee one there. And that's why I've been investing my own money since basically 17 or 18 years old. I've been working since I was like 12, pretty much every single summer. I was telling my kids the other day, I was like, you guys have no idea how good you have it, but whatever. I'm glad to be there for them, but they have no idea. Anyways, it's just one of those things where I come from an immigrant family, so what am I supposed to do? There it comes to the downside, but okay, long story short, Nvidia, I think and I said this yesterday, I said I think it's going to be a tough year, 2026, for all these AI names. So and by tough, I just mean like you're not going to get 30 or 40% growth like you've had in these names. You've even had more than that. Like this is from January right into here. So, Nvidia was 140. It's gone up now. It's only 175. But that's still, 20% or so on the year. I just don't think it's going to happen again in 2026. So for me, I like the stock. I'm not going to be dip buying it anymore unless we get a dramatic move down. I'm just going to hold what I have and work on getting, longer in the financials, work on getting a little longer in other places. However, Marvell, which is like a cousin to this whole trade, is a name that I really, really like. So I'm just waiting to see. I know SoftBank wants to deploy a little bit more money in the marketplace. I don't think that rumor of SoftBank making a move on Marvell will die. I think that will be.
They have money to spend. They're going to spend.
Oh yeah.
They sold Nvidia. Not just to they specifically said it wasn't just to invest more in OpenAI. It was also for other opportunities in the AI atmosphere or realm, I should say. I wanted to answer this question for Peter Medeiros. It's a good question. Can you guys trade your own accounts while on the show? I assume yes. Trade, no. Look, here's the thing. If you're actively day trading at a prop floor, you can't actively trade your personal account in the same names. That's an actual rule. Now, could I have on my long-term account like a stink bid in let's just say ARM or something, one that I do have out there. right? And it's out there sitting in the market, it trades, and I've had it out there for a month, and I get filled on it, and I happen to be day trading ARM. There's no issue with that. But could you actively in and out trade, sit there on my phone in my personal account on the same stock that I'm in and out here? No, that's an actual rule violation. Whether or not you're hitting yourself, you shouldn't do it. Now, for the purposes of just being sort of respectful, I will not execute in my personal account while we're on the show. Even if it's something innocuous, a stock that I'm not trading, I'll wait till we're off. Like if I'm like, oh, I'm gonna sell some ARM, I just use the example because I talked about ARM. If I'm gonna sell some ARM today, I'll just wait till it's the midday or wait till it's the aftermarket. There's no rule against it, right? It's more if you cannot actively trade your personal account while you're actively trading that stock or a similar stock in your PA. And that's a rule that you should, obviously, for obvious reasons, should exist. Let's get that out of the way. Oh, and then there's, okay, I was going to read the super chat.
You can do that. The ad read doesn't really matter for right now.
Yeah, it was David's.
He always super chats.
Yeah, thank you, David, for the super chat there. Larry Davids, George Costanza. Boring Sharice breakfast routine. Trades for LT investors. Dollar Tree, Walmart, Costco, and props to Sean winning Lulu green bet yesterday. Lulu definitely green. Why were we talking about Costanza today? George Costanza. Oh, because we had, why? Because we had paella, that's why.
Oh, yeah, the paella was crap. Okay.
It was horribly overcooked.
Here we go, man. Thank you, David, for all of that. When the seconds count, you don't have time to wait for just treating symptoms. You have NYSE-listed Orogenic, symbol OGEN, on the NYSE, of course, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. Please book a meeting with them today if you have any interest in what OGEN is trying to do. So thank you to OGEN one more time for sponsoring our show. You can go check them out on the NYSE, symbol OGEN, one of our main sponsors, for keeping it going. And
yeah, we had the.
Yes, we did.
Them on today.
Yeah, we did. We had, and Brendan just showed a picture of it. Actually, I asked him how that looked. Here, I'm going to show this image because I wasn't here, but here it is, man. There's Brendan right here. So we did have OGEN. What was the time of this call? About 12:30 or so. 12:45. So go back to 1:45, 12:45. Find out all about OGEN right here, and that's like Brendan in front of the. Yeah, that's Brendan, in case you didn't know, in front of the screen. So that's a pretty cool thing that we're going to try to do now, figuring out how we can, use all of this wicked technology that we do have. So we want to thank OGEN for coming through today, and great job there, Brendo, and what a good look that was there. Okay, Sharif, how many more do we got? One or two, or what? All right, last one, let's go.
All right, guys, AVGO, Broadcom. Very bad day for Broadcom today. 11 1/3, basically trading at the lows, barely holding on to 360. But I want to bring your attention over here. JP Morgan, overweight, raises target. TD Cowen maintains buy, raises target. Morgan Stanley maintains overweight, raises target. Piper Sandler maintains overweight, raises price target. Oppenheimer, Mizuho, Bernstein, they're all maintaining their overweight rating and raising the price target. But here's why we sold off, because he did not guide. CEO Huck Tan refused to give a guide for the full year of 2026, only guiding for Q1 separately. The street is concerned about Broadcom's margins compressing as well as their CapEx, boys. 11 1/3 trading at the lows.
Yeah, it's bad timing. Bad timing for them too, because I kind of feel like if it hadn't been for that midday Oracle headline, it probably wouldn't be. Maybe wouldn't be this bad. Because you would bounce, like the first initial bounce was holding the 50 period on the daily, which you would think would have a decent chance to hold, maybe consolidate there for a couple of days, around there like last time. That said, the good news is looks like there's some support in the 330s on Broadcom. I mean, it's gut check time. Like I don't think anybody, when we were talking about the symbols yesterday, like there wasn't anyone here that was terribly comfortable with this thing up here close to $420. For Broadcom, and I think it needs to settle down. Like everyone seems to be cool with rotating away from some of the AI trade. So if you don't sound super confident, and should you be throwing shade at them for not having a full year guide? There's plenty of uncertainty with regards to what the AI spend is going to look like 1 or 2 years out. Is it fair that they got thrown under the bus there, or the CEO did, because they didn't have that full year guide? Probably not, but that's just where we're at. And ball doesn't lie, price doesn't lie. It hasn't really destroyed the uptrend, obviously. But I think you got to wait a couple of days and probably closer to 340 before liking this one to the long side. Down 11%, quite the haircut. And it's also going to be larger than the expected move, right? So that's generally a pretty negative thing.
And this was an easy one. Like I gave one of our friends advice to not be buying Broadcom or not be buying Oracle or anything like that heading into these two reports. So for me, it sucks because I'm hella long AI and pretty much all long tech. I mean, you guys know my positions. We have other names, of course, but this sucks. And it's really bringing a red mark on today. And it's too bad because, Broadcom was sort of known as one of those darlings. But you know what this looks a lot like? Check Palantir, check Nvidia, check anything. After earnings, check Meta. Like this, and Sharif, and this is why, I just appreciate Sharif so much for his honesty. It's just like, he had mentioned, that he maybe got involved with Meta a little bit too early and forced to put a little bit more into it than he had thought when it made it move down. And obviously Meta's bouncing back. So respect to Sharif's honesty and talking to you guys about how he's trading. It's just, I feel like that might be the case with Broadcom here too. It's not a name similar to Meta. It's not a name that I want to stay away from. It's just, I think it has lower to go, and I think you can be patient with it. And just for those of you that aren't aware of Meta's sort of decline and then bounce back, it's not over yet. There's a lot of room to go on Meta, before we get right back to where it was. But like this is day one on Meta. That looks a hell of a lot like what happened on Broadcom. However, Broadcom was up here when they reported. So Meta was pretty close to that. And then that was day one, and then day two, day three, day four, as the spend just kept on being a problem until eventually it wasn't. And then you're able to find a good level right there to dip buy into. And whether or not, you bought on day one, day two, day three, averaging back in there, coming it back up to the 200 period, at least when you buy a good company, there are a lot of opportunities and possible stories that could hit that could get this back up. And they were a beneficiary of cheaper processing units there, TPUs, with Google and potentially just scrapping the metaverse altogether. I know they cut to 30%. So again, Broadcom, like the name, they're in the silicon, they're in networking. They are the right name. They have deals with Google. They are a Marvell competitor, so that's also hitting Marvell today. But, downside right now to Broadcom, and I just think there's more to go. So I would say be patient with it. There's the 200 period. If you want to get a little bit now today, hard to say no, you're at the 50 period, then I would say if you're buying today at 360, do not buy at 340 because if it loses that, then I do think this little gap fill happens, which brings us back to $3 and then ho, 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 Merry Christmas. I think you can get a couple shares down in there as well.
I think the problem with that discussion always comes down to are you trading it or are you trying, like what are you doing with it? Are you trying to trade and time a bottom on Broadcom? Are you not in the stock? Are you trying to own it for the long term? Are you trying to midterm swing it? Are you trying to day trade it? Because the way I see it, because whatever the answer is, that's the most important thing. Like if you're going to put a small amount into it that you only want to buy it a couple times, so you only got like 2 dip buys, then, or like maybe you already own it and you sold some at the top, and you want to buy like the 10 or 20% back in, you might only get 1 or 2 shots at that. If you don't own it at all and you're like, man, I might pick 5 entries into this thing over the next few years, then if that's the case, then put 10, 20% in right now if you want to. Because you're like, I'm just going to put a small amount now. I'm going to build a full position over the next year or two. I think that's a big difference. But I'm pretty sure most people, you own Broadcom already if you own the index, and you own a pretty fair amount of it. That's why I think you got to be a little bit cautious. It's a little easier with the names that like you probably don't have exposure to. If you had no AI exposure whatsoever, it'd be easier to buy early on some dips. I just wanted to quickly, if I could, that OCG for everybody. Well, it's a penny stock again, so yeah, that's now 90 cents. So if you had the shorts or paid for locates in this,
it's still going.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to find where's the bottom on? Oh, is this the bottom?
Nowhere.
No, never mind. 67 cents is the actual low. My bad. I think I said, that was my bad. I think I said $1 was the actual low here. Looks like 67 cents is the low. That being said, it is now a penny stock. It just reopened and lost $1. So if you have it, congratulations. Ozan, then why not only own indexes? I think I'm a person who the bulk is in indexes and then have single stock risks. I like to have the base of my personal long-term investing or account be in the indexes, just so I'm pretty secure in it, and I also have a base in some dividend stocks, which isn't as much, and then I'll have some individual stocks, which will be like the other. Usually it's about like the indexes are about 40% for me, and then I have about like 8 to 10% in dividend, which since for my age might be a little bit high, and then the rest is individual stocks. And then in my TFSA, it's a little bit different because the TFSA, the tax-free savings account's a little bit more. You can trade in and out of it, obviously. Like with your RSP, you're holding it. Like you don't take anything out. That's where I'd put like any of my swing trades would be in the TFSA, but to each their own. So for me, like I do like building in the index, but that's just my preference. It doesn't really have to be anybody else's. One quick note: there was a decent bounce there just now. Not that big, but a decent enough bounce. I had just gotten out of Intel, and I just saw. Oops, there it is. Decent spike off the 38 level. So if it comes back into 38.5, 38.6. I'm going to look short again. IBIT, probably just stick to what was already happening here, this 51.5 level. That's close enough to VWAP, so wait for it to creep over 51.4, or at least at 51.4 for any reloads, and then go from there. Mara might be moving. If Mara is moving right now, the Jameson, I'd be surprised. Like, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is, like, it fell off our level, and then is only going sideways. So I would be a little surprised if Mara was moving when Bitcoin. Yeah, it is.
Mara news.
It is sliding higher. Is there news?
No, I'm saying it could be. I didn't.
It's trending up when Bitcoin's not trending up at all.
Actually, I don't even have my news playing.
Okay,
so I'll get that going there. I don't really see anything happening on Mara, but yeah, good little name there to get involved with. We also had Hut 8 as some of these sort of mining. The interesting thing about Hut 8 is that Eric Jackson talked about it and said that it was a potential AI play as well, the infrastructure for AI. I can't remember exactly the wording on that one, but Hut 8 was something to be looked at as well. And by the way, we just we're still trying to bleed here a little bit on SMCI, and I always get questions about, why do I have so many outs? I've already talked about that numerous times. I tend to just trade, and we, can get in and out of as many shares as we want at any time, put out part fills and not full board lots and things like that. You can trade one share, as sometimes we'll have one share. Sometimes, our defaults are all different, and it's just a matter of like figuring out where you want to get in and out of on this. And I don't know, just that's why. So we'll wait to see where that goes from now. SMCI right now getting lower, and I like the futures to the short side right now. We'll figure all of that out. Yeah, so Google would be a big winner that I like moving forward. There was something I saw. Oh, I know what it was. You guys, someone in the chat there, Luis said it. I responded to Chris Arthur. What's up, Chris Arthur? Hope you're good. Right there. He was just saying that if I was sort of a little bit. Okay, come on back, man. We have 76s waiting right now for SMCI, which is right into here. So that's what we want to get out right there. We're not too far away from it. I was going to say about Tesla. You're just like I was saying that about Broadcom and Nvidia and all that, and the AI push. And I know Trump is, I think it was just yesterday or this morning or a couple days ago, that $1 trillion that they're going to be investing into AI. We talked about taking it on over from the state and all that kind of stuff, and just watching out for the regulations. And I think there is a lot of also tailwinds in the AI space. But what I'm referring to when I'm talking about Nvidia and Broadcom and all that is just my expectations for the following year, and maybe it's only the first 6 months, I don't know, is just not to have that extended huge swings or huge wins on this stock like we've been having for the last year. Like if you look up and you ask ChatGPT or something, what's Nvidia's return over the last 3 years or something like that, it's going to be ridiculous. We can just look at chart and get that ourselves. I just don't expect to divide the last 3 years by 3 and then apply that to 2026. I don't expect that for Broadcom. I don't expect that for any of the names that we discuss here in the AI space. But for Tesla, I think that Tesla is, again, not acting too much like a car company. We've talked about that their cars have been, although I love the car, it's the favorite car I've ever owned. And I've owned Mercedes, BMWs, Volkswagens, all that kind of stuff. I have no idea what you just said there, but okay. So I was just saying that I am really, really enjoying watching Tesla talk about autonomy. And I just thought the robots, we've seen Optimus, we've seen all of that stuff, and I am, excited to see Tesla's future. And I just think that although they're up nicely this year, only 10% right there. So this is like Tesla started the year right here. Even, I mean, if you go back to December 27th, if you bought it basically anytime in December or whatever, you're just kind of back there now. So Tesla still has a lot of runway. So if last year we had bad EV sales, we had that little tit for tat with President Trump there, we had the tariff worry, which obviously they're going to be affected by the tariffs. You know, China's a huge market for Tesla. So we worry a little bit about that. Europe has tariffs on them now. We worry about the European markets for Tesla, but I'm not worried about the robotics side of it. So I actually just most recently bought ARKQ as well, which is a robotics ETF. So I am excited for technology. It's just not as excited about the chip space. I think I'm supposed to go over to you.
No. We've got our good friend Steve Talman.
Oh, I think he was saying David in my ear. That's why I was like, what's going on?
Steve. First of all, love to have you.
First of all,
thanks for coming on here, but whoa.
You know where we're located?
This is Toronto.
I'm so sorry. The card.
Much better. No, how's it going? Are you a fan of the Yankees or just a style thing, or where are you located actually?
I am a fan of navy blue hats that were on sale for $15. I'll be completely honest.
There we go.
I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, so my dad isn't happy about this either.
Okay.
I'll make you a promise, Steve. If you come visit us on the show, I will hook you up with some Blue Jays gear. We got navy blue hats here with the Jays as well, and we'll hook you up with some gear for sure.
I appreciate that. You guys have a better logo. I'm with this. I'm with this move. How is everybody doing?
Well, I'm doing a heck of a lot better after that compliment.
Yeah, we're doing
like a walking Jays ad today.
Yeah, you sure are. So I don't know if you just heard what I was talking about there, about Broadcom, and obviously today's an important day for Broadcom, day after earnings. We see them down 11 or 12%. Actually, I haven't looked in about 10 minutes, but what do you think about all these chip names heading into the new year? Maybe if we could talk about the first quarter or something like that. I just think that the whole push right now is more on the robotics side. I like a name like Tesla. We talked about some robotic ETFs. I just want to let the chip space sort of settle down a little bit, and then maybe we can see on the next earnings, or maybe if that Trump sort of bump happens at some point, tariff talk and whatnot. But what's your opinion on, you could pick any chip name, we could talk about Broadcom. What's your opinion in the next quarter or so?
Absolutely. It's a tricky space right now. I was looking to get long Nvidia this week. It's not acting right today. I thought yesterday might have been a catch, and it was not able to hold that wick down into the bottom of the range, as of now at least. So I'm in a wait and see mode here. I mean, on one hand, I'm looking for things to long into the Santa rally, and Nvidia's at the bottom of its range, but I just can't be convinced that we're ready to go here. So I'm a little bit hesitant. I'm kind of with you on looking for longs in other spaces, other areas of tech, maybe a little more on the software side, robotics side, if we're going to do anything that we're building.
I just want to, before I throw it back over to Neil for maybe another question here, I don't think your screen is set up to share.
Oh, apologies. Let me get that
so we didn't get, I mean, everybody loves your charting, so we don't want to forget about that. But so NVIDIA. So let me just, so that's good talk there. What about the action on Broadcom today? I mean, there's a gap there between, I think it was 280 to 300. That could possibly get filled. And what the advice that I gave to traders was, just maybe for an example, look at Meta. They didn't like the spend that was associated with Meta, and the first day off earnings was nicely down, and Broadcom's a very similar candle to that. Is there a dip buy spot for you on Broadcom? What's the strategy here after a bad earnings report? We like to use the 3-day rule, give it a couple days, settle, see if it hits a level that you like, and then maybe start to nibble in. What does Steve think about that?
I mean, Sean, we are so in sync. I do the 3-day rule all the time. I consider it a post-earnings gap setup, regardless of whether it's up or down. So we are in an area of interest here into this 50-day SMA. I'm just not convinced it's ready. So I'm going to give it that time to settle, like you're talking about, that 2-3 days here. Ideally, we see a push up to kind of close flush into this, at the very least, ideally above. And we want to see kind of bottom wicks under this forming. That would kind of tell me that this is a spot to buy. Otherwise, I need to wait and see what it does at the bottom of the range. And we have this big gap here that was never filled. So it might pull an oracle and need to come all the way back.
Yeah, that's that gap area there. So I was saying, like, if you want to nibble something in today, fine. But yeah, wait, give it a couple times. So hey, look, man, I'm glad that we're aligned on that. I think Neil wants to talk a little bit about robotics as well.
Well, I do, but Steve, you're just talking about like some other places that you might look, and also letting things settle down a bit. So last week we have the administration essentially, putting sort of sticking their hands out and saying, we want a robotics push. Everything that they've pushed or pumped or taken investment in has been a good trade. Today stocks like, iRobot's down 13%, coming back off a big breakout. Surf pulled back recently. Like a lot of these names have pulled back. And my mind goes over to, it's the way the quantum stocks would be moving around, the way some of the fast nuclear stocks are moving around. I know that's your cup of tea. So specifically here, iRobot, it seems to me like the really good chance that this potential time you will actually consolidate above the 200 here. And this could be a nice little dip buy. If we're looking at other places, why not the thing that was maybe getting forgotten about because the big story happened last week, and we can run on over to this type of runner? Because for a trade, the upside's pretty big here on iRobot.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a really nice chart in the sense that it's been basing for quite a while. You have a nice double bottom going on, and I just kind of drew out an area of interest in terms of the volume on the other side of the screen there, the left. So this is an area definitely of interest when it's coming back and testing this. What I would say is that I don't love the structure here. I think it's probably going to need to, at the very least, wait for this 9 moving average and the 21 moving average, this kind of cloud to come up. So what I would love to see is some entries in this kind of zone and to see some kind of consolidation before we make the move here. But I do like this name for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you on that because I want that. It's about 350 to 375 would give you that 200 SMA there. But look, we don't have a lot of big storylines for the rest of the year. So I want to just, in a general sense, like, what are you looking at to trade in the next couple weeks? Do you shut it down a little bit as a swing trader going into the end of the year? Maybe sort of figure out what positions do I want to have or maybe take off? Like, where's your mindset at now that we're kind of through all of the biggest catalysts going into the end of the year?
I'm trying to figure out that same question here today because, today was not doing what I really expected. Unless we can stabilize and have a strong close to the day. So it's testing my bullish breakout bias here just a little bit, but I'm totally fine with a little bit more pullback, maybe Monday or Tuesday, and then looking to get that completion move to the 700s strike that's just so dominant on the gamma exposure profiles. So that's where I think we end up this year. I'm not sure how we get there, and I have to respect the fact that we could need to refill this gap down to 675 before we really get cooking here. In terms of, sorry, that's just my, I forgot you asked about sectors as well, right? So in terms of the indices, that's kind of where my head's at. I'm looking to get long on these sectors that I think could provide a really nice catch-up push here. So you mentioned quantum. Some of the uranium basket is interesting to me, although it got knifed pretty hard today. So these are kind of areas of interest, but you said robotics. I love Tesla. I'm watching VPG as well. This is a very interesting one to me for a longer term position type trade. They're in the robotic space as well, and we just have really nice big bases on these types of names. So I love the robotics. I'm looking at the energy storage for continuation as well. We took positions in EOSE this week as well as FLNC, although we trimmed this one. But yeah, we're looking in these spaces as well.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Just quickly here, just to bring this back in, we just got out of SMCI. Our target was hit back into this area, breaking through the lows of the day. SMCI looks pretty bad there, Steve. I mean, it's continuously going lower right now, and looks like it does on the daily. Thinking about breaking through this, breaking through this $30 level right there, and then we go all the way back to the tariff lows. You like Dell or SMCI or anything in the server space right now? As I know we just talked a little bit about robotics, nothing to do with SMCI here, but a nice downside push there, and looks really bad, man. I mean, it's following the oracles of the world, and there it is. Good trade there on SMCI, but breaking a little lower. Any thoughts about this?
Oh man, that's a rough looking chart. I gotta say, I pulled up the weekly and I'm seeing this bear flag right just hugging this 200 day. If you're a bull, you could argue high or low into a rising 200, but this is not how I would like to see it react. I'd like to see this weekly candle be nice and big, filling in this imbalance. And on the daily here, yeah, that is a tough look. Just trapped under all moving averages, trading into a big support level. So it could try to catch. It did find a response here, but I would not be looking to long this one in particular. Dell, I believe, is looking a little more constructive, but yeah, this kind of look means that for me, it needs to rebase. Ideally, we'd be looking for a higher low off that 200-day. And that's the next area of interest for me for a long.
All right, Steve, I got to ask you. Here we go. Watch your screen right now because it's weed Batman time. Yeah, look, I don't know what state you're in, if it's legalized there or not, but today we get some good news on this space. MSOS starting to go to the upside as we talk about classification again here. And this morning I was like, I like the short a little better than I like the long. That's not going to be right. It was right early, not right now. And when I zoom out, I guess, yeah, you can see here we're at this top of $6. We've been here a couple times right now. Do you think this is enough news to get this going? I've been trying to tell people, like, it's at this high, almost like give this 3 days. It's made these moves before and faded out every single time. So I'm going to treat this almost like an earnings play here. We got great news now. Looks like it's finally starting to break out. Stocks like Tilray and all that, I mean, they've been so crushed. CGC. Do you like anything in this space? Do you like this MSOS? And I think it's getting a little top. It's not getting toppy. I mean, we get there for one time. But I can't recommend buying it up here. What do you think about the cannabis space? Any names you're interested in, or MSOS? Maybe some technical analysis on that.
Well, you know, it's an interesting space, and despite living in California and being a fan of the product, I don't know too much about the industry. So generally, that means that I would revert to ETF trading. There's a lot of unprofitable, not the best run companies in this this ETF, so that makes me a little more hesitant. Usually, when I play this theme, I keep it simple and play Tilray. We are seeing a nice pop there off the 200-day. I gotta say that I'm not sure I like it because the way that I've always framed this trade is the second it gets released, it's going to squeeze, and then all the new bulls are going to be exit liquidity. So I've got that kind of narrative in my head. That might not play out, but that's kind of where my head's at for what would be the meanest way for this to kind of end up working out.
Well,
you sound like people have traded the first run up in in the marijuana stocks a few years back, when that's all of our thoughts is when do you short Sundial or just some of those other names out there. Can we pivot from maybe something and a bunch of charts that look absolutely terrible to one that looks fantastic? Like, obviously, the run that gold's been on, spectacular. Silver breaking out recently. Maybe the miners taking over. Like, I would actually say GDX is, I can pull this one up. Maybe, there you go. Maybe a little bit better as the miners have been breaking out. This is the kind of trade where at least, like, what do you have that's making fresh highs right now? Not a heck of a lot. So it's got a good trend on it. I don't think we've ever really discussed too much or often enough the metals here. But if you're looking for breakouts, this seems like a good place to go technically. Would you hide out here at all? Do you have any trades or thoughts here on gold, or specifically between gold, silver, between miners and spot gold itself?
Oh man, Neil, how much time do you have? I just wrote a whole paper on what I think is going on with silver. The thesis is playing out, so I'll talk my book a little bit here. In general, what we're looking for is a continuation of this very important trend of silver versus gold. Whoops, I'm sorry. It's sending me to, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Silver versus gold, the ratio chart. Apologies. So what we're going to be looking at is a longer term time frame. This is actually quarterly candles here. So I just want to note how long term this trend is. What we're starting to see is a power out of a double bottom base on this chart, which shows that silver is just starting to expand in relation to gold. And when you have a gold chart that's looking this constructive, I mean, heck, when you look at it like that, it's a little scarier to buy. But like you said on the daily, it's acting right. I wanted to take the trade to 400. I missed it this morning, so I'm a little sad about that one. But I think this one's got room. My big target for my swings are up in this 1.27 fib, so 435. That being said, I like other metals more. So I like the silver. We've been in the silver. We've been trading around it, but just holding a position from our ad in this flag here now. What is it? Palladium?
Yep.
Yeah, palladium. This is the one that we got in at 130 last week. We're really liking this one. Just saw that it was breaking the trend line, so we found a really nice confluential bullish entrance here on the gap fill, plus the 9 moving average rising there. this was when a really easy trade. And when they're easy, I think that they have a lot of room. So I love all the metals, copper too. I'm in them, baby.
As we enter Power Hour, just so everyone knows, like, I knew you were gonna have some comments on that because when we were doing previously, we were doing the aftermarket show. I remember like the first time I brought it up, not realizing that you were gonna be able to wax poetic off the cuff, like you had all the charts ready. I'm like, you're in silver. I'm like, okay, you're definitely a metals guy, which I think is important. Like something possibly that we don't necessarily talk enough about is day traders on the show. Look, we've covered a lot here, and obviously we've gone from sector to sector. It's the end of the year. We haven't done our video for this yet, and I'm sure at some point we will. I don't know if it's premature for this, but if you could give a call for 2026, I know I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here, but it's kind of that time of year anyways, right? Or maybe we let you think about one the next time you come on. But if you have one for 2026, or if you want to think about one, what would it be? Just maybe a name you like, could be a sector.
Well, what about just saying run it hot? I think we're gonna pump the market in the first couple months. Okay. I'm really not sure how we're gonna process that. And I think that there could be some geopolitical stuff going on coming up around that time, around midterms, that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for a potential pivot. Until then, I am full steam ahead bull until we get that 700 and negotiate that. So I'm bullish, but then expecting some nonsense. So I'm trying to make my money in the first quarter, first half of the year. That's the biggest call I have for you this week, but next week I'll have some more.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Steve, for coming through. All right, let people know where they can find you. Obviously, representing Trade the Pool here today. Can they find you on X? What do you want to tell all of our viewers?
Oh, thanks so much. So first off, we're going to be doing a webinar in about, I forgot what time it is. So it's going to be 30 minutes after market close. So the 30 minutes after market close webinar on all of the trades that I've done this week, a nice recap, and we're going to be talking about setups going into next week. So you can find me there, and that's my usual time every Friday. We do one of these webinars. You can also find me on Twitter at Steve Tileman. I've been bad about posting, guys, because I'm so busy in my Discord, but you can find my Discord link right there in my bio. That's where to find me.
Great, thank you, and we won't hold you against the New York Yankee cap. You've already explained it, so
it's just
it is all good. All right, Steve, always your wisdom and everything is greatly appreciated here. Thank you for running through some of those, and you took some questions from the audience as well, which were some of the symbols that we were asking you. So we'll just check you next week. So have a great holiday week, and we'll catch you next time, and we'll see about those rebalances happening maybe near the end of December. So thanks, Steve. Have a great one.
Take care, Steve.
Thanks so much. Great to be back. Take care.
All right, there we go. Yeah, great to have him back.
And if you had a question for him, we'll have Steve on weekly at about this time as well. So feel free to save your question, remember it, or DM us or whatever it might be, because Steve gracious enough, like all of our guests, to give his time for sure. So 700 on that SPY. I think we all want that to happen. I'm a little more skeptical. We'll see what happens, but I don't love the price action today. Obviously, with the market, some of that Oracle blame. It's all the Oracle blame, really, because we were in a consolidative week. I don't mind if we just come to my chart for a second. I don't really mind that you were failing some of these top breaks. That's the Nasdaq here. I guess we were talking about the ES, so I can go with the ES. Doesn't really matter. I don't mind some of these top failures because you were staying more or less in the pocket until today, and then today you get the big drop. Now the good news is obviously you can see the ES holding on to support for the last couple of weeks, whereas you have the NQ, the Nasdaq consolidating under. That should be obvious. It should be obvious why, because the AI trades under pressure. You're just going to hurt a little bit more in the Nasdaq when Broadcom and Oracle and Nvidia get hit. So yes, some relative weakness. It's been true for the Nasdaq, but I really don't like that rollover. It's hard not to be bearish going into Monday with this kind of a setup, unfortunately. And I would say the same thing about, here's my Bitcoin chart. I would say the same thing about Bitcoin. Like the prior trend line, that shout out to everybody in the chat for saying, Neil, you like trend lines, draw this one and see what you think. Get out of here, TradingView. Draw this trend line and see what you think. Well, we broke that trend going all the way back to end of 2023, hold the trend line, broke it, and since we've done that, it's turned into resistance. And now we've lost that little 91 support. We're threatening to break 90K. Heck, we could break 90K in Power Hour, to be honest with you. That could easily happen. And I think we could be retesting back at least into the low 80s. So Bitcoin, that little bounce we had, you're threatening to lose the bid since. And if that happens, we could be back to thinking about that 75 area. And there have been some decent winners out there in the crypto space that might be a little bit stronger than Bitcoin. I think Michael Noss was talking about a few. And again, I don't really know many of those alternative coins that are faring rather nicely. Let's just say, I'll leave it at that. It's the nicest thing I'll say about them. But no, Bitcoin in general, if we lose 90K, I think, again, we're going to make a little bit of a dance, at least to the 80, if not still thinking about that 75.
Yeah, while we were gone there, I talked to Steve a little bit about SMCI. We've been covering, again, right at those lows. So this trade, we were getting out a little bit there, but, target hit. We tweeted that out. We've been tweeting out our position. We put it out before we even got this, or right as we got the first one, the second one back in. Lucky to get that reload. And now we are into 15% left of this trade. So far, so good right there as we look to see where the next trade's going to come from, and hopefully it's going to come soon. It's now the power hour, so we're into that right here, looking to see if we can put some more trades on for you, if anything does set up. Let me check out what's going on with Tesla. We do have also the voting mechanism. I might reset it, but let me just see who's voted for what so far. This is what we call our stock visualizer. All right, so just some of the names in here today. I'm just going to keep on highlighting this. Thanks, Fabian. Now, once I get a new toy, it's game over. So there's Rivian right there. We can now highlight them as we start to talk about it. So Rivian up to $18, say $18.61. Oracle, unfortunately, down 4.5% right there. Not a great moment for them. And some of the marijuana names, YCB. Okay, good. Lululemon's back up. I actually did not sell any of that during the midday. I just think like selling. I know it's a good day for Lululemon, and I know it's at some key levels, but it's just like selling it today when the market's getting hit. If the market's up on Monday, maybe there's some better feels for Lululemon, and maybe that does eventually get going just a little bit there. Lululemon, something that I'm looking forward to. See if we can catch that. Tilray there, Palantir still down right now, down that 2% rate. Oopsies, that's Palantir's chart today, down to 178, back upside right there for PLTR, so that's it right there. Netflix, let's have a quick, it's not doing anything. The interesting thing here is, Joe was here, now he's gone. I was just gonna ask him about Robinhood. So let me look at Robinhood real quick. So Robinhood's a story about crypto, in my opinion, and we've seen it so many times that when Bitcoin is down, when we're not feeling good about that space overall, Robinhood does get hit. Their earnings were very, very shocking. Most of their trading is done in the crypto space, and they have very little equity trading right now. They are getting, obviously, into the well-saturated, I have a feeling, predicting markets. I think Kalshi and Polymarket are where that's going to go through. Obviously, they have a deal with Kalshi, I believe it is, or one of them anyways. So I think Robinhood can make a little bit of money doing that stuff. I don't know. I think it was a little bit overstated how important those markets are going to be. Sure, there's lots of gambling out there right now, but it was DraftKings and all that kind of stuff getting into that game as well. Not nervous about it, but just wondering if Robinhood's going to survive on that basis. So we're going to need to have strong crypto trading again. And once you get the young, the whole idea here is that it's a younger generation that's involved with Robinhood. So if they start depositing, it's hard to go somewhere else. I mean, I was talking the story about how I was with my bank, and it's just I was like, oh, I'm going to switch to Wealthsimple, and then all of a sudden,
people don't. They just don't do it.
Yeah, people don't switch. But the thing is, once my 23-year-old has a Wealthsimple account and he doesn't have any other banking, so he's switched over because he's smarter than me. But at the end of the day, I think that once you're hooked, you're into something, and that's why I prefer SoFi over all of these names. And again, the reason why I do that is because I believe SoFi, again, with the fact that they are a bank, they do have a lot going for them, and as far as that is concerned. Once you get that young customer, then you're not just worried about crypto anymore or the predictive markets. SoFi's credit card game, right? Any of these things that banks traditionally offer, the mortgages, the lending, all of that kind of stuff.
Education, savings.
That's anything like that, right? I mean, it's all going to be a SoFi game. So I prefer this over the other two, and then Webull would fit in the same area as Robinhood to me, where you're just going to go up and down with the space. So they're down again another 4.5%. Just a fintech name, right? PayPal's been bad, Square's been bad. A lot of these things aren't the greatest, but they could all be buys. Like I don't think that the companies are dead or anything like that. I really like the companies that we're seeing right here. I just nervous about if the market does retrace. And if you take Steve Tyleman's word, then he says off to the races, and he's expecting a big first quarter in the year. And I think that's about right. I mean, anybody that's sold right now for tax reasons or anything like that is going to buy it back. So I do think that some of these names that have recently been beat down, I mean, even check a Meta, check a Palantir, any of these names that I think have growth prospects will get bought the first few weeks there in January. So I could get aboard with that kind of a talk as well. Yeah, I do think there's going to be a slowdown in the fintech space as well. So, chip space, fintech space, some of the names that have been real hot, I think they could cool down just a bit, which is why I am looking, to get more into the more traditional side of things right now as far as banking and technology is concerned. I actually don't mind that Cisco.
I know you're talking
about. No, I did not mention. That's a good name that you have up. Yeah.
Coinbase, their launch this morning, actually, ready to launch their prediction markets and tokenized stocks. So, I mean, at least early on, it was met really well, because this was a pre-market story, and there was a nice breakout, obviously, on Coinbase, which didn't last, unfortunately. But it's a Friday, so I guess it's not that fishy. I was about to say something fishy is happening at 270, but it's hard to say that's true, because yesterday, 270 was a pretty good level. It's Friday. There's probably a bit of a wall here, I guess a bit of support at the 270 level being an optionable price. But there's a consolidation and potential, I want to say potential accumulation happening on Coinbase around here in the mid 70 range. Like a little bit of it's dancing around the level, but we're not traveling, $10 above, more than $10 above, more than $10 below. The problem with Coinbase is you're consolidating under the 200 period instead of over. I generally don't like. Coinbase is exactly the kind of name. It's not been participating. It wasn't participating as much as you would have expected in the fintech run. It wasn't participating as much as you would have expected in the crypto run relative to some others out there. So it has a chance for some catching up to do. I just feel better if this one actually gives you the 200 period moving average. As far as this 270 level here today, I don't know, it feels as if we lose this 270, we might have a nice little drop underneath. That said, probably not going to happen without Bitcoin breaking 90,000, and this is Bitcoin right here. I just have it up. It's we're 90,100, just a little bit under that. Oh, and that OCG, all the way, literally all the way back. It's pretty remarkable. Sometimes you don't see this too often where the pre-market break, and this was at 9:30 or 9:45 in the morning. It was 65 cents. This was $4 right before we started the show. I'm pretty sure Sharif was talking about this right up until the end at the high of the day. It's 313, and it's giving it all back and then some. When the back end comes on these trades or these types of stocks, game over, man. I know Mike the Rider in our chat here, Bovin as well. Yeah, great. This has been a pretty nasty short. Even when it lost VWAP, $2 to now 58 cents. I don't think there's nothing worse than this price. This is some kind of an all-time low, I would assume. Yeah, this stock is, oh, no, it's not an all-time low. It looks like it's split here, so this won't even be split adjusted. Let me go over here. See if there's anything left, level-wise on OCG. Tough to tell. Whoops. Let me go to a weekly. Got anything left on the bottom? No, this is all-time lows. All-time low. You basically got to short the pop and then all the way back into an all-time low on the same day. That's a heck of a short, for sure.
So, people in the chat here, this is a Bitcoin name here, this ARBK. What is it? ARBK. So there's Argo blockchain. Now it's a share ratio change. It was just halting unlimited amounts of times.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it went from $28 down to $6. But then I'm reading this, it's Argo blockchain adjusted its share ratio 2,160 to 1. So that should be down a lot more. I don't really know what the deal is here. So it's a ratio of its ordinary shares to American depository shares. I'm going to have to figure out more about this. Maybe you guys, without me boring everybody about reading all through this, I don't really know what's going on here with ARBK. Something about their shares were paused in London trading as well. So in London, ARBKL, we don't have it. Okay. Okay. Blockchain. Yeah. Blue Ocean has this name. Wow. Blue Ocean has this name. Okay. So yeah, just big time movement that now today for ARBK. So have a look there. I don't really understand what was going on there. This was basically pennies on the dollar. Yesterday, this was like a 23-cent name or so. And then today it blasts higher. What is it? BK. I know the Kathy Wood's name is ARKB, is the Kathy Wood. And as I was searching, I was like, this is not Kathy Wood's blockchain name. But there it is right there. This is what it actually looks like on a real chart. Our charts don't show split adjusted as of yet. So yeah, this name, I guess, was trading here at $300 or so. Remember, this is adjusted, so eSignal will automatically adjust the price. So it looks like they were up to basically $200 right now. Now it's down to $6, and there's a bunch of split action happening down here. It says it's a 52-week low is today, and there's the 1,000. Yeah, so 1 for 2,100. So I've never seen anything like that, so I'm going to puff pass on this one and then just try to figure it out later because I don't know enough about that, but great call out for you guys. And that just goes to show you, we've talked a couple times there about share structures and how that all works for various businesses and whatnot. Sometimes you got to be careful with it. All these splits just get too nasty. Like Tilray was like an $1,800 stock or something. Now after all the splits and blah, 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 it's $12. So, you have to be careful about all that, and I don't know enough about it.
Even in the midday, there was actually a question. I think you were at the gym. Someone actually just in a general sense, and our community was fantastic in answering. I think the midday guys and I even popped on to answer the same question. What typically happens on a reverse split? And the truth is, quality companies or strong companies split because their stock price gets high and they want it to be more accessible to other investors. It doesn't really fundamentally change anything. The reverse split, on the other hand, is typically reserved for stocks because they want to regain compliance, not drop under $1. It's almost never good. And to the point where there's an entire hedge fund trading industry that just crushes these types of stocks because they just know that when you do a reverse split, they just short it, and 9 times out of 10, or whatever works out to. It might not be 8 times out of 10. I don't know what the actual percentage is where it works to just short a reverse split, but trust me, you probably have to, like a Lucid here, you might have to withstand some pain, but the hedgies don't care. They know eventually it's going to come back in, or most of the time, and that's what they do. Like, look at Lucid. I'm not saying this will be a penny stock again, but this reverse split went up for a little bit, but the second it starts coming back in, this is typically what we see time and time again. So be very, very careful with all of those.
Lucid will go bankrupt in 2026.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know the time that they'll go bankrupt, but I think this stock is done. But trying to pick a time on it, I have no idea what their cash position is. To be honest, Balvin's asking about news on ASND. Not a lot of volume on this one, Balvin. You sure? This is the stock? Not really moving. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is moving. Sorry, I was on the wrong time frame. ASND, I'm going to double check for you. I didn't hear anything in my ear at all. Nothing. There's an article here talking about the short interest has gotten to 10% recently. I don't know why that matters, but that story just came here on the news service that the short interest has gotten higher. Kind of a random thing to post in the middle of the day, but it's also only done about 600,000 shares. So yeah, there's a big volume spike here, but it's done less than 1 million shares on ASND. But all I can find is an update on their short interest online.
Yeah, whereabouts, what's up, Farm Trader there? You said there's lots of Lucids in your area. I'm just wondering, I've seen maybe 2 or 3 around Toronto, and they're gorgeous cars. There's no doubt about that. But remember, the primary reason why these companies reverse split is to get into compliance, because if they spend too much time underneath $1, then they get delisted. So they did this. I think that Lucid did this for absolutely no reason. They didn't need to do it. I feel like they were going down into $1. So they did it when they were $1.75 or $2 just to get it going, give themselves some time. But time is not going to be on their side because this just keeps on getting crushed back down to the downside. So I've already given you examples of Fisker, Polestar, Workhorse, Nikola. All of that have all gone bankrupt. So I know they have Saudi money there and that could be unlimited. And if that's what's holding them afloat, which obviously it is, then that's great. But that's
the only thing that sets them apart from like the Workhorses and.
Yeah, exactly.
If not for the Saudi money, they would be the others. It's hard to predict when they could go under because the Saudis could just decide to float them which is really what just keeps them up there.
I would just say if you get out today, you'll be happy. When you look back in 6 months for Lucid would be my call. And the only EV name that I would ever like is going to be Tesla, and we've gone over that as well. I went bankrupt on Fisker. I think I put like $1,000 into it when it went down into the pink sheets at like 10 cents or something, and it went to 0. So, or maybe went to 3 cents. I think it's still around actually. So lost like 70% on that one. So bye-bye play money. But I really like Tesla. So I was just going to say, stay tuned into this game here, and let's watch it go. I mean, Steve, my guy over there, he really likes robotics. So I'm in. Oops, see, there's ARKB. I did it by accident there. It's ARKQ. This is the Cathie Wood ETF. And again, they're all the same, IBIT, ARK, B. The reason why I always talk about IBIT, check the volume right now. You can see that's 2 milli on this name. And if you go to IBIT, I think it's probably like 5 or 6 million. 40 million today, actually. So I think the market has chosen right there which name they want to trade more regularly. And it was ARKQ. This was a name that I'd actually, ARKQ.am, sorry. This is a name that I had bought a while ago. We used to have Andrew Rader come on the show a little bit, and I bought it before. Okay, well, it's going to take a minute to load this. I bought this name before we talked about robotics with him, but he liked robotics, 6-8 months ago, and I like it now. I'm going to switch off this symbol because unless it's, there it goes. Okay, now it's going to work. So yeah, today down 2%. Not the greatest day today, but it's been trading. And unfortunately, my daily chart I think is crashed. It's been trading well off of those lows. So ARKQ, and there probably is other robotic ETFs. I mean, you guys put one in the chat so I can find out if there are or what other robotic ETF you guys maybe are looking at. But for me, it's ARKQ.
For those that are asking, I think Andrew,
SMCI, by the way.
Andrew's all the way. He's in Miami, I believe. Last he told us.
Yeah.
With SMB, I believe. There's a curiosity. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with this name on the locator. So we show you guys the imbalance locator in the early looks for anything that might be interesting. Obviously, whatever MISL is, it's some kind of it's a defense ETF. Okay, so First Trust Aerospace and Defense ETF has a $9.5 million imbalance. The thing that makes this a little bit weird is this thing doesn't trade. It's on 278,000. Like that almost feels like this is some kind of a mistake. We'll see. We'll keep track of this, but you don't usually see that. My guess is there's something kind of fishy there. VIPS is a sell, 3.3 million. You got CNQ is a buy of 2.9 million. BMNR has been there every single day for the last couple of weeks. Up or down $1 million or $2 million, it tends to not matter. So 1.5 million to the sell side. We'll let you guys know whenever it's there. SOC sells a buy imbalance for what it's worth at 1.3 million. So nothing too crazy. There are some expected larger reweights. If I can find them for you, I just want to pull this up. I'm just going to pull it directly from TIP. Instead of reading it to you, I'm just going to show you. This is from our internal. Might be hard to read. So CRGY is an expected buy of 14 million shares. S&P 600 Russell 2000 net flow. VTLE, don't know them. That's a deletion from the Russell and S&P 600. 7.5 million. A couple others in here. Turn. These are all smaller ones, but the big two are CRGY potentially. And these are probably NASDAQ, so we won't actually, this is New York. There's CRGY. It's actually an early buy, but not nearly as big as we're expecting. And VTLE is supposed to be a sell of 7.5 million. So if you're looking for the imbalances, we might see something a little bit spicy on those too. We'll see. You never really know. Looks like IBIT's not, and Bitcoin is barely holding on to 90K. So Like I'm short here at 51.5. It's holding on to 51.10. Not really thinking add. At this point, I'm just looking for it to break down under 90,000. Just to give you an idea what this actually looks like. Here's the actual Bitcoin chart, so you can see what I mean about 90,000. This consolidation, it goes right up to 90.5 essentially, and 90,000 just won't break down. So I'm just holding for a breakdown now of 90K to see if we can maybe go into the low of the day here on Bitcoin. We'll see if that's what happens for sure. Was that a second super chat, Dave? Oh, we did. Can we throw that up there for a second? I just saw that. I didn't realize that was a new super chat there, Dave. So thank you again. Monday the 15th, open price. The QQQ closes Friday the 19th, higher or lower. Oh, so you want the open price Monday on the Qs versus Friday at the close, higher or lower. Triple witching is on Friday. S&P year-end rebalancing, of course, is also on Friday. What does he got? 10-year Treasury on fire. Props to Ja Rule. Puts it on me, not put it on me. Festival or a hammy sandwich on a beach. A ham sandwich on the beach. Oh, I'm rolling something else. If I'm on the beach, a hammy. But I'm feeling bearish. Like I'd say we're down next week based on the price action we're seeing today. I'd say we're down going into the end of next week, and then we could make it some window dressing type action. Like you never really know what the heck is going to happen the last 10 minutes on Friday on the year-end rebalancing. You're going to have some really, really wild swings that could be some great opportunity. But I'm more bearish next week too.
I mean, if you're on a beach, you might have some blizzards. But there it goes, man. It's a downside trade here. So I've only traded two names today. We could do trade recap if you want. It's 3:30 right now. I only have two trades. This trade. Shorting the market. I mean, we got out when it broke back above right into there. So we get stopped out of our last 2 or 3%. It was absolutely nothing. And I have too many outs, but we talked about all these levels and what it looks like. So we were short from jump, right? I mean, today, just right out of the gate, I was only about short the NASDAQ. That's, you know, the market right there, 55 short. It's at 52.50, man. But we did get stopped out of our first trade there, and we were negative a little bit there. Well, our first trade was red, so we were negative when we got stopped out. Then we waited very patiently, and then absolutely just nailed that one. That's the TQQs right there, so that's a good one, and going lower right now. And then the other trade that I have on board today is SMCI. So yeah, it's just those two trades for me today, and pretty good results there, obviously. As we wait to see where we go from here now in the market. I mean, heading into the power hour, we're in it now. We only have 20 minutes until these imbalances, and like I'm just again like extremely happy with the two trades that I have on board there today. This is at MISL. I have no idea what this is. Let me just click on it and see there.
I was showing these guys earlier. There's something fishy going on there.
Oh, okay.
It's defense and aerospace ETF.
Yeah.
It does zero volume with a huge imbalance.
I bet you it's miss. Something's wrong.
Yeah, something's wrong. Someone probably screwed up, or it's just like fugaze.
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah,
there's no way it can't support that print. So
Right. So I'm like glad you guys talked about that because there's definitely something up with MISL.
Although, look, it's. If it does come out that big at 350, obviously we might go over to it if it does actually show up at 350.
Yeah. I mean, if it's able to trade it, yeah, go get some microwave tilapia, everybody. BMNR right there. Someone said microwave tilapia. What's up, John Tantrum?
Let's not do that, please.
I might have a tantrum if that's what winds up happening. All right, so BMNR right there as well. I mean, that's a sell.
That would stink.
We talked about this sell early on this morning, and it didn't. It wasn't close to us hitting our levels, but I was like, BMNR is a sell up here, man. This is what it looks like over the last couple of days with the 200 period moving average. That's a sell. And BMNR downside there. So there is some sell side pressures to that name right now on the imbalances. And then QSR, some of these names, that's Tim Hortons, Burger King, Popeyes, for all you fast food junkies right there. That is a look today as well. That looks like that's coming back in. That was one of my best trades of all time, buying Tim Hortons. And then it getting bought out. That was a great one. Okay, so other than that, like I just finished my Tim Hortons coffee. So, you know, that's why I kind of invest in that. It's just like a mental thing. Like now we just drink Tim Hortons coffee for free for the rest of our life. Very similar to Starbucks. But we tried to make the same play in Target when they came into Canada, but then they left Canada. My wife used to spend too much time at Target. Really love that. They're gone now, out of Canada. All right, so other than that, there's not much else on here right now. They're all New York names or NYSE ARCA names. So we'll wait. At 350, they'll all come through, and we'll be able to see if there's any sort of action there. Remember, as we get closer to the end of the year, this is only going to be I was just looking at the date just to make sure I was right there. Wow. SMCI just gave us another fill down there at 40, so that was going to be a good one coming back in on that. What I was going to say is that no matter what, it's the third Friday is what we're looking for. So I was just checking the date. That's why I was sort of stumbling there. This is only the second Friday. So it is the 12th, and we knew it was the 12th. I actually posted something out here. What is this? I think if I ask Google or Gemini, they'll tell me the right answer. But I posted it today, and it was like right here. You know, today's Friday. Today was a good day.
What was the good day?
We go 2 for 2 right there today. But, okay, it was this question right into here. Does the 12 days of Christmas start today or the 13th or whatever? My wife chimed in, of course. I told her she's the best. People say, I don't know, it's the 13th. And then someone said the 12 days of Christmas begin on Christmas Day. So I could believe that as well. It lasts until January the 5th. So I think that there might be something there. So, you know, shout out to whoever is talking like that, because I think you might be right on that one, Northwest Sasquatch. I think I got to ask around to see. And then today I also asked everybody, you know, what was everybody trading today, right? Let me know on that one. And we did have some good responses to that as well. Mom Spaghetti Rigetti. Okay, you know what? Let's look at Rigetti, because we talked about the quantum space and how hot that's been getting and heating up a little bit lately. SMR was heating up and then it cooled down like crazy. So that move on Rigetti, like what's up with that? Huge move on the way to the back end there. Does look like that. Oh man, I can't believe I didn't short Palantir at that price. We talked about that. But yeah, Rigetti right there on the daily chart. Looking to break out, like that's a great trade right here. Whatever that day was, December the 4th, this break right there. Now, I don't know where it opened on December 4th, but this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for in everything. Pretty much all the stocks. It's what got me longer. We talked about Lululemon. It's why I got into Target. It's why I like Disney down there at $80. There's many examples of trades that I take that look like a barcode and then a breakout and then we go, right? A very good example of that is Intel being long sub $20. It was just going back and forth for a while and eventually breaks out. So I think Rigetti's basing out and doing something now. So if this comes back into 21 or 22, I think that's a good price to buy some Rigetti. And then you just use this 50 period, or sorry, this is the 200 period as you're out. So not only is that at $18, $19 right here, but it's also part of that breakout. So that's part of the reason why I am very much pro this name, at least if we can get a little bit lower. So Rigetti, obviously for quantum, you're going to pay up. There's absolutely no earnings. You don't even want to look at a PE like that. But there is a good potential for Rigetti to get back to sort of, especially if it gets heated up. There was nothing stopping it on the way up. Everybody knew it wasn't making any money on the way up. So on the way back down, why is that all of a sudden a problem? So you got to play momentum names. And we just heard from Steve. He didn't even give a call. He just said he thought momentum into the first quarter. And so if you get...
He said 700 on the SPY.
Yeah, he was more talking about the broader market. Yeah, so...
It wasn't an individual name.
So where is the SPY right now?
We're in the pocket. 680.
680? Come on, Steve. I would have given him some... You know what, for calling 700 by the end of the third quarter.
But I think everyone's pretty bearish, so it's not.
Well, I mean, I talked about. I'm not bearish about the market at all.
In the short term.
No. I think there's going to be a nice rally into year end. I am not. I am pretty.
Well, I don't mind the Santa Claus rally. I don't think we get it next week. I think it'll happen after the rebalancing. Like I think a lot of times that's the other thing. The year-end rebalances sometimes can cause like little turns in the market. Especially on individual names. Like you'll get like sometimes you'll see like this really big sell imbalances on the year-end rebalances, and then that's like a great buy spot, like maybe either on the Monday or sometimes even in the aftermarket. Not that we like here, like if you take the long at real trade, like you can't do that. You can't hold overnight. But if you do pick something up that goes ham to the downside, it could be good. There was something else. My mind was going to go somewhere else. Oh, there was a brief break of 90K. On Bitcoin, but we're right here, 89.9. Oh, was that 99.5? Now we're at 9.75. So it's not really falling all over itself yet. I'll discuss silver in a second. We can get to this 90K's breaking. Like it's not like it did technically break it. You're just not really falling into the low of the day yet. So getting a little bit of a rollover in the end of the day, which we're expecting or looking for at least. I shouldn't say expecting. I want to get 50.80 here. Yeah, that's the level we were talking about earlier in the week. I remember I remember this was a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
It was right back here we're talking about the 5080. More as support at the beginning of the week, and now we're talking about it for the end of the day support. But there was a big time pullback in silver. And one thing I will say, one of my favorite lines is, it's okay to be wrong, it's not okay to stay wrong. I like silver long pretty much every single day because it's a stock that's been going the metal's been going absolutely ham, breaking all-time highs all the time. So I've been looking to go long almost every single day if it sets up. Went for the old VWAP hold, didn't hold VWAP. Thankfully, we didn't try it again until, look, it made a trend break. Look how long it trended down. So I played a trend break just to, was able to get it back. Obviously, short would have been better on silver, but I have a bias on it, so it is what it is. But this is a pretty hefty pullback, 3% for SLV. If it gets all the way down, we'll see I don't know where it's going to be next week, but if it does get down into about 53, that would be a healthy pullback into some consolidation levels if you happen to be tracking it. And then Steve was talking about gold and silver as well. I threw up GDX. The miner is doing much better than spot gold recently. That's pulling back into a potential double top. So maybe the 84 level on GDX if you're following along, just to see if we can bounce off of prior highs and continue running. Because that's been the place to be a lot of times when we've had weakness in the market, is to just look at gold, look at the gold miners, look at silver, look at some of the silver miners as well, because they've been showing some relative strength. And if you're only going long, let's just say, or looking for longs and breakouts, if you've been doing tech, you got to look elsewhere now recently. So I like silver. I do like some gold as well. But we did show you guys the early looks. So can again, Glenn Smith, whatever that MISL is starting to pair off, although that would still be a ridiculous number if it came out that big. VIPs, still 3 million. BMNR still only 1.5 million to the sell side. SOXL, that's gone down a little bit. That was 1.4, now it's 1 million to the buy side for SOXL. A little surprised by that. I would not have guessed that would be a buy imbalance on SOXL at the low of the day.
No, we'll see. There could be a little bit of a bounce back here at the end, but there's our dollar on SMCI. So, just taking out another piece right now. This was just such a good setup for me that I actually scanned like maybe 20 stocks or so to find something like this. We missed because I missed this there, so I was trying to find another stock that had gone up to VWAP. It wasn't here. This was 120. Like, it wasn't sitting here. I was still at the gym, so missed that trade. And then I was like thinking about where can I find another name at VWAP that's weak name. So we found SMCI, and there it goes. So bang on that one. And then Palantir here as well. This was one that I was debating, so now I'm glad that we got into SMCI. I was like, oh man, maybe I should have done Palantir. But that 185, actually this is $2 in the money, so yeah. And I probably would have put on the similar amount of shares. I don't really, it's just a matter of where my outs are. So we had an out right there. And so this had already happened. And I was thinking about playing off of that wick right there on Palantir, 185.50. We talked about that, and I was gonna give it to 186. So get into that off of there. So we would have been like 50 cents out, right? Like if we lose, we're going to lose 50 cents. And right now it's down 200 cents. So that trade would have worked out just swimmingly as well. So yeah, just a little look there on Palantir. Let's check out some of the other names here into the close that you guys want potentially to look at. There's Tesla. We had said that we were trying to think about a long on this name, but it just never came back in. The futures are actually railroading themselves right now back down to the downside right here, bang. But this just goes to show you sometimes there is some, good opportunities in individual names. So this might be a good time. I don't think today necessarily is a good time to buy this dip, but if you are underexposed to NASDAQ, there is a potential here. Here's the daily chart for NASDAQ. So that's a big, candle, but it's just coming down into the 50-period moving average. The last time something like that happened, right here, we actually extended through for a couple days. So I would say that there is a chance that we do get maybe back into 6 bills, something like that. That could be a Monday sort of a trade idea where if it does come back in, that we think about buying there. The market is forever a buy. It's just a matter of at what levels do you want to get involved with here. I mean, we can call up whatever time frame you want. A monthly chart, I think, what was it, last month or something, I think was the first negative month in forever. I think we talked about that in November. It might have even been October. But that's a nice candle to the downside right there. We'll see what can come of it, because today you're really getting smacked around. And I wanted to go over just quickly, because now we only have 10 minutes. We have Broadcom still leaking, like just leaking all the way, man, today. It's just this slow grind down, similar to SMCI. I mean, SMCI, we only have 5% left, so we're going to let that one chill for a minute. But that's leaking down, right? Oracle on a day 2 play, just same kind of thing, downside, you know. Down 4% today, was down 6% at the lows. And that was after yesterday, which was a horrible day, gapping even lower here on Oracle. I do not want to buy the dips in these names for sure. And then you get other big names that are starting to go lower today as well. Meta down 1.3%, right? Google, a name that I really like, down to 308. Wow. I was thinking like 312 was a good price there. 308 for Google. That's also getting to the downside. We talked about Tesla being higher than where it was. And we also talked about our good friend Rivian making moves higher. So there is some value there in some of these names. But even yesterday, right, Apple was trying to hold out this morning, and it did a pretty good job of it. But
did.
yeah,
Not
not anymore. And so now we're going to the downside here for Apple. So we do.
It was by far the best.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. We do have a little bit of concern here for Apple. So we watch out for them and say, like, you know, best of luck. But right now, Apple is making that move lower as well. So we a little nervous about that move. But they bounced nicely off this 275. So we don't have to worry about that until it gets into there. But yeah, I could see a little bit of rebalancing here happening in some portfolios, considering what the NASDAQ has been doing. Remember, we had Fed this week too. It's like a monster week, man. December the 10th was Fed, and that was a cut. We might not get a cut for a while. So I think the market's trying to digest that.
The other thing too is like let's be real, the markets are pretty close to their highs. Typically, when you're close to highs and people sell one thing, they're still buying in the market. Like they're going to want what are they going to buy? Financials maybe. That's what I'd like to see. They're not buying OCG, that's for darn sure. You know, maybe you'll get some industrials been doing pretty well. So there will be like we're probably in a more of a rotation sense. So there will be kernels of strength. And I know Apple is tech, but for a while it's been doing relatively well on some of these days. Right? If 90,000 starts to really take hold again, because it's starting to bounce here, I'm going to get out of IBIT. But there was a good question about like what happens if OCG goes to 0, which I was answering in the chat kind of half-heartedly. Well, stocks don't go to 0; they delist. Now, technically, it can print at whatever the lowest decimal would be, because I guess you're down to, you can go tenths of a cent here, so it could print. It could technically go all the way down there, which I thought was obviously a low probability. Heck, that could actually, it's not impossible. This is now down to 25 cents on OCG, and it hasn't really shown too many signs of slowing down. But just keep in mind, you don't make anything unless you cover your position, of course. So it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know anything about this company or its details, but suffice to say, it's trading like it wants to go under. So there's at least that for OCG. No sign in sight, all-time lows. I have traded a penny stock like back in the day. I actually traded something where back then it was like the half cent, like there was no tenth of a cent back in the day. And I remember in the morning just getting long at the half cent. And we're like, okay, well, just to literally take it closing at 1 cent at the end of the day.
And not too much risk, right?
Well, it's like for us, well, there was some risk because technically, like for us, you had to be flat at the end of the day. So like if you got caught, and it went under, you're stuck and you lose the notional value of whatever you have.
Right.
So whatever notional value you take, that's the realized loss for the day trader. But because it had been doing it for a few days and supporting it, we're like, well, it seems to, if you happen to get the fill, which was hard to get, it had been bouncing and printing the full cent. But OCG is a different story. There's no end in sight here. So 90,000 just ticked back above, so I'm just going to jump out here. If we're not going to get the low of the day, it was a push through 90K on Bitcoin that I was looking for, and it happens to be, it's like 5110 on IBIT. And that's now starting to come back into the upside. Kalani asking thoughts on Ripple short here to the recent low. Look, I haven't looked at XRP, so let's do it right now. And yes, here at Real Trading, we can actually look. I know we trade IBIT and ETHA, but could just as easily do it on spot prices. But because I'm not going to trade it, I'll just show you here. We're just chilling out at $2. What's going to make it move? It's 343. If this was earlier, it's basically showing you VWAP resistance and a bit of a downward trend. I normally wouldn't mind this, but only 15 minutes to go, and it's not doing anything. Bitcoin just bounced back above 90,000. So that could give you some, I guess, support going into the end of the day, which would be the only thing that gets me away from it. But I generally do like this setup. Something that's weak on the day, kind of trending down, consolidate under VWAP and break down. It's just an hour too late for XRP, that's all.
We've been looking at Lululemon right there. It comes all the way back up to 211 again, right into the high of the day, and then drops off. So again, another name that I'm invested in, and just trying to get outside of tech a little bit there. So the Lululemon downside there. Everyone's telling us to go look at Tesla. So let's go over here and have a look. I mean, going oppo the market a little bit right now, all day pretty much. I mean, that was a big move there. But early on, the market was tanking and Tesla was ripping there. And then the market kind of sorted itself out, and Tesla came all the way back in, and then went all the way back up, and then finally bouncing again off the 200, holding VWAP right there on another retest at about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and then now banging it to the upside here, trying to take out some of these key levels. We'll see if Tesla does have it in it right now to do that. So I think it does. We'll see what Tesla wants to do here right now. That's 456.50 coming into play there for Tesla. I mean, we were thinking real good this morning when we had looked at, like, you know, possibly getting into all-time highs again. I still think Tesla does have a great opportunity to do that right now. But there it is now. Nice move higher into that space. I did want to look at, you know, the XLF has been something that's been hot. Oh, you know what we can do instead of doing that?
We have a super chat.
Okay, go ahead with the super chat. Yeah. And then I'm going to
it's just it's observation here from David. Thank you for the super chats again, David. We appreciate you, and I know you send a bunch of them. And look, it's not to just only answer David's questions, but we appreciate him sending the super chats in. So we always will try to address all of them. Never divorce your domestic and geopolitics. So never divorce domestic and geopolitics from your macro mindset. Eyes on Taiwan and China. TSM is a princess. TSM is getting waxed today, smoked, you bamboozled, hoodwinked, whatever you want to throw out there. For sure. And we keep talking about, like, there's canaries in the coal mine. You know, this does have 2 layers of, it's like you say, it does have 2 layers of risk, right? Geopolitical risk and AI pressure on TSM. So far, it's been just like a lot of other quality tech stocks and just fine. But you also have to, everyone talks about the market share of Nvidia and how that has to come down. Why doesn't everyone talk? Nobody ever talks about why TSM's market share over the long run has to come down. The U.S. government, one of the only bipartisan things you'll find in the U.S. government is that they don't like the reliance on foreign companies making all their chips and making all the stuff they need. They really badly want this to work out for Intel and their foundry to be able to snatch up and get some bigger clients and increase domestic production so that it's not just, and look, TSM and Samsung build plants in the US too so they can satisfy that, but that's not the same thing as Intel working it out. So you could see a bit of a shift. I think that's a ways away because there's so much spend that has to go in there. And one of the problems that Intel has is their yield's just not even good enough to produce their own high-end chips. They can. They're just not even there yet. They don't make their own high-end chips. And until they can do that, it's hard for them to bring in other big customers. So for now, Taiwan Semi they've got their share of the market, and it'll be a while before anyone puts a real dent in. But it is something worth considering in the longer term, I guess.
There you go, a little bit of a bump up right now as President Trump talking about the next Fed chair. It looks like it's going to be Warsh or Hassett. So that's what the betting market has. We've talked about that over and over again. I think it'll be Hassett. And he also saying that the interest rates should be 1%. So
no chance that happens.
You know, so that's what he wants. And he's going to be picking, you know, basically the people in charge of that. So we'll see where he gets it right now. No, there won't be. It just says should be. But yeah, you know, if he's the one picking these guys, I feel like there is.
It's kind of like
good
he'll
chance.
say 1 so that it gets to 2, like so that it gets to a number that's more reasonable.
Yeah.
You say a crazy number, but then it gets to the more reasonable one.
Well, I mean, look, I think that's how he operates, right? I mean, there's so many times here where President Trump has gone ahead and said the craziest things about all those tariffs and all that, and then there's some negotiation involved, right?
So you're going from here to here, so you can get.
I think a couple cuts would be appropriate.
By the way, the Hassett odds have really changed.
Yeah, I know, because he's talking about Warsh now.
Yeah, Warsh is back up to 34%. Dude was down in the teens.
Yeah, that's gonna. If you refresh that, that's probably higher now. Oh. All right, so I just, unless it's updating real time, he's talking.
No, Kalshi. Actually, you know what? You don't have to refresh a Kalshi. Kalshi does
it doing it automatically. So this is a little bit of a look on what the market's doing today. You know, it's not all red. I mean, it hasn't been a great day. The consumer non-durables today doing really well. Some of these multinationals. I have to look at the dollar. I haven't looked at that yet. Mondelez, of course. course, there's Philip Morris, Procter & Gamble, Coke. We do have the market on closing balances in less than 1 minute, so we'll get over to that real quick. Amazon, Costco down on earnings, Lulu up on earnings. So, depending on which stock you wanted to do there. We talked about Lulu was going to be I thought it was going to be a big winner. Finally, we're right about something. Amazon there, 1.6%. Well, first of all, we were right about Broadcom and Oracle. But there goes Broadcom down 12. This is really where the problem is today, obviously. But most of these names are all heated up, right? I saw even GE Vernova was down 4 or 5% today. They've had a huge move. Just looking here, KLAC, Corning down 7% there. STX down 7%. All right, 15 seconds now until those imbalances. So I've just been getting out right now. Trump's saying we should have the lowest rate in the world. So, all right, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. It's not quite yet. Here it is. These imbalances. We'll see what happens right now. 5 seconds until we get it, and there we go. They are now out. So yeah, we'll see what's the print now. INTC with a buy. So a nice little 2 million share buy. Other than that, man, there's that MISL. So there's really nothing happening on that, although that bid still looks like it's pretty legit there. So maybe something coming on MISL to end the day. TLT Apple with a bid there. We talked about the SOXL possibly grabbing a bid. So we got out. There's SMCI. Oops, there's SMCI with a small sell. We got out of pretty much all of our SMCI just before the bell. The imbalances there. So yeah, that's it, man. Apple, BAC. I thought that was Rigetti. No, it's Rig. Yeah, Transocean there. So,
by the way, Transocean is literally not moving on that imbalance.
Going on
it's a significant imbalance for Transocean. 16% of the day's volume. It went 1 cent. Actually, it didn't even go 1 cent. It printed the offer. It's at 4.18. It printed the offer at 4.19 on that big imbalance. And even if we wanted to play this MISL because it still has an imbalance, it's blocked because of a lack of liquidity.
That stock is rigged.
Yeah. Well, you know what? And this is reasonable. And it's actually a good feature here at Real Trading. Like a symbol like this, it's done 340,000 in volume, so that no one puts themselves. You fat finger in this, you're done because you can't even get out of this thing. There's no volume, so therefore it'll be blocked here. And then if a symbol that is blocked because of a lack of liquidity at Real Trading becomes in play and is doing a couple million shares on the day or has a news story, you put a simple request in at 8 a.m. or whenever you happen to get in. I've done it before at like 7 o'clock, and then they'll unblock it if it's in play. But while it's not doing anything, so traders don't get themselves butthurt or whatever, I shouldn't have said that. Anyway, get smoked, they'll restrict what symbols you can trade, which is a great feature because you wouldn't want to get wrapped up in MISL. For sure. So yeah, nothing on BMNR. Intel being the only buy and balance. You already checked that one out. It's kind of bouncing, but Intel's down 4% today. What's Nvidia down? 3.3. What's the Nasdaq down? 1.9, so 2%. Intel rolling over a little bit. Rolling over, and you know what? How about we see 36 next week? You just go right to the last time Intel bottomed out at 19. Then go to the earnings jump here, or like it's probably actually the U.S. Sorry, it's not the earnings jump. That would have been the U.S. government taking a stake, I believe. Either way, this would be the earnings jump. Connect the dots. You just recently bounced in November off that trend line. I think we can retest it next week, and then look for maybe a dip buy here at $36 on Intel.
So I'm in your neck of the woods tomorrow. We've got a game in Brampton at. She got to be there for 8:15. And then we have a game early Sunday morning here in Etobicoke, so that should be good. And then I'm taking my son out to a movie. Him and his friend want to go see Jujutsu Kaisen, an anime. Yeah, it's an anime, so he wants to see that. So that's happening there this weekend. And I think tonight is pretty slow. Well, there's obviously some hockey stuff going on, and then I'm going to try to. I told you maybe the Die Hard, or trying to figure out a movie.
Die Hard, man.
Trying to figure out a movie to watch,
Die
maybe.
You already made the decision. You said it.
Yeah.
Like, just the kids, they're old enough.
I think they were, 13 and 11. I mean, we'll watch the sort of the cleaner version there, but I think it'll be fine. I'm not worried about the violence or anything like that.
I'm pretty sure it's bad language. I don't remember.
Oh, it's bad language.
I probably the last time I watched it might have seen
Yippee-ki-yay, mother, there's some stuff that's going on there as well. But I mean, my kids go to public school.
That's what I'm saying. What, he's supposed to run around like fighting off terrorists? And
the worst part is this man's running around with, like, he doesn't even have shoes on in that movie.
That's the hilarious part.
And it's like he's just like stepping on all this glass. Like, to me, that's just like, I kind of go, when that's happening.
That part's not realistic.
That's not very good, but yeah.
Sure. But you know what is realistic?
Yeah.
The opportunity to trade risking someone else's money and not your own. Not being on the sideline because you have fear of losing. And that's the opportunity that Trade the Pool's trying to give you. So you can access the markets with a limited risk trading model. You get funded capital, Trade the Pool is going to absorb the losses, so you can focus on your discipline, everybody. And you hit the profit targets, and then you get to keep 70% of the profit. So no barriers, everybody, just opportunity. The revolution is called limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Check out tradethepool.com or scan that QR code out in front of you. Timed it perfectly there. And shout out to Steve. We just had Steve Talman on from Trade the Pool. I want to thank him for coming on there as well.
How do I
appreciate it. What were you looking for?
No, I was gonna say how. Yeah, like how.
You have to search for what you want.
No, it's not that. It's. I want to bet. I want to bet on Warsh.
Well, you got to log. You have to create an account.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Every single time, I've just been way too late.
Wait, what about in Canada? Anybody here in Canada? I don't know if you can do this.
I haven't tried.
All right, Fed chair.
Why wouldn't?
I'm just gonna search this. When will Trump? Who will be confirmed as Fed? Oh, Fed. Sorry, my bad. That's Fed governor this year. I clicked on the wrong thing.
Oh, it isn't available in Canada.
Yeah,
so
see?
Here it goes.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, so it tells you Kalshi is not available to residents in the following countries: United Kingdom, France, Canada. That's us. Singapore, Poland. That's a lot of places. Wouldn't it be Kalshi? Wouldn't it be easier to just tell me where you can do it?
No.
Like, look, I have nothing against Kalshi. We show them all the time. It's a pretty cool concept. I have nothing against them. But look at the list, man. Just tell me where you can. Not available in our country.
I just
nanny state.
Oh, there's the Fed decision. Yeah, maintains it. That's 79%. We already know about that. Those of you that are watching the show, Neil and I talk about all of that. But anyways, I was just hearing that like Warsh is now apparently at the top of this guy's list. Like it's just back and forth. Like whoever tells Trump that, they enjoy rate cuts, I think, is who he's going to pick. So we'll wait to see where that goes down. All right, man, we're still $1. We just got some more fills there. We have one little piece left.
It's moving as we speak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It will be
worse. Just got 10. It went from it's still going.
33 to 38 now. Yeah, so that's going higher right there. So
we can't.
I would say get ready for Kevin Warsh. I would say is going to be your new guy there. But I don't know. So I'll be betting on that one. So there you go. You can mark me down for that, and we can talk about that when it's announced. Okay, so that's about it for me, man. Not really doing.
Tesla just made fresh highs.
Yeah, we just got out of SMCI there. Okay, go ahead.
Well, sorry, no, afternoon highs. My bad. It's
pretty much fresh.
I was zoomed in on my black chart because usually I'll just look at from noon or something on my black chart. So it was breaking out this local high at 56, but it did get up to 63. So it looked 2.5% on a day like today. That is because it's the only what's up today? Them in the Mag 7.
Nvidia. Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's Tesla's the only one really. I mean, I don't. We looked. Apple was trying to hold green. It might have got back to green.
Barely. Apple is up 0.04%. So yeah, I stand corrected, although it's very, very close for Apple. Real close. Hey, Boeing's up 1.8%.
I just want to say, I know Kevin Hasen's still in the lead. What I'm saying is like if you can bet that and get 3-1 on your money. I just think that if it is a 50-50 decision, it's just like how I trade. I trade to try to put the best odds in our favor.
But you can trade Kalshi. You can get in.
Yeah, you can get in. It's already at the 39%. That's 40%.
If you bought 30,
so I just made 7%.
You can sell.
It doesn't work like that. It's more than 7%, but
yeah, you can. So there's going to be a spread obviously involved here, but you can sell 40 right now. It's still moving. But yeah, why can't we in Canada rate our MPs, I suppose?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like there has to be some kind of a deal there. All right,
we get everything the latest.
With only 2 minutes left.
We'll be able to in like 2030.
It sucks that Nvidia is near the lows of the day, so that's never a good sign whenever that happens. Going out on the lows, not great. Broadcom as well. Just a couple earnings names. Lululemon also falling right now, by the way. LULU there. So 205 right now. Oh, maybe there was a sell imbalance for Lulu. I don't know, because there was a big wick there to the downside. I don't know. So something happened. I'm not sure if that was a real trade or not. If it was, someone got long at 202. That wouldn't surprise me if that came out. Sometimes when those imbalances hit, the volume dries up, the algos basically pull, and it can fall. So that's possible. But anyways, that's an earnings name, up 10%. So we'll face slap that one. Really happy with Lululemon's performance, obviously. They're not really in the last half hour, but happy overall. Broadcom, Oracle, we looked at that as well. I want to check on, see if anything had happened. There's Oracle. Very, very much stabilizing now. I'm wondering if it's going to be a buy almost now on Oracle. And then Netflix as well, still long at 96, just averaged up into that trade, $96 on Netflix. We'll see if it wants to hold that. And more news coming on Monday, I guess, for the Netflix idea. And Warner Brothers Discovery, look, they took out Discovery. These guys took on so much debt, which is why I think they might like the cash offer. But at the end of the day, Warner Brothers we talked about at the beginning of this week, bang, 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 just straight upside. Every day has been a green day there for Warner Brothers. So potentially something there. But
I just don't think you get more than 30, so why not ring the register now?
Yeah, I think that's a great call.
It's a weird thing.
It's going to take a while for them to settle it and everything. So
that's not closing till most optimistic case would be at the middle of next year, and even that's probably unlikely.
Even right here, look, there's big size right there at $30 as well. They got to get through 6 million shares right there on the offer. All right, less than 10 seconds to go right now. I want to thank all of our sponsors today. And here we go, 3, 2, and 1. There it is, man. The NASDAQ goes out down 2%. Potentially take advantage of that today if you're dip buying any indexes. NASDAQ down, big time red day, I would think today. NASDAQ down 1.1%. With that recent talk from Trump, maybe the IWM got a little bit of a bump up. Let's double check it. We didn't look at this at all today. No, down 1.5% for the IWM as well. So that got hit just as aggressively as the rest of the markets. And then the one that Mr. Donald Trump likes to talk about the most here, the Dow Jones today probably held out a little bit better than the rest. Yes, only down 0.51. Energy names in here, bank names in here, as banks and energy held out okay today. It was the broader market that lost it. The S&P was down 1%, and then the NASDAQ is where all the winners have come from lately. But last couple of weeks, some of the losers, Google down 1% as well. But yeah, pretty good week overall, man. I mean, you're welcome, Fluffy.
Yeah, it might not be the greatest week for the market, but it was a good week for trading for sure. And like you said, it was a double whammy today. We got a double whammy from Broadcom, reaction to earnings, not the earnings themselves, reaction to earnings, and of course that Oracle headline. What are you going to do? Like everyone was calling Oracle the canary in the coal mine, and then you have a delay by 1 year of some OpenAI projects from them. It was never going to be a good thing at all, and that was that broke the back today for the market. Although Oracle, hey, look at that. Oracle actually bounced back a little bit. That was that headline.
Just so everybody can sleep well over the weekend, which I'm sure you will. This is a monthly chart of the NASDAQ. So, like there's that. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight up months. We had a red month last month, and then we'll see what's going to be developing this month right here as well. It could be, this could be a doji where it does spark a downside push. So we'll see if that comes in right there. But this is the NASDAQ. So it's doing quite well for itself, and you can even look at the SPY or anything. Oops, not SPY in the S&P 500. Very, very similar trajectory. Obviously, their last month was barely red, but looks like it was red anyways. So this is what the market looks like. So don't stress out too much about these most recent moves down. Take advantage of inside those monthly candles and start buying some dips if you have some spare cash around. We'll discuss that obviously next week as well as we go. Yeah, the Buffalo Bills. I mean, like I was saying, man, this is their year. They have to win this year or it's game over because the Patriots are almost already better than them.
The Patriots are overrated.
They're catching up.
Patriots have 2 good wins. The thing about the NFL, you have a 4th place schedule for a reason. We saw this with the Washington Commanders last year. Nothing against the Commanders, but it's real. They basically had an easy schedule, won a bunch of games, went to the playoffs. This year they had a schedule for a top team, and they got waxed.
I think the Bills have had the 3rd easiest schedule in the NFL.
No, I'm not saying the Bills are having. No, I'm just saying the Patriots aren't as good as their record. Like that's.
Oh no, well I don't know. We'll see.
No, there's nothing standing in Josh Allen's way except for
they have a clear path.
Health and both is out right now.
And this year there's no excuse, honestly, because now you got Mahomes
they gotta
out.
Get healthy though.
You got Mahomes out.
The defense needs to get healthy because if defense doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
I think they can come out of let's put it this way. They can come out of the East and get to the Super Bowl without necessarily being healthy. But I look at the top 4 or 5 teams in the NFC. You're not beating any of those without the defense being healthy. That's the problem. health matters. But Josh Allen's a beast. Also in fantasy, we'll see what's up.
The Packers.
Your boys are playing the Broncos this week. That's not good for. They can beat them, but for fantasy, it's gonna be terrible.
No, man, that guy with Kyle Pitts, he's already advancing. You got 50 points, so in our pool, then you got Bijan with 36. So I think it's going to be you two going forward. But anything can happen there. Thanks so much for joining us. Obviously, we'll have Adara back on Wednesday. Sia hopefully was a little under the weather. Yeah, she'll be coming back on Monday and Tuesday. So we'll see when she comes back. Both Joe and Sharif, we're all ready to go. I think you have Tuesday off. I think next week.
Yeah, Tuesday I got an appointment.
I've got Fridays. Yeah, Packers and Rams. I think those are the top two teams in the NFL. I don't think there's any.
Right now, the Rams look the best on a week-to-week basis. I think nobody's hurt.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Nobody's hurt for them.
The Packers have 3 losses. So, okay, man, good job today. All right, go Bills. I guess I don't know who you're playing, but hopefully they'll win. And we will see everybody.
That's why
it is Patriots.
Patriots this weekend.
Oh, okay. So there you go. Is it in Orchard Park? You don't know.
Oh, we already played them at home, I thought.
Okay, so then, wow. Bills v. Patriots, a big game this week, that is for sure, there for the AFC East. Okay, everybody. Thanks, Brendo. Everybody back there, man. Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Sharif, Joe, Adara, everybody. Thank you to our guests today, Steve Tileman. Thank you to Ojen for coming through as well. Michael Noss earlier today, and most importantly, thank you to everybody else over there. The Trader TV Live crew, thanks you. It's 8 a.m. on Monday. I cannot wait to come back with everybody. And I mean that honestly. Like, I love coming in to trade every day with everybody today. A 2-for-2 day, a pretty good one overall. We'll see everybody. Good luck to everybody this weekend. Give your loved ones a big hug, and we'll see you on Monday.
8 a.m., everybody.